Ready? Good morning.
Morning.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the June 10th, 2025.
Recording in progress.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the June 10th, 2025 Commission meeting. As I always state in the beginning of every Commission meeting, thank you for the privilege to serve on behalf of the Commission. I'd like to apologize for starting 10 minutes late. We had some Commission photos that we had to take care of prior to this meeting. I also like to make sure that everyone is aware that in this Commission, there's multiple opportunities to speak, giving public comment. You can either write in, you can also join us via Zoom, or you can join us here in person. We have a public comment section, and everyone will be given the appropriate time to speak, which will be 3 minutes. With that being said, I'd like to welcome our dear friend, Rabbi Jason Cook from University of Miami, to please join us here. And thank you for being here with us, sir. And it's always a pleasure to have you here for the invocation.
Thank you so much for having me here this morning and to bring a blessing to the holy work that you all do here every single day. In Jewish tradition, we teach that a blessing is a way for us to transform something from being mundane to being holy. We do typical, normal human being things like eating, drinking, even going to the bathroom, and in the Jewish community, we bless all of those things. Each of these moments are opportunities, our tradition teaches us, to bring more holiness into the world, to bring ourselves closer to God and each other. And there is nothing more holy of a blessing, more of a blessing, than the freedom of speech, the freedom to disagree. We disagree with each other all the time, and rarely do we have the opportunity to make that disagreement, as Jewish tradition puts it, a machloket l'shem shemayim, an argument for the sake of heaven. This occurs when, like in this very chamber, people honestly bring themselves to a debate with an eye toward making the world a better place and allowing the other person to feel seen, heard, and validated, even and perhaps especially when we disagree. The free speech guaranteed by the Constitution and protected throughout this nation and here in Coral Gables have ensured that this Jewish value has endured. Over the last few weeks, however, the Jewish community has been under attack in ways unheard of in this country. First, in Washington, D.C., with the murder of Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, two young Jewish professionals at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Then, not 2 weeks later, with the firebombing of a silent march in Boulder, Colorado, in solidarity with the hostages still in Hamas's captivity. Among the critically injured in that attack was a Holocaust survivor. In both cases, the perpetrators identified as anti-Zionist and perpetuated attacks on peaceful Jewish people on the basis of a geopolitical situation 2 oceans away. As the Miami Board of Rabbis published in an op-ed in the Herald after the Boulder attack, if 75 years ago the Jewish body was under attack, today it is the Jewish body politic. These attacks are not free speech. They are hate, pure and simple. Hatred that has become politicized. I have never had to be afraid to be myself in this country. But these attacks could have been me. They could have been the hundreds of Jewish professionals that I know and work with on a regular basis. Peaceful marchers who believed in being able to build connection and spread peace throughout the world without violence. It could have been our students, my Hillel students, who traveled to Israel this summer and feared retribution from their non-Jewish friends simply for going on a trip to explore identity and explore their past and dream of the future. It should not be a statement. It should not be a violent political statement to stand with Israel. It should not inspire people to attack us when we say we stand with hostages who have been in captivity for over 600 days. And yet, that is what has happened in this country over the past month. The Jewish people are not strangers to argument, free speech, and nuanced discourse. In one story from the Talmud, the rabbis argue over an oven. One rabbi insists he is right while the rest of the community vehemently disagree, and the singular rabbi even appears so correct that God works miracles to support him. But the rest of the rabbinic community is nonplussed. They remind us Torah is not in heaven. When people have earthly issues, they conclude not even God can weigh in without an argument in good faith. The story concludes by telling us that a rabbi later asked God what God thought of this incident. God responded by smiling and saying, "My children have triumphed over me." As political violence targets Jews, I think about how vital of a need there is for free and fair discourse. As political violence erupts around this country, I think about how we can find unity even in the face of disagreement. I think about these things not as a fun thought exercise, but because the stakes are real. What does it mean for me to show up to work every day? What does it mean to send my son to school? What does it mean to care about the young people who are in my charge and who I hope to build a better future? What is the example that we set for them? And so we make a word of blessing over the holy work that you all do here and the holy work of our community in the face of difficulty, violence, and pain throughout the world. Mishaberach avotenu ve'imotenu, may the one who blessed our ancestors bless us here today. May it bless our leaders with wisdom and forbearance to do what is right and what is just in the world. May it bless us with positive, fair, and free discourse, freedom of speech that helps us connect even across our differences, maybe even because of our differences. May we be blessed with peace in our days. May we be blessed with justice in our times. And may we continue to make this world a better place. Kenya Hiratzon, may it be God's will. And we say, Amen.
Rabbi, first and foremost, we want to extend our best wishes to you and your congregation. Thank you for always being here. Thank you for always being a present force and always listening when I've called you for advice and for guidance. Thank you. One of the statements that I talked to you about earlier before this morning, while we waited to take our pictures, was a request that I made from you. I said, while we're asking for an invocation, I'm looking for a statement. I want to be very clear where Coral Gables stands in regards to the Jewish community. We could have had anyone from the faith, but I wanted to make sure we had you here today, especially with what's been going on not only locally, but throughout this country, throughout the world, to be frank with you. Just a few points, very, very brief. I know it's a small item on the totem pole when you look at things, but when you look at the fact that when I got into office, we had one menorah here in the city. Now we have three. My family donated with our own personal money the menorah that stands in front of City Hall. And as Catholics, we did that very proudly. We want to send a very strong message, and that day, which you join us, continues to grow, the amount of people that continue to show up. And a lot of the individuals that show up are not of the Jewish faith, correct?
Yes.
They're not.
Absolutely.
They're here to show support. If you have Catholics or Christians that are being attacked in Africa, and you have Jews that are being attacked in Israel, we always have to remember, we may be on the other side of being attacked one day, and we will be remembered for the position that we take. I heard the other day, I read an op-ed the other day, it was very interesting, so I can't take credit for it. It was by the previous mayor of Miami Beach. It was very interesting. I had a few Jewish friends and a family member who lives in Atlanta sent it to me. And that was where, I'll probably misquote it, but it talks about wherever the Jewish community exists, communities thrive. Wherever Jewish communities are removed, these communities do not thrive. This is your home. You are our brothers and sisters. And like I've said before, over and over again, we are honored and privileged to have your community, all 5 rabbis, the entire Jewish community here in the city of Coral Gables. And that goes for all faiths. We will not only be tolerant, but we will be welcoming, which I think is the key. Tolerance is important, but welcoming is more important than anything. So I want to thank you for being a reasonable voice in this community, a voice of leadership, a light, because we should never let them dim our light. God bless you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all of you.
Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Manager, will you do us the honor, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Moving on to agenda item A1. Madam Vice Mayor.
We have a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor. Whereas the city of Coral Gables is renowned for its vibrant culinary scene, featuring a diverse array of restaurants that contribute significantly to the local economy and community. Whereas the month of July has been designated Taste the Gables Restaurant Month, an annual activation aimed at driving business to the Coral Gables restaurants during the traditionally slow summer season. And whereas this year marks the 3rd year of Taste the Gables program under the Economic Development Department, showcasing the city's commitment to supporting local businesses and promoting culinary excellence. And whereas Taste the Gables offers an extraordinary opportunity for residents and visitors alike to explore the city's dining establishments with more than 70 participating restaurants in 2025, including Michelin-starred Bib Gourmand standouts, offering specially priced fixed menus and exclusive promotions. And whereas there is no cost for restaurants to participate in this program, ensuring that all local dining establishments have the opportunity to benefit from increased visibility and patronage. And whereas aside from the economic impact the program has on local restaurants, it also has a direct impact for the city, seen in the annual increase to parking revenues year after year, with 2024 seeing 22% increase when compared to 2023 in the month of July. And whereas large-scale marketing efforts were implemented for Taste the Gables this year, which includes a new website, tastethegables.com, which was developed to enhance the dining guest experience. And furthermore, let it be known that the City of Coral Gables hereby encourages all residents and visitors to take part in this culinary celebration, supporting local restaurants, and enjoying the exceptional dining experiences they offer. Now therefore, the City of Coral Gables hereby proclaims the entire month of July 2025 as Taste the Gables Restaurant Month in Coral Gables. Thank you.
Good morning, Solange Lopez, Marketing Manager with the Economic Development Department. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the proclamation for July as Taste the Gables. As stated, this is our 3rd year putting this program together. We're really excited that we have over 70 restaurants participating this year. For comparison, last year we had 54. So year over year, we're seeing more participation from our businesses. We have the new website, tastethegables.com. Make sure to check it out. It came out beautifully, and it really lets customers and visitors check and search for their favorite restaurants. We have some restaurants that came here to accept the proclamation and take the picture with you all. We have representatives from Morton's The Steakhouse, Salumeria 104, Pinecrest Bakery, and Francesco. And we also have one of our Taste the Gables sponsors that's helping to expand the outreach of the marketing efforts. Arrow is also here for this proclamation, and I can answer any questions.
No, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. We'd love to take a picture with our guests. Thank you. I apologize, I skipped one of my preferred and enjoyable moments of the commission meeting, which is the Merrick Minute. Good morning, thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House brings to the Commission the Merrick Minute, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. I'm Joanne Marr, Merrick House docent and now past chair of the Board of Governors, as I have reached my term limit. As summer commences, we bring you news of George's travels. I should mention that, well, he never got to Spain to visit the Alhambra, but where he could have seen not one but two statues of Washington Irving, the man whose tales of the Alhambra inspired so much of what we treasure in our city beautiful. Billy, do we have? Yes, we do. Great. But on May 24th, 1917, what was described as an auto party left Miami in George's white touring car for a 16-day Florida adventure. That car would have looked a lot like this one. The party included George and his wife Eunice, mother Althea, grandmother Meadie Fink, T.O. Wilson, and Mr. and Mrs. Clifton Benson. 7 people in one car with no air conditioning. Benson kept a detailed and humorous journal of the trip, cataloging George's ice cream quests at each stop along the way. With George at the wheel, they traveled more than 1,100 miles, bridging or paralleling 24 named bodies of water and visiting 20 counties while averaging 20 miles an hour, consuming 180 gallons of gas and blowing out 3 tires. Mr. Benson quipped that the ruts in the road offered a new method of spinal adjustment.
Thank you very much, as always. It's wonderful. A2.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is my privilege to recognize our Firefighter of the Month for March, and it's Captain Louis Fajardo. Louis Fajardo, since the time he got hired with us, he's been an impactful presence within our department. He's an excellent firefighter, a terrific fire officer, and more important than that, he's an amazing person. If you know Louis Fajardo, you will come to love Louis Fajardo. And I hope each of you one day will get to know Louis Fajardo, because I guarantee you he will be a friend and you will come to love Louis Fajardo. I'm going to allow his direct supervisor, Division Chief Xavier Jones, talk a little bit about why he was nominated for this recognition.
Good morning, everybody. It is always an opportunity, and I consider it a privilege to highlight the exceptional services that are done and provided by our firefighters, the men and women of the Coral Gables Fire Department. As Chief Hernandez has stated, Louis is the man, if that is a simple term to put it. He knows how to do almost anything, but today we want to honor and appreciate him for the outstanding work that he has done for developing and being the architect of our technical rescue team. Louis was tasked with the responsibility to ensure that we brought proper equipment as well as trained on-duty staff to enhance our capabilities as a fire department, and he's done that exceptionally well. So I present to you the Firefighter of the Month for the month of March 2025, Captain Louis Fajardo.
Thank you very much. This isn't a one-man job. This has been a lot of support from the members on operations and my command staff. They've enabled everything we've asked for. I also want to obviously thank them. Definitely didn't do this alone, and I want to thank all of you for enabling this program, allowing it to come to fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And without without your leadership and, for those who don't know what the TRT or the Technical Rescue Unit is, it's the difference between life and death for many, many folks. So thank you.
A3 or?
Yeah, let's go ahead with A3.
Next, we're recognizing our Firefighter of the Month for the month of May. This is firefighter Daniel Mosquera. Daniel Mosquera has been with us a short time, about a year and a half. He came to us from the Naples Fire Department, where he was a driver engineer. Him and I share that in common. I got my start in the Naples Fire Department back when I was 21 years old, just a short 10 years ago. Why the laughs? I'm not sure. Anyways, he was nominated by his captain, Captain Jader Toban, for an off-duty act that occurred back in April. He was driving on US 1 and 6th Avenue, where he noticed a car driving at a very low rate of speed. He pulled up next to the car and noticed that the driver appeared to be unresponsive. The driver veered into a parking lot, just luckily, and the car ultimately came to a stop. He followed the car and knocked on the window. The person was unresponsive. The car was locked. He broke the window, unlocked the car, and dragged that person onto the pavement, where he was found unresponsive, not breathing. He initiated CPR. Another off-duty firefighter pulled over and assisted, and a police officer came in. Between the 3 first responders and Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, they were able to get a pulse back on this person, and the next day, he was alive. I hope and pray that the gentleman is doing well today. I'm not sure what the final outcome was, but I'm sure it's a direct reflection of his acts that morning. Okay, so I want to recognize Daniel Mosquera as our Firefighter of the Month for May.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you for having us here today. I also want to thank Chief De La Rosa and our entire fire department for this recognition. I believe in always doing the right thing, and I know in this fire department, every single person would have done the same thing in this scenario. It's an honor to be here, to be part of such a courageous and dedicated team. Also, thank you again for this opportunity and for your time.
Thank you. Let's take a photo. Item A4. Chief?
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Morning.
Every year, we recognize 2 officers for their outstanding work for the year before. The Officer of the Year, which is recognized by the Police Department. There's a second by proclamation that was made by the commissions in years past to recognize the Officer of the Year named after the D-Court Award. This award is nominated by the employees through the employee associations, now being the FOP. And I will turn it over to Vice President Chris Challenger for the nomination and the award of our Officer of the Year for the D-Court Memorial Award.
Good morning, Commission, Vice Mayor, Mayor. Welcome back, Mr. Manager. Unfortunately, the President, Joe Kramer, he's away right now at a Fraternal Order Police Conference in Orlando. He wanted to present this award. As immediate past President of the Fraternal Order of Police, Walter F. Stathers Memorial Lodge Number 7, I extend my sincere thanks to the Commission for your support and for recently enhancing the monetary portion of the Robert DeCourt Memorial Award. A special thank you to Commissioner Castro for leading the effort. It is my privilege to present the 2024 Robert DeCourt Memorial Award, the most prestigious honor bestowed upon a Coral Gables officer. Established in the memory of Officer Robert DeCourt, a 19-year veteran killed in the line of duty on January 21st, 1972. While confronting armed robbers, this award was inspired by the late Commissioner, Ms. Rebel Zane. It recognizes an officer who exemplifies courage, dedication, devotion to duty, courtesy, and a commitment to fostering brotherhood and morale, qualities Bob DeCourt embodied. It is my honor to present this award to Sergeant Valir Zacchio, a 23-year veteran of the Coral Gables Police Department and someone I've known for 27 years as we went to the academy together in 1998. Sergeant Zacchio's bravery in emergencies, leadership in investigations, and mentorship of officers reflect the valor of Officer DeCourt. His Officer of the Year awards in 2006 and 2018, plus multiple Officer of the Month honors, underscore his excellence. Sergeant Zacchio's courtesy and community outreach have earned him the trust and admiration of residents and colleagues, strengthening the positive image of our department. A shining example of his work is at St. Teresa Catholic School, where he serves as the coordinator of police security and volunteers his time to coach students, many of whom are children of Coral Gables residents. These efforts build lasting community bonds. Within our department, Zach is a unifying force promoting brotherhood and morale through his support and teamwork, inspiring others to strive for excellence. Congratulations, Zach, on this well-deserved honor.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very humbling to receive this award that was named after an officer who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Some things that we take for granted every day coming to work, not knowing if we're going to be able to go home. I want to thank the FOP, Chief Hudak, and the command staff for all their support that they provide us every day. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Well deserved.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your service and for your commitment to the city.
Thank you.
Through the mayor. Okay. Courage, dedication, and bravery are the exact words that describe you. I see you almost every day in Santa Teresa, and it's really, really an honor to have an officer like you, Sergeant, represent us, the city.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. This is one of the biggest awards you can get, if not the biggest.
Very humble.
And I have to say, personally, I'm extremely proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Absolutely.
So, Moving on to public comment. As I've stated before, I'd like to welcome everyone to the commission. I'm going to ask everyone who comes up to state their name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with the commission. As a reminder, these comments are limited to those items on the agenda or within the scope of the City Commission's jurisdiction. If you wish to speak on an item that is on the agenda right now, please remember that you will not be given an additional opportunity to speak again once that item is called. All comments should be directed to the commission as a whole. When the 3 minutes is up, the timer will beep. I ask you to please wrap up your sentence and leave the podium when you're done speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First speaker this morning is Joseph Fidel.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Fidel. I live at 905 Soroya Avenue, and I'm here to discuss or talk about leaf blowers. So let me pull out my, I'm just going to read what I sent you guys earlier. I think it's pretty clear of the significant environmental impact leaf blowers have. They say that these, some gas-powered leaf blowers produce enough sound that they emit more than 23 times the amount of carbon monoxide than a pickup truck. Anyway, the issue here is there's a ban. Apparently, it's not being moved forward. The city's not moving forward with it because of, I understand, state law, but things are changing soon. I've looked a little bit into what has worked and what has not worked in other municipalities, and one of the most important factors, or some of the most important factors, are enforcement. You need to have enough people on the staff that are trained with decibel meters to go out and know what they're doing. I think you have to first give violators a warning. That later could be followed up by a fine that would incrementally increase per violation, not just come up with a $500 fine. One other factor transitioning to electric is the expense that's involved. Because these electric machines that have come out, that are available now, require numerous battery changes, the lawn mowing companies are going to need some kind of financial support. I don't think that's available here in this city, and I think the outcome is going to be higher lawn maintenance costs for most residents. One guy told me 30% higher. I don't know what the experience has been in Miami Beach or Key Biscayne, but another factor is that the ban should be phased out or rolled out over a period of time. Maybe there should be an educational period, followed by a warning period, followed by then full enforcement. This will give landscape companies time to adjust, to set aside funds for the investment. Another important factor is public outreach, very important. The importance for the city to lead by example. Just so that you get an idea, one battery packed steel leaf blower, and with the number of battery packs required to continue to work 4 to 6 hours a day, could cost up to $4,000. And most of these companies are small, they're immigrant owned, they're not all SFM, and they don't have, that kind of money. But I think it can work, because I think, the city is distinguished by its greenery. Okay.
Finish, take just last 10 seconds.
And by how well it protects trees, and I think doing something with regards to the impact on the environment of leaf blowers is important. I mean, I don't like to think of Coral Gables as the fumes and the noise of leaf blowers, which, if you work from your house, they are everywhere.
Thank you.
Sarah Kahn-Risby.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Good morning. Nice to see you again. Honorable members of the Coral Gables City Commission, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Zara Kahn-Risby, and I reside at 1525 Valencia Avenue. Firstly, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to those members of the Commission who recently took the time to meet with me to discuss their involvement in my initiative LEAP, or the Learn Environmental Advocacy Project. The Commission's support means so much, and I'm sincerely grateful for their engagement in this program. LEAP was born out of my two passions for environmental advocacy and law. I believe that our planet is facing immense challenges, and one of the most effective ways to tackle these challenges is through policy. So, with the support of the social impact movement, LEAP was created as a youth-led, youth-run initiative designed to empower young people to engage in environmental advocacy through legislative processes. LEAP was formed to show the youth that they have the capability and the responsibility to work towards a greener future beyond individual habits, to show that though they may be small, their voices most certainly are not. Currently, we are preparing and are excited to launch our inaugural summer program beginning on June 14th. Throughout the program, high school students will identify specific environmental issues prominent in their communities and will learn to combat them through research, policy making, and collaborating to write a bill. Once these bills are complete, we plan to present them to members of this commission who can help carry their ideas forward. It is with the utmost appreciation that I recognize the extraordinary support LEAP has already received from the Coral Gables community. Multiple members of this commission have generously agreed to join us for a few sessions of LEAP summer program. Their willingness to share their time, experience, and wisdom with our students is nothing short of inspiring. As LEAP prepares to begin on June 14th, I must express my gratitude for this city, its leaders, and for the incredible opportunity to work alongside so many bright and passionate people. Thank you once more for your time, support, and your belief in the power of the youth. I look forward to soon standing before you again with more grand voices of the young. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I will be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that today is June 10th and June 14th is Flag Day in this nation. And I guess we forgot our patriotism failed today. The second item I have, first of all, I'd like to thank the commissioners that were paying attention when the firefighters and the police officer were recognized. I'd like to apologize to both Captain Ferna Fajardo and Firefighter Mosquera and Sergeant Zaqueo, because the mayor did not think it was important. The mayor missed all of the first presentation for the firefighters completely. The mayor missed most of A3, which was the second one, and I hate to say it, but while the police officer was being recognized with the highest award in this city for the police officer, the mayor was on the phone and walking around. I am so sorry that in this city, we do not respect the people that keep us alive, and you've heard me say this many times. I'm very grateful for the police officers that keep an eye on my house, because I have a police watch on my house, because my daughters requested me to do that because they're afraid of what could happen to me. And the firefighters that so many times kept my husband alive. The firefighters that took him to the hospital for the last time before he died. And I'm ashamed that the city mayor does not think they're important enough to pay attention to them. Well, he's not paying attention to me either, so I shouldn't have been surprised. But I apologize to the firefighters and the police officers, because your mayor, the one that you all elected, does not care about them. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Is our chief here? 1 second. Before we, first off and foremost, I'd like to welcome our commissioner from District 6. Thank you for being here with us. Welcome to the city beautiful. If you would indulge me 1 second with the chief, we have some good news that I would like for you to be a part of. Chief, good morning.
Sir. Yesterday we had talked about our stats in our briefing. And we are happy to admit, or to say admit, I guess is not the right thing. I've never really been one to talk about statistics,
I think it's important to also showcase your hard work, your staff's hard work. And the reason why I asked you to come up before the commission meeting was because this is something that, again, doesn't go the world. But I think it's time that we continue to try to shine a positive light on, for example, your employees that are doing such a wonderful job keeping us safe every day. And so this is an opportunity. This is why you and I discussed before the commission meeting on why we should highlight this.
Right. So as you've said from my 11 years plus, I don't necessarily like to talk about statistics as the chief of police, only because a drop in crime is good, but if you're the victim of a crime, crime's up 1,000%. So if I stand up here and I tell you all, we're down 14%, which we are, and we're happy and we're proud of that. The fact of the matter remains that this body, this commission, through the manager's office as well, has been supportive of our initiatives going forward and continues to be. And, the nimbleness of any police chief is being able to incorporate your personnel, which is most important, but also the technology and the nuances that help continue to let us get into the neighborhoods, because I can't quantify for any of you, as I've said on many occasions, what a police presence in a neighborhood does to lessen crime. I can't. What I can quantify by thousands of emails over the years has been how our residents feel about the presence of our police department. We have done unbelievable great job in the last 2 years of trying to get our vacancies back down to where they're at. Our actual vacancies right now, as I sit here before you, is of the budgeted positions, there are 9 vacancies, not including the 15 additional bodies that this body gave us. So we're still 15 vacancies for those, but we're closing the gap, so to speak, on where we're at. The reason why our numbers continue to go down in the last 2 years, even with those vacancies, is the hard work of the men and women of this department, working mandatory overtime, being able to continue to answer the call, the communications operators that are answering the call. So with the technology, with what lies ahead for us, with the work with IT, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I know that we have one of, if not the best government IT department in the world. And it is not lost on the fact that Raimundo's office is about 30 paces away from my office, because we need that kind of information. This body has allowed us to enhance our communication system. On last Saturday, we started the text to 911. I continue to see the increase in the shortage of times of us solving crimes. Our criminal element does not live within the city of Coral Gables, and it isn't for the hard work of our detectives, but also our crime suppression team. You have met many members of that crime suppression team. They do things that allow us to continue to patrol the neighborhoods. We continue to look at other avenues, whether it be through technology, through drone use. I know most of you heard the other day that the SWAT team was able to safely take somebody in custody who was breaking into cars and threatening somebody. But we went into the building to get him, but we send the smaller drones in to find the individual and take him in without custody. That's the kind of technology that you all have allowed us to do to continue this overall 14.26% drop in overall crimes. The one caveat I will give you is, prostitution and drug use is not up. It is the fact that we are now aggressively working it. We are working with human trafficking partners. We're working with our federal agencies as well. So we continue to do all of this with a measured sense of propriety. And we prioritize what we need to do. And I can't be prouder of the men and women. I'm honored to be their boss, more honored when I get a chance to recognize them in front of you. But our mantra still is that everybody they touch needs to remember them for the rest of their lives, because that's the authority that they have, and they've continued to do that. So we are very proud today. I know we usually don't do it. It came out today, I guess. And again, I try to shy away from talking about statistics, but we continue to do a great job. We're still focusing on traffic. We're working on traffic. There's technology coming up to give us more resources in the neighborhoods as we go forward into the next school year. But that's our partnership as a city and an administration. So,
Thank you, Chief.
thank you.
I appreciate your hard work and send my best to all the troops. Thank you. Commissioner Orbis, welcome to the City Beautiful. We're blessed to have you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. It's a pleasure to be joining you here today in the City Beautiful this morning. I wanted to come by and formally introduce myself as the new District 6 Commissioner. I wanted to let you know that my team and myself are here to help you. We're here to join you as we move forward. I also wanted to let you and your residents know I am your voice on the County Commission. I'm happy to be here for you, and I look forward to working with all of you to accomplish the goals of the city and of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a few points before maybe my colleagues want to say a few words. I want to make sure that you're aware that we're extremely proud of your hard work. You've hit the ground running. We want to welcome you to the City Beautiful. Make sure that if you need office hours, if you're in the neighborhood and you'd like to use a conference room, or you can use my office, whatever you'd like, you're more than welcome to meet with your constituents here. I know you're always on the ground meeting with residents at their homes, at their businesses, but we want to make sure this could be home base for you. It was something that the previous commissioner used. We also have our school board member, which also uses the facility, and we're hoping now pretty soon to add a state representative to that list, which will be calling the City Hall their home base. So, please, we implore you, please consider the City Beautiful your home, so that you can meet people here. We'd love to have you. We'd love to collaborate and continue working on projects with you. And this is just an opportunity to be even closer to you and your incredible team.
Thank you. I absolutely do. I'm very proud of the friendship and the relationship that we already have with the city, and I look forward to continuing, and I will take you up on that offer. Thank you. Have a great morning and a great rest of your meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, moving on to consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I would actually like to add Sam Joseph to the School Community Relations Committee. I would like to nominate him.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else?
Is that for
Later on.
I'm sorry?
The two you have are for later on.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, if not, may I have a motion on the consent agenda, please?
I'll move it.
Okay,
We moved at the same time, so you can flip the coin.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Section 78-101, compulsory connection required where sanitary sewer available, to provide for city responsibility for sewer laterals located in the right-of-way under certain conditions, to establish circumstances under which property owners remain responsible for repairs, to establish triggers for mandatory lateral replacement during new construction or substantial improvements, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Was there any changes to the first reading?
If we may, before we do that, make sure we adhere and we do everything through the mayor before we go on that route. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz? Not here. Mr. Mayor?
Maria Cruz, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have a simple comment here on E1. The ordinance is a little difficult for some of us to understand, because I don't know what substantial improvements are. What's substantial for me may not be substantial for somebody else. I appreciate the fact, the improvements I understand, but there's some things here that how do we know what is going to trigger it? That's my only comment. When you talk about charging people, some of us are retired, some of us are on limited income, and we would like to know what we're getting into, and substantial to me may not be what substantial to other people is. Okay, so I think it'd be a good idea if there's a percentage of how much things are going to cost or something like that, so we have an idea what it's going to cost us if we do such and such. Okay, that's it.
Mr. Clerk,
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
please close the public comment. Can I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Madam Vice Mayor, you like to speak on the item?
Briefly, I think this is a very amazing improvement because we have a number of laterals going to the streets that are difficult to repair. They're affected by our trees. What happens with residents on many occasions is they just don't get them fixed, and they continue to leak down into our water table. So this is a critical and necessary piece. I think staff can speak to what substantial improvement is. It's not going to be a small improvement. So.
Commissioner Lara, do you have any comments?
No, I just think it's a win-win for the city and for the residents. Thank you, Commissioner. A win-win for the residents and the city. It absolutely is a step in the absolute right direction.
Commissioners?
Yes. I think this is good legislation. The only thing here is that I would like to know how much is a resident really saving by us absorbing this cost, and what is the fiscal impact to the actual city? I know it's on a property by property basis, but in reality, I would like to know that fiscal impact.
So a couple of things to your first question about the changes from first to second reading. When it discusses the laterals, we added gravity to make sure that it was clear this is only for gravity laterals. This is not covered folks who have pump stations. So this is exclusively for the gravity laterals. And the other change that we did is that we actually removed some additional superfluous language that was no longer relevant because the residents are no longer they're no longer responsible for the lateral on the right of way. So those are the changes between first and second reading. As far as the impact with the resident, there is an accompanying item to this one, which is to do a small increase to the sewer fees, and you're looking about a couple of dollars per a month to a regular user, to what is called a moderate user. And we expect this to generate about $300 and something thousand a year. How much it actually costs a resident to repair it depends, right? It could be a point repair, which would be a lot cheaper than somebody having to replace the entire lateral. If you have to replace the entire lateral, depending on where you are, like for example, if you're like on a heavy roadway, it could get really expensive. You're on a little narrow street, it could be anywhere between $10,000, although it offers to $25,000 to $30,000. So in this particular case, we collect a little additional revenue, and we be responsible for the laterals on the right-of-way. I think there's some caveat about if it gets damaged by a tree on private property, then the owner will have some responsibility. But other than that, as opposed to the way it is right now, where the property owner is the one responsible for the lateral, even on the right-of-way, which more often than not, they're not really equipped to address that.
So what you're trying to tell me?
If you could, but through the mayor. Please.
It's still my turn, so I don't have to say through the mayor, but thank you very much for trying to correct me. I'm still talking to Hermes. So what you're trying to tell me is that we're going to go ahead and increase a little bit in the utility bill to subsidize for this expense.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly what. And this is the way that Miami-Dade County does. And in fact, I'm not aware of any regional utility around that makes the laterals in the right of way the responsibility of property owners. The property owners are responsible for the portion in private property, but everywhere else except in Coral Gables, the right of way is the utility's responsibility, and that's not the case right now. So we're changing that. So that's what we're doing, and I think it's probably better for everyone, for the city, for the residents, for a very small increase.
Yeah.
And in answer to Mrs. Cruz's point, the code revision includes, it is actually very specific, level 2 and level 3 alterations, which those are terms that are under the building code that are for very specific types of remodeling or alterations, and it goes into for work not exceeding $150,000 or 100,000 square feet or more. So you're looking at someone who's either building a brand new house, doing a significant addition, doing a significant remodeling. At that point, you should make sure your utilities are up to code as well. And wanted to make sure that will be part of those larger jobs. You know, somebody doing a kitchen, a roofing and stuff like that, they're not gonna be responsible now to, oh, by the way, do the lateral now. So that is actually covered within the Exhibit A and the code revision under Section 78-101.
Thank you, Director.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a good way of handling laterals. It clearly delineates what is plumbing and what's engineering contracting. Up to the property line, inside the property, that's a plumbing contractor. From the property line to the sanitary sewer is engineering contracting. Very, very difficult for owners to get that kind of service. You're also dealing with checkouts for utilities, all kinds of issues. You have power, you may have all kinds of utilities. So this clearly delineates from the property line in, it's plumbing, it's a resident. From the property line out, it's engineering contracting, and the city makes sure that that those lines are working well. Infiltration is not taking place. It makes sense from a contracting perspective.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
No comments. Ready to vote.
So as a sponsor of the item, I'll tell you why I bring this forward. Having dealt with this in other municipalities at the completion of a project, I've always noticed that the county is responsible for the areas on the swale. I think we're the only city that I'm aware of. Mr. DCM, is that correct? We're the only city that did it this way. So you and I think you were there too, and the assistant director visited, I'm pretty sure at a minimum probably 2 elderly people in the last 4 months at their homes, where this was a very financial impact, a very big fiscal impact for them. And I find it a little bit egregious that the city is passing this cost along to them. I think it's very simple in reference to the previous speaker's comments from the public. If you would read the detail, it says it here, it's a level 1, level 2 alteration. It's very clearly delineated. There's specifics there. It's very clear, very clear. And I think you said it's affecting we did some research, it was affecting about 10 or 12 people a year that were having this issue?
It varies every
Like 10 or
year,
12,
but
but
yeah,
average.
more or less, that's roughly the number of calls that we get on a yearly basis for this kind of issues.
So at the end of the day, to me,
It could be more some years, it could be
this
less.
is really affecting a lot of people who are retirees, and I think that it's a little heavy-handed for the city of Coral Gables and not fall in line with other municipalities. So that's why I brought this item forward. It's very clear. That's why we're very thoughtful and methodical on how to handle the process, on how to be very specific in regards to the matter. Madam City Attorney, is there anything else we need to add for the record? No? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Kirk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Moving on to item E2.
Mayor, can we have the related item on the fees?
Of course. Which one is that? I apologize.
So that one is
H1.
H1. So H1 is a resolution of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2015-17 as amended, resolution 2016-148 as amended, resolution 2017-167 as amended, resolution 2018-219 as amended, resolution 2018-219 as amended, and 2020-158 as amended to adjust the sanitary sewer charges, providing for severability clause and providing for an effective date.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Once again, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I know that everything we discuss here is very clear, extremely clear. But you know, there are some older people that live in this city that don't find it clear. And I'm sorry, usually I find it clear, but I get phone calls, believe it or not. I get people that talk to me and say, can you find out? Because not everybody can come here, not everybody is willing to take the abuse, the humiliation, the bullying that we see here. I have a question because we do not have sewer in our area, but when we get the water bill, we do have a charge for sewer or whatever. There's something there that is not the water that we get. So where is the money? Maybe the manager can tell me. The money that we pay, that is not the actual use of the water. Since we don't have sewer, where is the money? Is that on a trust account? What is it?
We'll answer after.
May I answer, Mayor?
Mr. Manager, we'll answer after. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor?
We'll answer after. Will you please finish your
No,
statement?
that's the question.
Okay, we'll answer after.
It's a storm sewer.
Mr. Manager, I
Yes.
want to finish public comment, then we'll answer all the questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, but you're gonna vote before he explains it. And I'm sorry, we need to know before you vote on it. Because if that money went into a dark hole and it's not our money, we need to know.
It's sea level rise.
So if I can, I'm going to try to continue the meeting. You have
Okay,
you
so
have a
you're
minute
not
and
gonna
24
vote on
seconds.
H1 till we get an explanation?
Please move forward, ma'am.
Okay, the comment is, we, the people that have approached me and myself, would like an explanation as to the sanitary sewer charges before the people that we elect to sit in this body vote on it, so we know whether we like it or not. That's a simple question. And I don't know what your objection is, because you talk to other people that stand here, but I cannot get an answer because I'm me. I'm sorry, other people stand here and you talk to them. So what's wrong with the city manager explaining? It may be a simple explanation. I don't know what the secrecy is. Transparency is the word of the day. Let's answer it before you all get to vote.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
No additional speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Can I have a motion, a second, so we have comment?
I'll move it, please.
We have a motion and a second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. But we took it out of order without the public comment. I wanted to be clear. Mr. Manager, you wanted to respond?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. When you have septic tank, you don't get charged for sewer because there is no sewage going out of the property. There's a stormwater charge, and that stormwater affects the entire city, whether you have sewer or not.
Thank you, sir.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for a little more clarity, that's called your drainage. So if you're complaining about drainage because it's rained, that's what that charge is for. That's another department we have that takes care of the drainage issues.
Thank you. Do you have any further comments before we call for the roll? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 1, generally, by amending Section 2-52, Qualification and Appointment of Members, in order to offer members of city boards access to pickleball facilities at the Biltmore and Salvador Park tennis centers free of charge, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
Second.
Do you have any comment, Madam Vice Mayor? Any further discussion?
I think it's fantastic. So.
Commission, anything else? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Madam City Attorney, item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, City Commission, Section 2-28, Mayor, Duties and Powers, to clarify the mayor's ability to designate city representatives or city delegations, providing for severability provision, repeater clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Clerk,
No public comment, Mr. Mayor.
we'll close the public comment. Can I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Second.
Do you have any comments from the commission?
No comments.
Through the mayor. Last commission meeting, I mentioned that I didn't vote for this item before this came to the commission, and the commission voted on it. as far as who would belong to whatever delegation. And now the mayor is sponsoring this item himself, which I find it to be very unethical to go ahead and gain or give yourself more powers as the mayor. This probably would have been or looked better if somebody else would have sponsored this type of legislation. For that reason, my answer would be absolutely not.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney, in your legal opinion, is this ordinance an expansion of the mayor's powers, or is it more appropriate to call it a clarification of existing power?
I would say it's more of a clarification, since the section of the code that's being amended already says that the mayor has the authority to designate other commissioners to represent the city commission in negotiations, meetings, and functions, except as otherwise designated by the city commission.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Castro, I believe that addresses your concern. There's been no expansion through this proposed ordinance of existing power. Just a clarification.
Thank you.
Through the mayor. City attorney, is this the way we have done it in the past 2 to 3 years?
It's my understanding that has not been the practice.
Okay, so
But the authority was in the code, yeah.
Thank you for clarification. So in other words, we are changing what we're doing in the past. Just by clarifying what it says doesn't mean that we're still following the same procedures we have been following. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I'll address the issue. Very clearly, just because we weren't following procedures because there was a majority on the commission that did unethical things here on the commission floor, doesn't mean that, again, it was not law in the city. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney? That just because we didn't follow certain protocols that were in the code or were in the charter, doesn't mean it's the way of the world now, correct?
Right, Mayor, the code has always said what I just read, and this is making it express with specifically these city delegations.
Exactly. So it's always been part of the rules and how we conduct ourselves. There was a previous commission that decided to conduct themselves in a different fashion. That did not bode well for us, both in Tallahassee and in other efforts at the federal level for us to garner appropriations, as has been told to us by multiple leaders, both state representatives and senators. And this is across the board. It's just, again, a clarification. We've had this discussion. There's no need to politicize every single issue, and I think it's an opportunity to just move forward and address issues. If my colleagues in the commission would be interested in engaging in one form or another in delegations, and let me be clear, I've never taken a trip abroad on the city's dime. I've never done that in 12 years of being in public service. I welcome it if you want to join us. But at the end of the day, the mayor leads a delegation, and I think that is very clear. It's already existing in the code, and I think it's that this is a clarification as stated by the city attorney. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you for recognizing me. I've practiced law for 38 years and worked with teams of lawyers. We always have a lead counsel, which would essentially be like the mayor, and a decision is made who's going to be the spokesperson either to the press, to a particular opposing counsel, who's going to lead a particular issue or item, and that's just protocol. It's normal. I don't find anything about this abnormal. I think it's a wise decision to move forward because you get a better result. We're here to serve our residents in the best capacity possible and get the best results. So this is why I support this item, and I think it's a wise way to do it. So the folks in Tallahassee who are not happy with having too many people come up for a particular item will also be listened to as well.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
City Clerk, Billy.
Yes,
Whenever
ma'am.
you have a chance, can you please go ahead and pull a public record of when was the last time that we actually followed this practice? If we ever did follow it, and what I'm talking about is the mayor going and designating the commissioners to delegations. I know I said 2 to 3 years, but maybe we haven't followed it in the last 20.
Will do.
And I mean, it's interesting. It's just the timing of when this is coming up. It's pretty interesting. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, we have no further comment. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to E4, excuse me.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving a purchase and sale agreement to include certain key terms with Eugenia S. Schmid as trustee of the Eugenia S. Schmid Declaration of Trust dated August 7, 1998, for the purchase of an undeveloped parcel of land located at 1031 Valencia Avenue, waiving certain requirements pursuant to Section 2-1089 of Division 12 of the Procurement Code, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This item requires a four-fifths vote. The key change, Mayor and Commissioners, between first and second reading, which isn't really a change, but we do now have a fully negotiated and executed by the seller purchase and sale agreement that has been included with the item.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have several questions about this item. If I remember correctly, last time this item came up on the first hearing, I guess, Commissioner Fernandez questioned how come the neighbors were not included in the discussion. And I believe the answer, whether clearly or somehow stated, was that, this was such an important thing that we didn't want people to know ahead of time, because then they could interfere with the, not a very good answer. Transparency is what the residents of this city expect. And I went back and I even looked at one item similar to this, where the city was involved with buying property, if I remember correct, the old Cutler around Coco Plum or thereabouts, for a fire house. And it came to this body because the idea was that we were going to pay more than was the price. Whether it had been appraised or not, there was some discussion of that. And this body decided not to do it because it was way more than what was the value of the property. So I have an issue with, and I requested everything. So I have the appraisals, I don't see one letter, one comment from anybody near it that thinks this is a good idea or a bad idea. I don't think the neighbors have been appraised. Now it's open because, we discussed it here, so there's no reason to keep it a secret. So why were the neighbors not approached? And number two, why it was so hard for me, not because it was hard to get the item, but to see that there are items attached, because that was never discussed. The appraisals were never discussed here, and I listened to the whole video. So, transparency, only with concerns the rest of you. The mayor doesn't have to have transparency.
I'll move it.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any further public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Comments from the commission. Madam Vice Mayor.
I had the great opportunity to meet with the neighbors because they came to see me about the dog park, and I discussed the possibility that this piece of property may be acquired, and they were thrilled. Okay, we'll go through the same process as we do with every city property that we either turn into a park use or otherwise. They did voice their opinion to me as what they would like to have there, but I'll allow it to go through the regular process for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for moving forward on this.
Through the mayor.
The second. Commissioner Lado?
I'm looking forward to the support of the commission on the acquisition of what I think is going to be a beautiful piece of property to expand our park space in an already particularly trafficked and enjoyed Salvador Park.
Commissioner?
Last commission meeting, I voted yes because I was very excited on acquiring more green space, and I recognize the value of open land in our community. However, while I support that, I don't support the fact that there was no transparency in the amount of the appraisals that came in for this property. Let me go ahead and reiterate that, because even going through all the documentation that was attached, I still couldn't find them until I really, really had to ask people. The two city independent appraisals came in at 2.63 million. The second appraisal came in at 2.9. The seller's own appraisal came in at 2.8. And the negotiated value, the negotiated price, purchase price is 3.1. That's 200 to 470 higher than all three appraisals. And that represents 18% over the lowest appraisal price. And I think it's our duty and our responsibility as a body, fiscal responsibility and transparency. And I'm sorry, but in this item, it was so rushed that there was none. There is still none. Through all the documents attached, nowhere does it say what the appraised values or the three appraisals were, which for me is very dishonest. Additionally, this contract appears to have been finalized without going through any boards. That, if it was a good price, I would have been okay with it, but this is an additional barrier. Even though these funds come from the public, from impact fees, they are still public dollars. And it is our responsibility to go ahead and use these dollars as fair as possible. For that reason, I will be voting no this time around.
Commissioner?
I still stand by my vote against this last time. Knowing now, I wasn't aware of the appraised values. It's something that I have been against in the past. The city should never pay above appraised value for property. If there's a way to renegotiate this and bring it back to what the appraisals are, I'd be happy to reconsider my vote, but I'm a no vote again.
Through the mayor.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Former city manager Parhus did discuss the appraised values with me several times as a member of the commission. I would expect that he would have discussed those with you as well, and how the negotiations went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So, I mean, I guess it would be something you would have to take up with him.
Madam ACM, Mr. DCM, will you please join us? Madam ACM, will you join us also, please? Both of you have been here through the last two city managers. You were here when this was discussed. Yes, you were copied on emails. You were involved in negotiation. For the record, we're obviously not gonna buy this property. It's perfectly fine with me. Will you put on the record, because the word is transparency and all kinds of things like that, will you explain how the process went? And
Yes, sir.
How it was achieved and the negotiations and where we are today?
Yes, sir, I'll be happy to. As the Vice Mayor pointed out when former City Manager Alberto Parhus was here, once we received we had the three appraisals, it was a decision to go ahead and offer $3 million at that time, based on the highest appraised value, which was 2.93 or thereabouts. At that point, the seller came back and said that their price was 3.2. We had a change. I was the acting city manager during that period, and I made the final decision to offer 3.1 as firm and final, and we would walk away if we couldn't reach the agreement, and the seller accepted.
You were in the parks. You were Assistant Parks Director.
Mm-hmm.
We had talked over the last 10 years about the status of this park.
Correct.
About the opportunity to one day hopefully expand this park due to the situation that we have with parking, that we have with scope that we want to increase in this area of necessity. Because either one day we're going to buy this piece of property or the school's going to buy the piece of property. It's one or another.
Mhm.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, this is not the first time.
That's the way I foresee it. That's the way I foresee it. And I think that we probably had 2 dozen conversations about this. What is your opinion, having been in the Parks Department, and now the ACM. What is your opinion on this property, that park, and whether we're making the right decision?
So just historically, this is not the first time that property comes to the city or the Parks Department. It was brought up at the Parks Advisory Board, multiple conversations as a future expansion of the park. When we renovated the park, it's like a double-edged sword. We made a very successful park, but it is a very tight in use park. So there's always been a discussion and a need to find property, and that being a vacant land that's next door. Unfortunately, in the past, the seller was never available to sell. The time constraint with this acquisition, why we didn't go to notice the community residents, is because it was under a trust. So it was a very limited time for us to pull the trigger on the acquisition of this property. Now, as the Vice Mayor stated, if we expand, do anything in that location, as is the normal process, we will always go back to the community, 1,500 feet of the property, to make sure we discuss and get their input.
So, with that being said, the neighboring property, the one that's adjacent to us, is a home that is significantly more costly than $3 million. There would be no further expansion of this park unless we buy that property.
Correct.
Knock down that house and obviously do something. Because the goal would be one day to hopefully own both those properties, abandon the street in the middle, and be able to expand the park and make it, again, just one whole big piece of property. The appraised value, the negotiations, that's what happens in real estate. You negotiate, and they obviously know that we would desire the property, and that's what they're willing to offer. I think at one point they were even saying they wanted 3.5 million or something. Am I correct or no?
That was at the very beginning, yes, sir.
That was the very beginning. They wanted 3.5 million. That was not obviously what we were willing to pay, and we negotiated and we negotiated, we negotiated. That was done through weeks, if not months, of hard work, which again, it's all public record, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which anyone can look it up and speak with Billy, have a conversation with the clerk. It's all there. The appraisals are there. So to me, I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's an opportunity lost because you're not hurting me. You're hurting the city because it's the city and that community constantly states, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've been in parks how many years?
22 years.
So what do people say about that park right now?
It's the most successful park we have in the city. We just don't have enough space.
So, and this is the last remaining parcel of land to buy it and to be able to do something where we could program it, whether it be a child's play area or whether it be parking or whether it be, I don't know, a dog park, wherever it be, whatever is going to go there on multiple different scopes. This is the last piece of property. You cannot go left or right because, again, at the end of the day, just you have the school to your right. You have a historic home to your left that you can't knock down, and then you have historic homes in the front across the street. So if it's not the will of the commission, then we move on.
And just as for the record, the Parks Director has for several years, Fred Cousser, reached out actually to the owners to see if they were ever interested in selling, and the answer was always no until this time.
Anything else you'd like to put for the
Through
record?
the mayor.
Before I give it to the manager? Anything else for the record?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Commissioners. The average value is around 2.8 million. This is a unique property. It's adjacent to a park. It's not unusual for governments to pay slightly more, certainly within 10%, for properties that have specific value for the city. There are very few properties or no properties around Salvador Park that I'm aware that we can acquire. So this has a very specific use. So paying slightly more for a piece of property is done in business all the time when those specific uses align with our uses. And this is a property that aligns with our use of Salvador Park. And I think there's a justification for paying a slight premium for that, just like as would happen in businesses within the private sector. So that alignment with our park, the fact that we've been trying to acquire this property for some time, I think justifies the deputy's offer of 3.1.
So a similar incident was when we negotiated the Fink Studio. We negotiated that. It had not come to market for, I think it was 50, 60 years. And at the end of the day, when it finally did, we purchased the property because we knew the value of that property, the location, and obviously historic importance of that property. Mr. Parks Director, would you like to say anything for the record?
Thank you. I just echo what the Assistant City Manager said in terms of what we've done historically over the years to look at that property. Because as an adjacent property in an existing park, and as already mentioned, the most popular park we have at the moment, having increased space, there is a multitude of different opportunities you can do there. Depending on what we put there, there's all kinds of different things that can go in there. And if you're able to do that street closure, of course, that would be quite a campus that we could have for the city. So I'm not going to comment on the pricing because I wasn't part of that, but in terms of the use of the park and what we would have for the property, yeah, it's a desirable property for us to have, absolutely.
But you were a part of it through the previous city manager and the interim city manager talking about the possibility of acquiring this property. I even talked to you about it.
In terms of the addition of the property, absolutely. Yeah, I just wasn't privy to the purchase price, so I can't comment on that.
But it was a transparent process with your department.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I just want to be clear, it was a transparent process with your department. Yeah. You knew you wanted the property.
Yeah, we were aware of the property. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I want to go ahead and put on the record that Deputy City Manager did reach out to me, telling me that it was 3.1, and I did agree to it. However, we never discussed appraised values or appraisals. Till probably Friday that I found out about the appraisal prices, I was 100% on board and actually excited about this. The other thing is that overpaying for land, regardless of the intent, sets a poor precedent and risk eroding public trust and how we manage our resources. So I would very firmly vote no on this.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Right, so thank you for everyone from the City Manager's Office and Parks and Recreation for your clarification on the questions that were raised today on the dais. But again, I just want to reiterate that aside from what appears to be a de minimis departure from what is an average appraised value, it is common in real estate that when you have a special intent or a special purpose for land, that there will be a slight deviation against the appraised value because it is a special purpose that's intended for this land. So I would urge my colleagues in the commission to recognize that supporting this particular ordinance is in fact a representation and it is an underscoring of our commitment to parks and recreation. And to vote no would be decidedly the opposite.
Madam Vice Mayor?
My last comment, I mean, I've been dealing with appraised values on properties for a number of times, and pricing on properties often go above appraised value based upon the desirability of the piece of property, and it is a negotiation process all the time. I've gone through it with properties my parents owned, et cetera, that you can get more for it than what the appraised values are, absolutely. It's a supply and demand column. I think it would be a disservice to the community forevermore if we failed to acquire this piece of property. I had looked into trying to acquire it years ago, and it just wasn't available.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
When I speak about transparency, really what I'm speaking about is why if we have a signed contract and all the documents that are uploaded into this item, why are the appraised values or appraisals that came in, the three of them, not attached to it? That's when I mean transparency. I'm not talking about anything else. I think we should pay fair market value and have a proper process.
If I may, just to correct, I handle a lot of real estate. I've done a lot of real estate transactions. Madam City Attorney, when you submit a contract, is it standard procedure to also put an appraisal with a contract? I've never seen that.
No, we do have, just to be clear though, the appraisals were added. They were added late, but they were added to the item, Mr. Clerk, yesterday morning.
Yes, yesterday
That's not what
morning.
I'm talking about.
Right. So is the appraisal part of the contract? No, the appraisal is not part of the contract typically.
So there are two separate items. You have the contract, and you obviously have the appraisal. So at the end of the day, it's very simple. It's the will of the commission. But the discussion commenced with transparency. This was not a transparent process. What this was, it was an immensely transparent process. As we brought the deputy city manager, we brought the ACM, we brought who worked in the parks department. We brought the parks director. Everyone knew what was going on. Everybody talked about the appraisals. Madam City Attorney, can you give a little bit of just detail for the record because I want to be able to point people to this video when they call me and say, why didn't we acquire this piece of property? When we've done things in the past and we start the negotiations through an LOI, we move back and forth, which is standard protocol in real estate, and you finally end up in a contract. How does that happen? It's because you're working on the terms, correct, of the deal. You're working on the due diligence, you're working on the price, you're working on, if it's contaminated, if you're gonna do a phase one, if you're gonna do a phase two, if you're gonna have a lease back.
So there's a negotiation that occurs that the city manager handles, the negotiation of the terms, the key terms that are set forth in a letter of intent, and that was done here. At some point, in this case, I think the negotiation stalled, and in fact, I think the initial offer was lower than what the deputy city manager mentioned, and so the negotiation stalled. It was done, but then it kind of came back. And then we had an updated LOI and the offers that the deputy city manager mentioned. And then once there's a signed contract, if we had commission approval, we do have a due diligence period, and then there's a time for closing.
So again, the word transparency is thrown around very easily. You've heard from staff, you've heard from our city attorney, you've heard from, I wish Mr. Parlus was here so he can talk a little bit about the conversations that he had with the commission, he had with the clerk. But at the end of the day, everything is a public record. The clerk has all the documents, all the emails, all the conversations that went back and forth for probably a few months before the contract was consummated through the process of getting multiple different appraisals. But at the end of the day, if it's not the will of the commission, we look back in the future and we'll see what happens. Mr. Clerk, I don't think there's any further public comment. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
I will not pay 18% over the lowest appraisal price. No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Very quickly, Madam City Attorney, when we've done these deals before, back and forth, you do not go off the lowest appraised value, correct?
That's a negotiation point, Mr. Mayor, so I would defer to the manager on that.
But yes, sir. But I just want to put it on the record because it's very simple to say that, and that's not the way it works in real estate.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we have paid premium price before. We paid for Fire Station 4. We paid a very large premium. We've been looking for a site for 20 years on Sunset. So many times when these sites are very difficult to find and they provide a very large public purpose, we have paid a premium before.
And just briefly on that point, I appreciate you putting that on the record. But the issue of talking that it's 18% above the lowest appraisal, you never really count the lowest appraisal. You try to meet somewhere in the middle, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. We use the average appraisal. This is about 10%, a little over slightly 10%.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Now we're blessed to have our tax collector who's here with us today. Thank you, my friend. Dariel Fernandez, please join us. Please come with us. We have an item here which I'm very proud to sponsor, which is item E5.
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing the city to enter into an office lease with the Miami-Dade County Office of the Tax Collector with regard to the city-owned property located at 224 Minorca Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134 for a period of 5 years and with 2 additional 5-year renewal options at the city's discretion. This also requires a 4/5 vote. Since between first and second reading, we now have a signed lease by the tax collector. So all the terms have been agreed upon.
So if I may, I have to harken back to what we're just at right now. We read this already on first reading, now we're on second reading. We didn't even have a contract signed with you. Now we have a contract signed with you, which is the same situation we were just in with the property that we were trying to buy. So thank you for being here, my friend. And I'm proud to sponsor this item because this is going to make a real difference in our community. Sir?
So I just wanted to say thank you, God, for this opportunity. Also, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for this opportunity. I think for the first time in the history of Miami-Dade County and the City of Coral Gables, we're going to collaborate together. We wanted to bring the service to the community. This is not just about DMV, it's about property taxes. The people of Coral Gables don't need to go now to the downtown. They can come in here to our office, pay the property taxes. They can have, if they need to open a new business, they can have now their local business tax also. If they wanted to fish on homestead license, they can do now in our office. I just also wanted to get the opportunity to introduce the branch manager that is here, Lisbeth. here with us. Also, Andrew, that is the director of the motor vehicle, and my deputy, Jerry, that is here. We are here again to support your community, that is our community, to always putting people first in Miami-Dade County and here now in the city of Coral Gables. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Mr. Tax Collector, before you leave, first I just want to bear witness and say thank you for your hard work. You have transformed that office. I was in downtown in both going to the Miami-Dade County Commission for a board meeting that I had there for the Watershed Board. I had the privilege of parking in that building. I saw that there was no lines. It's a first. I mean, and obviously on social media, you're doing a very good job highlighting the fact that those lines are no longer in existence. I actually commented on one of your social media posts that, you've addressed the long wait times. People are ecstatic about the fact that they can get a service. They don't have to go all the way to downtown and get things done. This is truly a show of efficiency. You're saving people money, and I want to commend you that because you're bringing the private sector to the public sector, and that's something refreshing.
Another thing that I wanted to mention that we are launching a new service that we call I Go Case. I know you have, other community, other people that sometimes they cannot work, so we're going directly to their house. They just need to call to our office or go to our website, and our people going to the house, processing them, and get back to with the ID.
So, Mr. Tax Collector, we have a similar program that I started that came to me through an employee who brought it to me, and it was an opportunity to do certain permits at home. And it was a beautiful thing that's worked wonders here in the city, especially for the elderly, the retirees, single mothers, people who serve this great country in the armed forces. So this is something, again, that you're doing now, and I think it's a great opportunity. I'd love to see how we can work together on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Anything from the commission?
Well, I'm very pleased that you're doing that. Having some disabled members in my family, it gives me hope that that make life a lot easier for them as they struggle every day just to get through the day. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Through
you.
the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you are doing great things. My only concern really is the traffic. However, I think that the level of service that you're giving really supersedes the little more traffic we're going to get.
With the new system that we are implementing, Commissioner, is have AI. So the waiting time is right now in our office is 40 minutes. It's 30 to 40 minutes. So the system that we're implementing, they have AI. So the people come, scan the QR code, and they can wait in another place. So, and the traffic is in this location specific, everything will be by appointment only. So if you don't have an appointment, you can come in. I know maybe you have an emergency and we can accommodate you, but don't be afraid about traffic. We are here to help. We're going to find out the best way to serve the community of Coral Gables.
I welcome the level of service to Coral Gables, and not only that, but I also feel that it's in the best interest of the city. And if nobody's told you, which I'm pretty sure they have, you're doing amazing, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Tax Collector, thank you for coming today and sharing all the good news. And I want to echo my colleagues on the commission in saying that you've done a fantastic job in a very, very short amount of time. And with the shorter wait times, I'm excited that you're going to be in Coral Gables, because with the shorter wait times, hopefully the people that come and do business with you will have more time to enjoy our city and all that we have to offer. Instead of waiting in lines, they can enjoy all that we have to offer. So it's a win-win, and I'm very excited about you joining us very shortly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
I think you've done phenomenal work. You've been there just a few months, and you've completely changed the way things are done here in Miami-Dade County. For years, you were always the person I'd call for technology, and you were always exploring new technology, things that were being done that weren't being employed by local people, by local companies, and you've really taken that to the next level in your position in government by ensuring that governments are also employing that technology and putting it to work for the residents. I know that 30 to 40 minute wait, within the year, you'll probably cut that in half, because I know that you don't like to wait. So I know you don't like having people waiting. So I appreciate what you're doing. I think this is an incredible amenity that we're going to be offering the residents of Coral Gables, and like Commissioner Lara was saying, others who will be coming to Coral Gables and will be seeing the city beautiful and experiencing the city beautiful through your office and through what our business owners are offering in our downtown thanks to you. So I appreciate it, and I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. As we move forward, can I have a motion, please?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I do not always have to be negative. I do not always have to complain. Sometimes I have to praise. And let me tell you, there hasn't been a time that I have contacted his office. Where did he go? That he has not solved the issue so fast that it was amazing. I want you to know that anybody that I've talked to, I have gone in the computer and not know what to do next. And I've had somebody take me step by step, because remember, I'm old. Sometimes computers are not as easy as you all think it is. And my experience, and even on a project that he's working on now that I'm not going to discuss, has been better than best. And I would like you to know that sometimes what you hear from politicians is not always true, because sometimes we adjust what we think people want to hear. But you know me, people know me, I see it as I say it as I see it. I do not think anything could have been better for this city than to have you come into the picture and do what you're doing, and I thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm just going to say, please stay away from Raimundo. He's ours. Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Tax Collector. Have a wonderful day. God bless.
Shall we take a picture?
Yeah, that would be nice.
We'll hear item E6, and then we'll move to the time certain item F3. E6.
E6 is an ordinance of the City Commission requesting amendments to the text and maps of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to expedited state review procedures and zoning code Article 14 process, Section 14-213, comprehensive plan text and map amendments to update as a result of the city's evaluation and appraisal report, the minimum planning periods and sewer requirements, as well as amendments to certain goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, providing for repeated provision, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Good morning, Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. So this is second reading of our first reading for our change of the comp plan pursuant to our EAR amendment. So our evaluation appraisal report, I'm assuming, I'm looking at you, Commissioner Lara, that you did review from first reading? Yes. Okay, perfect. So there were some changes since we transmitted the proposed amendments to the state. They came back and said that they had no comments from the state. However, Miami County did have a few minor changes when it comes to references to their code, some minor policies related to historic and to community recreation. So we did make those minor amendments, as well as 2 additional historic districts, the City Hall Historic District and the Messon Hamlet Park Historic District. Besides that, there's been no other changes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Very short comment. Please, when you're changing things, make sure we know how much it's going to cost us, because not all of us have PACs or anybody who gets us money. Okay, we have to take the money out of our savings accounts. Okay, so anytime something like this comes up, please share with us how that will affect our lives.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any comments?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item F3.
Good morning again, Mayor, Commissioners. F3, I'm going to ask Nate Groton Hugh, the Executive Director of Art Lab, which is a local gallery right on the same block as our Fing Studio at 2522 Ponce de Leon, to come up, and he's going to talk about the Art Lab Foundation as well as the Liberte International Art and Poetry Contest that they are hosting here in the city with the theme of a centennial project, Our Architecture. Nate? And CGTV has a PowerPoint presentation that they will be sharing.
Do I click or? Okay.
Good morning, sir. Good to see
Morning.
you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us.
Appreciate it. Thank you. It's an honor. Dear Mr. Mayor and the Coral Gables City Commissioners, my name is Nate Grotenhouse, and I'm the Executive Director of Art Lab Santa Barbara. I'm here with my father today, Daniel Grotenhouse, who is on our board of directors. And joining us via Zoom is Daniela Guerrero, Executive Director of Art Lab Santiago, and Annette Axtell, Program Director of Art Lab Santiago, both of whom have been instrumental in beginning our operations here in Coral Gables. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting us to speak this morning. My father and I flew out yesterday from our hometown of Santa Barbara specifically for this, and we consider it a big honor to present a brief history of our organization and how we came to Coral Gables and the art project Liberté that we're bringing to this beautiful city. Our organization, Art Lab, is an art gallery group that focuses on lifting up our most vulnerable members of society, specifically individuals with special needs through the arts. We have locations in Santiago de Chile, Coral Gables, and Santa Barbara, California. We were started in Santiago in 2005 by our founders, Nestor Soto Godoy, an honorary doctor in philosophy and theology, and Maria Jose Fuentes Labe, an art curator and gallerist. They began as any other typical gallery, but were soon invited to participate in an exhibit for artists with Down syndrome, and that touched their hearts, irrevocably changing the course of Art Lab. Realizing the power that art has to enable self-expression and affirm the dignity of those with cognitive differences, Nestor and Maria Jose opened Art Lab Foundation, dedicated to supporting their special needs community in Chile through the arts. They began offering free weekly art and music workshops, hosting events with business owners and politicians to discuss furthering positive social and cultural change, and running an annual neurodiverse arts and poetry contest that we call Liberté. As an art gallery, Nestor and Maria Jose began exhibiting at various shows here in Miami, such as Art Context. They fell in love with the city, the culture, the energy, and the fact that you can find a good restaurant open until midnight. They decided to open up a gallery here in Coral Gables, and we've had our gallery on Ponce de Leon for the last 5 years, being one of the fortunate galleries to make it through the difficult COVID years. Last year, we decided it was time to bring our vision of Art La Bay Foundation and helping those with special needs to Coral Gables and Santa Barbara. This year marks our 20th anniversary, and together our 3 branches now offer over 25 weekly art and music classes free of charge, impacting the lives of roughly 350 individuals on a consistent basis. We also started a relationship with an orphanage in Nairobi, Kenya, and hope to continue extending our support for them. This year, we are happy to announce that we are launching our neurodiverse art contest, Liberté, in Coral Gables and Santa Barbara, with the goal of celebrating the dignity of every single individual, regardless of their cognitive capacity. This year's Liberté theme in Coral Gables will be the Centennial Project, celebrating the city's 100th year anniversary and focusing on the architecture that has made this city so unique. The open call for submissions is now open to all neurodiverse artists in Florida, and a jury of community members and artists from Coral Gables will select the winners from our 6 categories, each of whom will receive a cash prize of $250. More information can be found at our website, artlabay.com. That's LABBE.com. We encourage anyone to help us spread the word so that we can receive at least 100 submissions for this special 100th year. Thank you for letting us belong to this amazing city. We are honored to be a part of supporting your special needs community and are excited about how we can grow this vision in Coral Gables in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for being here. It was a pleasure to meet you the other day when I visited the gallery. It's amazing. It's amazing what you're doing. It's not the first time I've been there multiple times, but it's so warm, it's so welcoming to have anybody walk in there, engage, and what you're doing for the Centennial, the project is amazing. I saw the same. You had a selection of the best finalists from a few years ago, from all over the world, and it's amazing to see the quality of the work being produced by these individuals who are, on the spectrum or are disabled, or some of them are very elderly. Some of the watercolor work, which is very, very difficult.
Yeah,
it's done with like a master's hand. So something, pretty spectacular to see. And besides the work, it's also what the work does. So the fact that these elderly people, a lot of them are alone, not many people visit them, this brings them a lot of joy. A lot of these individuals who are on the spectrum, this gets them outside of the confines of their box. A lot of them are in some sort of box, physically or mentally. And what you're doing, I just wanted to compliment you. That's why I wanted to bring you here, because I wanted to try to get you as much exposure as possible, because the project that you're doing for the Centennial is a really heartwarming project. But more importantly, just to support your gallery, because your gallery is amazing. It doesn't always have to be about blue chip, $100 million works of art, or auctions at Sotheby's and Phillips and Christie's. It has to be about just getting people out and involved in the arts. And this is an opportunity for everyone to engage. You represent great artists, but to me, what I was mostly moved by was this special project that you're producing. It's amazing. So I wanted to congratulate you on that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
We're completely honored that you decided to come to Coral Gables to have your gallery here. You're doing amazing work, and for that, I salute you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Through the mayor. We got to meet during the launch of the foundation. It was a great event.
We have your plaque framed in our gallery.
It was incredible to see the works of art of the winners from last year's contest and the different entries that you had available there, but also the open space you had for children to come and enjoy the arts. And I think the mayor's hit it on the head when he said that art is not about just the multi-million-dollar art pieces, but we have to start a foundation of that art at a young level where children see that this is a possibility of something they can do in the future. We may have the next Picasso right here in our community in Coral Gables, but if we don't foster it, and that's what you guys are doing. And I want to congratulate you and your founders. They were incredibly welcoming. The vision that they have for the organization is incredible, and we appreciate the fact that you're here in Coral Gables and you've chosen this as your home, and you can count on my support and anything I can do to help.
Thank you very much. Yeah, one thing I tell our neurodiverse artists is you might not have the fine motor skills of other people, but no one can paint like you paint. And it's a beautiful thing. We all have a unique fingerprint in the way that each of these individuals paint, no one can replicate. So that's something that we're celebrating.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, you actually bring that up, and I have a collection of art pieces by a young boy named Vici, who is autistic. And he cannot communicate. He only communicates through his art. The incredible works that he puts out. I have a collection of his bald eagles, because he has done incredible work, and I get to see those every day in my office at home, and really appreciate the vibrancy and the color that's in those, but his way of communicating, which is incredible.
Yeah, thank you.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Briefly, thank you so very much for the presentation and all that you and your family are doing here, and we are honored that you've chosen Coral Gables to showcase this art. Echoing my colleagues, the uniqueness of this artwork being representative of the neurodiverse group, which is a different way of thinking, a different way of expressing, and a different way of utilizing motor skills, and what makes the art unique and one that's worth our residents and visitors to the city to explore. So thank you for not only bringing beautiful art, but also bringing another way of looking at art to expand all of our culture. So thank you very much. By the way, I want a point of clarification. On the presentation, it said artlabay.org. You said artlabay.com for your...
Oh, yes, it's .org. Thank you.
Okay, I want to make sure nobody misses. Don't forget that ORG.
Yes, it's .org.
The whole point is to get you out here to get you more exposure.
Yeah.
There you go. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I just wanted to add, that art is a form of confidence builder for children, and I appreciate what you're doing. I've seen that in children. You either excel in music or you excel in art, but it's a form of expression that helps them out emotionally as well. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
We will come back. We'll take a 5-minute bathroom break, and then we'll come back and take time certain item, which is 11 a.m., which is G6. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you ready? Mr. Clerk, we back? Thank you. I'd like to now take item G6, time certain for 11 a.m. Madam City Attorney.
G6 is a resolution of the City Commission granting approval of a residential waiver by a 4/5 vote of the City Commission for Adriana Gonzalez Fernandez, nominated by City Manager Iglesias in accordance with Section 2-52B2 of the City Code to serve as a member of the Waterway Advisory Board for a 2-year term, which begins on June 1st, 2025 and runs through May 31st, 2027.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment? None, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
We do? Okay.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I just have a comment because I don't know the situation. I hope that this is a good choice. I hope that there's no one that lives on the waterway that would fit the criteria, because that would be the reason to find somebody who does not live there. And other than that, those are my comments.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Through the mayor.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. The reason I nominated Ms. Fernandez is, first, this representation is not required for a section representation of the waterway. And a very big issue is that she is a biologist, and she's also the Science and Research Director for Miami Waterkeeper. So I thought it would be a very big asset to the Waterway Advisory Board to have someone who's versed in water quality and can be a huge help as far as looking at our waterway, determining what our water issues are. For instance, septic issues, leaching of septic tanks into the waterway. We've had a number of issues as far as algae. So these are scientific issues. So I think it's good to have somebody from a science background to help our board in looking at these problems and maybe coming up with some initiatives to help correct them. And as we're also working with FIU on water quality issues, and this is a person that can really help our board, I think, in deciphering those issues for the non-scientific community.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
I'll move it.
Madam Vice Mayor, for discussion, any items?
Yes, I mean, I was hoping that we could get Ms. Silverstein to serve on this board, but because she does live in the city of Coral Gables and is an amazing human being, but I learned her time is extremely limited. So we had that conversation. If you'd like to add anything, I'd appreciate you giving some background to just how busy you are and what the benefits are of having Adriana, who you suggested to be a member of this board.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Commission, for having me and considering somebody from the Miami Waterkeeper team to be part of the Waterway Advisory Board. I'm a resident of Coral Gables and live very close to the waterway, have been really engaged in the health of the waterway for years. Miami Waterkeepers worked with FIU, NOAA, other partners on testing the waterway and trying to understand where some of the pollution sources are entering the Gables waterway. And Miami Waterkeeper, the organization that I run, that's a nonprofit working to protect Miami's waterways and keep our water clean from pollution, is headquartered just down the street here in the city of Coral Gables as well. So I am thrilled and honored to recommend Dr. Adriana Gonzalez Fernandez from my team, our Science and Research Director, to step in because I'm unable to serve on the board because of capacity issues in our stead. She has an unbelievable science background. She comes originally from Costa Rica, came to do her PhD here at the University of South Florida in Tampa with one of the preeminent scientists, Dr. Valerie Harwood, learning water quality and monitoring techniques, including molecular source tracking. Molecular source tracking is the way that you take a water sample and you can tell where the DNA that you find in the water sample and the bacteria in the water sample is coming from. So we do regular weekly water quality monitoring all over Miami-Dade and Broward County, and that tells us how much bacteria is in the water. And we report that information to the public. What molecular source tracking does is take it the next level and say, of the bacteria that we found in the water, is it human? Is it bird? Is it dog? Is it from another source? So it may not all be coming, for example, from a human source, but it can help us get that next level of scientific detail. So that was what Dr. Gonzalez-Fernandez's PhD was on. She then went to California to work at the preeminent water quality monitoring lab that actually sets these scientific standards and does all the testing that's used by the EPA as well. So we're thrilled and honored to have her on our team. She's been an incredible asset. She's been with us just over a year now. She's done amazing work also working with the city of Fort Lauderdale, the city of Miami Beach, really helping to translate the science between residents and the elected officials and city staff as well. So she's well versed in that, and she's done an amazing job explaining what some of these issues are and finding potential solutions to fix problems when they are found. So I think she'll be an amazing asset to the board, and she's in the city of Coral Gables every day with us for work, and we're all on the team deeply invested in the Gables waterway, its importance. And if you have a minute to hear from Adriana as well, I'd love to have her address the board.
Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you. There we go. Yes. For me, it's a privilege to be able to be here, and also a wonderful learning experience ahead of me. I believe that I would be a good fit for the Water Board, as its mission and its function has to do with what my career has been for over 10 years. I have a PhD in integrative biology and in environmental microbiology, and also a very strong background in public health. So that's what I've been doing. I have multiple peer-reviewed publications in this subject, which makes me, I believe, in a good position to bring that insight to the board. And I would love to be able to make this also a reality. This is more than a duty to me. This is actually a passion. It's what I do and what I want to keep doing for the rest of my life with quality. So I appreciate if you give me the opportunity. I will not let you down.
I'm very excited about you being able to contribute to this board. It was through some of the water quality testing results that I got the inspiration to say that, allowing dog waste to be sitting in trash pits is not a good thing, because then it's, infiltrating not only directly down into the groundwater, but it is going out through our drainage systems, our, sanitary sewer, et cetera, as we would call it. Out into the waterway directly. So I think there are some additional policy issues that you could look at and make recommendations on, whether it's living seawall walls being promoted and what benefits those are for cleaning the water, and anything else you can think of that we need to be doing in the waterway to improve it, because the bottom line is it affects the values of the homes, it affects our health and our economy. So thank you for being willing to serve.
Through the chair. I've been to several events from the Waterkeeper, and I want to really congratulate you, because the work that you are doing is really, really amazing. I usually don't like to accept the residential waivers, but in this instance, it's going to be I think my second exception, because really you're going to be such a great asset to our city, and I really, really welcome you. I think probably the rest of my colleagues are going to feel the same, hopefully. Congrats, and I expect to hear from you.
Absolutely.
Through the Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you very much for volunteering for this. Thank you again, my trusted colleague here to my right. Thank you again for volunteering for this position, because although we cannot find anybody anywhere near your qualifications that lives within this particular zone that could volunteer for this position, we're doubly or triply blessed that you have such a deep and significant expertise in water safety, water condition, especially a PhD in molecular source tracking. You know, it's fascinating. It's way above my pay grade. I'll never understand it, but I'm glad somebody like you is an expert in it, and you're willing to give to our community in a way, as the Vice Mayor said, benefits our health, the property values, and the economy as well. So thank you.
Through the mayor. I normally, in fact, I've only voted for one residential waiver. And the manager spoke for about 10 minutes about you yesterday and about the importance of your qualifications on this board. And I told him, you know what, I'm going to look at the qualifications and I will have an open mind when I come to tomorrow's meeting. And I'm glad that I did. I think your credentials speak for themselves. I think that you would be a great asset on this board. I know there have been questions about water quality that have come before this board before, and our staff has been, minimally equipped to answer some of those questions, but having somebody of your experience and caliber on this board will really help to answer some of those questions that are posed by the residents who are on this board. We will still be meeting the resident requirement of each zone being represented, so that's not an issue going forward. So I'll be happy to support this. If my colleagues are open to this going forward, I would like to sit down with the manager and work on reforming the makeup of this board to ensure the Miami Waterkeeper always has a seat on this board, to ensure that there is somebody on this board who has the experience necessary to advise this board as one of the requirements. So if that's okay, Mr. Manager, if we can sit down in the coming days to work on the language. And any other recommendations my colleagues have. We have other boards where we have representatives of FIU and University of Miami. I think it's important in this board, as we continue to move forward with the issues that will be arising, that we have a well-made-up board of individuals who have the training, who can guide the other board members who are residents who may not have the knowledge necessary on some of these issues to move forward.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Happy to work on things, but I'm going to suggest, like we did on the Sustainability Board, we look at it adding additional members. You can have somebody as a water quality scientist, and there are other categories that we could also look at for this waterway board that would be beneficial. I think we already have a motion. We have a second.
Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes, and congratulations.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on to
Thank
item.
you so much.
Thank you. Good to see you. Moving on to ordinances on first reading, item E7.
E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 58 entitled Special Assessments, Article 5, Master Service Assessment, Division 2 Assessments, Section 58-253, Notice of Publication, and remove the requirement for newspaper publication and incorporate the previously adopted definition of publications, providing for repealer, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. Ms. Throckmorton will present the item.
How are you?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. If you recall, early last year, we adopted ordinances 2024-02 and 2024-03, which amended our city code and zoning code to allow for publication online. I'll defer to the clerk about the success of that, but I think it's been instrumental in saving money and providing notice to all of our residents on the official county website rather than through newspapers. This is a section of the code that for some reason had not been included in Muni Code. This is just a cleanup to include that same definition of publication that allows for online publication in accordance with Florida statutes for those special service assessments.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have an issue with this because as much as we all you all, employee all, people in this community think that everybody can use the internet and everybody knows how to look up the stuff. We still have people that use the newspapers. They're elderly people that wouldn't know how to look for this stuff. I think that if this is the only requirement where we have still publication by newspaper as opposed to just internet, I think it will be a disservice to those people. You may not believe it, but I still depend on my granddaughters when I get stuck. Okay, and there are people that I say, well, you can look it up on the internet. Maria, I don't even have access to the internet. I don't use an iPhone. I don't have a computer. You know, not everybody in the city is computer, advanced. Remember, some of us retired before computers were in the classrooms and in the businesses, okay? So we need to consider the older people when we move to everything by internet.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, up until December of 2023, the city would advertise in the Daily Business Review. It's a newspaper that, those in the business community, they understand that that's where legal advertising goes, but we would advertise the notice one day in Daily Business Review, and that would meet the legal requirement. Since we went online, the notices are actually online now for 2 weeks at a time, sometimes even longer, and we keep them there for a longer period of time to better inform the residents. So not only have we saved a lot of money by doing this online, but we actually keep the notice a lot longer than required to do so.
Through the mayor.
Thank you. Let me just do
Sure,
one quick thing, if I may. May I have a motion?
Move.
I'll second.
So to
Chair
follow
Lalo?
up, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to follow up on the clerk's comment, if I'm not mistaken, the Daily Business Review also is no longer being published in paper format.
That is correct, sir, which is why until the city commission adopted this, we were advertising in the Miami Herald, and it was a very large cost to the city that, each notice we were placing in the Herald.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to put on the record that the special assessments are still being mailed out, so there is two forms of advertisement. Also, the newspaper now is at a digital platform, so I'm going to request that the city or our communications do a little bit of a better job in advertising the actual digital platform so that there's more awareness of it.
We do, ma'am. The requirement of the state is to advertise once a year, and at your request, we've been doing it 4 times a year to advertise to let residents know where it is that they can find our notices.
How are we advertising it?
Miami Herald.
Can we go ahead and include it into our newsletter, our city newsletter as well?
We'll be happy to do
At
that,
least
ma'am.
4 times.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome, thank you.
Anything else?
Through the mayor, I think that most of the folks do look online these days if they're interested in following anything with the city. We publish our agendas online, and people receive them. There's many other things that we do publish online as well, and they're able to review them thoroughly, so I'm not concerned that it's not going to be in the Miami Herald anymore. I don't know many people that sit there and read those sections of the Herald anymore, and if they do, they're looking at it digitally. I don't see any newspapers sitting outside, but maybe one every 20 blocks, maybe. I haven't seen a newspaper in a long time on anybody's stoop. So I'm fully in support of this. Less paper, it saves the environment.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion, a second. I didn't ask you if we had any other further public comment, do we?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Close the public comment and please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to item E8.
E8 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Chapter 2 Administration, Article 5, Conflict of Interest and Code of Ethics to create Section 2-308, Prohibition on City Commissioners serving as campaign/political consultants, to prohibit city commissioners from serving as campaign political consultants for candidates for elected office in the city, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. Ms. Throckmorton.
Thank you again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. As some of you may recall, in 2021, the City Commission adopted Ordinance 2021-27, which prohibited certain campaign and political consultants from lobbying the City Commission or contracting with the city for a period of time after completion of that paid campaign or political consulting work. That definition of campaign and political consultant is used in this ordinance, which creates a prohibition on city commissioners serving as campaign political consultants for any candidate for elected office in the city, and legally sufficient complaints alleging violations of that prohibition would be referred to the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I don't think this goes far enough. I think that we should have something that prohibits sitting elected officials from getting involved in campaigns, period. I think that when you have a sitting official going door to door, supporting somebody who's running for office, and this has nothing to do with you, it's been done before. And when you have a sitting elected official who makes public comments in official meetings, official gatherings, official celebrations about who he supports, that is wrong. I think people need to go on the value, on the face value of the people that are running. And I think the elected officials send the wrong message when they do pick sides, because then they have to work with the people that they didn't support, and that creates an issue. I think we owe the residents to go a little further. I think we should say, when you're a sitting official, stay out of it. Let the people decide. Let the residents come to a decision of who they want, whether you like it or not, because later on, it avoids what we've seen here. If a sitting official does not support somebody who gets elected, then we have the issues that we do not take pictures, we talk badly about them, we continue the bullying, the harassment, the whatever. I think it's time for us to be perhaps the first municipality to say, if you're a sitting official, you've been elected, stay out of it, let the people decide who they want.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
We'll close the public comment. Do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Madam Vice Mayor, anything for the record? Or would you like for me to go first as the sponsor?
Why don't you go first?
Okay, just want to make sure. I want to put my... one of the items that the city attorney, when she came up here, Throckmorton, was mentioning, but she failed to mention, she didn't do it intentionally, was that I was the sponsor of that item in 2021. So that item in 2021 was intentional, and that was to ensure a prohibition on political consultants that run campaigns, to become lobbyists. If they want to lobby the elected official, they can do that, but they have to stop being a political consultant, and they have to wait 2 years. I wrote that legislation 4 years ago. I think it was important, and I used the word of the day, transparency. But what our friend forgot to mention, who just spoke in public comment, that there is an issue what's called compensation. I have no issues if somebody wants to support somebody in a campaign. I think it's beautiful. Go out there, walk door to door, make sure you support that person if you think that they're the best person to do the job to represent the city of Coral Gables. And if you look at the last election, it was pretty clear. It was a landslide victory. People spoke, the community wanted change, and that's why we're here today. You can deny it any which way you want. Even one of my colleagues in the commission the next day sent out an email retracting everything he had been working on for 2 years. It's clear as day. You can't deny the fact. So the issue here is about compensation. If you're an elected official, and I wanted to now take this position and just tweak it a little bit. If you're an elected official and you hold office, you should not be compensated to run someone's campaign, which later will be sitting on this dais. If you want to work as a volunteer, you want to walk door to door, you want to offer your services as a friend, I don't have a problem with that. But nobody should be compensated and then have that person. I think that would be, in my opinion, sense of impropriety and obligation. Just like the previous person who spoke during public comment, there will be a sense of obligation. Just because you support somebody doesn't mean you're obligated. You can vote whichever way you like. So that's my tweak to the legislation. It's very simple. And I think, again, it's an effort to be transparent. It's an effort to offer the best governance that we possibly can and ensure that we're representing the people. Remember, we're here for the residents first. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I welcome anything that helps control a little better the type of activities that occurs in campaigns. I've expressed my frustration to the Commission on Ethics. Being a sworn lawyer with an active license imposes upon people a much higher standard than what our ethics code, as far as elected officials, is concerned. You know, once you're a retired attorney, it doesn't apply anymore. Once you're don't have an active license, it doesn't apply anymore. But the ability of people to influence an election and get paid for it at the same time while sitting on a commission is something that shouldn't be done, and make that their business. So I'm fully supportive of anything that helps bring our ethical standards to a higher level. I wish there was more we could do.
Through the mayor.
I want to just give it to the person, it's just standard protocol, the person who makes a second motion.
Thank you. So there's not much more to add. I echo what Vice Mayor and what you said as well, Mayor, on this issue. I think it further strengthens the public trust in the elected officials to be above board and to make a priority the elected position that they're in. Those are my comments.
Through the mayor.
She requested first. I just want to respect the order.
I appreciate that. So when I first read this item, the first thing I did was I did a little research, or a lot of research, and I started looking to see if any other municipality, any other city in the country has the same policy. And to my surprise, no, nobody does. But there is other similar things that maybe we could adopt to make this a little stronger. And I'll go ahead and I'll address them in a couple seconds. But the first thing that really, really worries me, and I mean, city attorney could correct me if I'm wrong, is that everybody has free speech of livelihood. This ordinance would bar commissioners from serving as campaign consultants, a well-recognized form of political expression and professional livelihood. The First Amendment protects that activity, and this ban risks legal challenge. Is that correct or not?
So it would implicate the First Amendment, but and there's a potential for challenge, and there is legal risk involved. Yes, as I briefed each of you individually.
So I want to go ahead and put on the record that by passing this legislation, we are challenging ourselves to legal repercussions. And is it really in our best interest, or maybe can we tweak this legislation to make it a little better so that we don't face legal challenges? Number two, there's big enforcement issues here. Terms like serving as a consultant are very vague. What constitutes advising or strategizing? Without clarity, enforcement would be inconsistent and unconstitutional. I mean, at this point, we've all ran campaigns, we've all been elected, and anybody can say they're a consultant. Is there a registration of consultants? I'm helping somebody and they're gonna go ahead and pay me, and I'm gonna say I'm doing their banners, but I'm really giving them advice. This is not a licensed profession. I mean, enforcement would be really, really hard. I think we need to really be a little more methodical and thoughtful when thinking that we're going to prohibit someone and they can just, either go through a third party. There's a lot of little loopholes here. I think we could go about this in a different way. Alternative models do exist. Miami Beach doesn't prohibit consulting. It bans campaign consultants from lobbying the commission for 12 months after election. San Francisco regulates campaign consultants through registration, ethics, and reporting. They are not banned. And I think really that's the way we should really go. We should require maybe consultants to register here in the city so that we know who is consulting for compensation. And then I think there's more clear boundaries to trying to enforce. And I understand the concerns my colleagues are having. It makes more sense to adopt a transparent, enforceable measures like disclosure or post-election lobbying restriction instead of sweeping prohibitions that go way too far.
You done?
I am done. Thank you.
I want to respond. Madam City Attorney, 3 items I think that are critically important. Number one, this does not prohibit anyone on this dais to be a campaign consultant for someone who is off this dais, or somebody who is in another city, or is in another state, or is at a federal level.
Correct. It only applies.
We're only talking about people who are going to potentially serve on this commission. That's number one. Let's get that straight. Let's not conflate issues, okay? That's number one. There's, Madam City Attorney, on every piece of ordinance and resolution that you pass, isn't there always an opportunity for a challenge? Yes or no?
There is always an opportunity for a challenge. I think in this case, there is perhaps greater legal risk that would require, litigation costs if we were challenged. Yeah.
At the end of the day, I have no issues with passing legislation that, again, the keyword of the day, increases transparency. Number two, loopholes. I'm happy you brought that up. You must be thinking about loopholes and opportunities to potentially not comply with the legislation that's in place. If you have any loopholes that you'd like to tighten up, you can bring it up on the second reading. Number three, I'm wholeheartedly in favor. If you're an elected official and your term is done, Madam City Attorney, I would like to make an amendment to my legislation, and I would like to add a ban for 12 months after your term is done.
Can you clarify that, Mayor? So
once you're done serving, like we just had, Commissioner Menendez just completed his term after serving 4 years. He would not be able to serve. He would not be able to lobby the commission for 12 months.
So we're regulating then the lobbying conduct of former elected officials,
Yes.
just so I'm clear.
Once their term is over for 12 months. I have no issues with that at all.
Yeah.
I
Might
welcome
already
it.
be the case, Mayor. We'll look into that.
I welcome it. I think it's a great thing. So my point is that this is, again, I did this in 2021 to ensure that if you're going to be a campaign consultant, a political consultant, and you're going to lobby, you have to make a decision. Are you a lobbyist or you're a political consultant? You cannot do both at the same time. And if you are a political consultant, you need to extinguish your relationship for 2 years prior to you lobbying the elected official. I think that is appropriate. It is transparent, and it is in the best interest of the city of Coral Gables and puts the residents first. Commissioner Fernandez.
I came in, I really wasn't sure how I was going to vote on this issue. I really wanted to hear the discussion. I'm supportive of it. I think that the argument you made, Mr. Mayor, about compensation and there being some sort of beholdenness when you compensate somebody for specific work, I think it exists, or it can exist. Could this subject the city to potential lawsuits? Yes, it can. But I think that it keeps things clean. And I remember the many discussions that we had about your legislation prior to you presenting it, discussing ideas of how we could make it stronger, how we could make it better. I think this does make your legislation better, the one that was passed a few years back. I'm going to support this today.
Good. It's a good thing. With that being said, Madam Mayor, Madam City Attorney. Maybe be the mayor. Maybe the mayor one day. You know what I was talking? I was funny. I was thinking about the vice mayor. I like Madam Mayor on you. It sounds good. What do you think about a 12-month ban, or should it be more? I think maybe more. By the way, and I want to make sure that. What do you think?
Well, I think we need
Because
to,
if we're gonna do this, let's do it right.
I think we need to be consistent. You know, we've used 2 years before. Let's be consistent. It makes sense.
You think the Herald will cover this? Herald didn't cover reduction of salaries, reduction of our terms, but they love to cover the extension of terms. I wonder if the Herald will cover this. Let's see.
There's probably more exciting things happening in other cities, right?
But this is good legislation. Again, remember it is transparent, and it is putting the residents first, which is what we're here to do. So, there's no further comments. Mr. Clerk, please call a roll.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Madam City Attorney, on second reading, I look forward to before second reading, sitting down with you and having a discussion, along with my colleagues. Please make sure that they're in the loop on this issue. Moving on to item E9.
E9 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Section 2-54, attendance by members at meetings, resignation of members of the City Code to revise the definition of excessive absences for the Board of Adjustment, Construction Regulation Board, Historic Preservation Board, Code Enforcement Board, and the Planning and Zoning Board, for providing for severability, repealer, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners,
Mr.
Assistant City
Ceballos.
Attorney Gus Ceballos.
Yeah, you want to give us a summary of what we've been working on?
Very quickly. So this particular ordinance makes one change really in the city code, and that's in reference to attendance. So 2-54 applies to kind of all the boards. So this is more of a general rule than what you're going to see in E10 and E11. And so it specifically speaks to Board of Adjustment, the Construction Regulation Board, Historic Preservation Board, Code Enforcement Board, and the Planning and Zoning Board. So it states that any time that there's absence of more than 25% of any scheduled meetings in a consecutive 12-month period, that would basically be you would have to vacate that seat. That is the goal.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Madam Vice Mayor?
I brought this forward for some simple reasons. It eliminates the politics off the boards, where people feel bad about having to give excused absences or non-excused absences. It puts the power back in the city manager. It's rather cut and dry. There are instances in our lives where, you know, our health doesn't support or our workload doesn't support us continuing to serve. These are critical boards that make very important decisions for our city, and it's important that we have someone sitting in those seats. So.
Okay. Any other further comment? We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ceballos.
My pleasure.
E10?
E10 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Article 4, Code Enforcement, Section 101-100, creation membership statutes to govern board of the City Code to revise the membership and attendance requirements for the Code Enforcement Board, providing for severability, repealer, codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Ceballos will present it.
So this change is specifically to Code Section 101-100. So that is in the city code. That's specifically for code enforcement. We are cleaning it up a bit and making it a little bit more firm and in line with the state statute. So we listed all of the different professions that need to be required for a seat on the Code Enforcement Board. 1 through 5 are consistent with the state statute 162-05. We've also added an attorney or a landscape architect. We required that any profession that has a license, that you are a licensed individual, and that it is not a requirement that all 7 of the board members be each one of these. So it's not limited to one architect or one engineer or one attorney, but there is preference given through 1 through 5, which is what the Florida statute has listed.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment. I need a motion.
I move it.
Second.
And we have a second. Madam Vice Mayor, any comments?
Yes, I felt it was important that we expand the type of professions that can serve on the Code Enforcement Board. We do have a rich and full tree canopy, and we don't have that category available on the board at this moment. Some of the code provisions that we're dealing with are technical in nature, so having as many licensed professionals on that board is, I think, an important thing that we can try to promote in our city.
I like it. Anything else? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara?
Through the mayor. Question, Gus, is there anybody actively on the board right now that wouldn't qualify with these new qualifications?
I'll be honest, I have not done that due diligence.
However, this would only, the requirement would apply once there is a vacancy, a need to replace.
Right.
Okay.
This is not retroactive.
If there's any member right now, they would remain on the board.
Right, but moving forward, if they wanted, because I think this is a board that you can keep on, right? There's no term limits on this.
There are no term limits on Code Enforcement Board, but yes, the next time that seat comes up, if there's a new appointment or if you end of your term, then yes, you'd have to meet this criteria.
So if it becomes vacant, that is when it would come into effect.
Correct.
But we're not sure if the people who are serving now there, the members that are serving there now would actually qualify to these new requirements.
Like I said, I haven't done that due diligence.
Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
So, Gus, so I just want to make sure we understand when we say vacated, is there a distinction between vacated or come to the end of a term?
So I'll read it straight from the actual ordinance. So it's, and shall take effect as existing board seats become vacant or as appointments, reappointments, or replacements are made following the effective date of this ordinance.
Sure. So that latter part clearly means when you come to the end of a term, then you're contemplating a reappointment. So as opposed to
or a resignation.
right, as opposed to a resignation. Right. Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Moving on to E11.
E11 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendment to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, amending Article 14 process to revise attendance requirements for Planning and Zoning Board, Board of Adjustment, Historic Preservation Board, Code Enforcement Board, providing for severability, repealer, codification, providing for an effective date.
So this amends each one of the sections in our zoning code that are for each one of those boards that were just discussed. It just keeps it in line. If you're automatically terminated if you fail to attend 2 of 3 successive meetings unless it's excused. It also just reiterates what we changed at E9, that excessive absences as defined in the city code also apply to all of those boards.
Okay.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
But if I may, I just want to make sure we public comment. Any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, close the public comment. We have a motion. We have a second. Any comment from the commission?
This is very similar to the other one.
Okay.
So that we
Madam,
clean up attendance.
please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Before I move on to F1, I'm just going to hand a memo out to all of you. Give me a little bit. I just want to give you some anticipation. We just finished putting it together this morning, and it's been sitting on my desk here for the past 2 hours. It's pretty benign. It's just about the arts. I just want to let you have a few moments so you can look at it before we get onto it. Okay. So item F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission adopting the current form application for Development Review Committee as a minimum standard for such application.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay. This change was put in place because we enhanced the DRC minimum requirements before you sit down and have plans reviewed. Some of the points that we were missing dealt with the moving of trees. So this will, I think, make everyone's life easier, especially for those in the DRC process, to be able to move these applications through more smoothly if everything is in the package ahead of time. These are minimum standards so that staff is not, 10 years from now taking things off and not realizing the implications of doing so going forward.
Okay. We have Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this what the DRC does, it provides the applicants for larger projects, what some of the pitfalls are for those particular projects. One of the issues that is involved is the tree disposition plan and arborist requirement. That's critical that we handle that initially because the lot needs to be cleared before construction can start. So this adds that to the DRC, and I think it needs to be done at the beginning so that projects are not delayed by that issue, because moving large trees and so forth can cause quite a delay if not handled at the right time.
Okay. Any further comments? We have a motion.
To the mayor, I would just say that I think it's a very prudent move to, as they say, measure twice, only cut once. This is kind of what we're trying to do here.
Perfect. Well said. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F2, Madam City Attorney.
F2 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the charter should be amended to allow the appointing commissioner or appointed official to remove a board member from that position prior to the expiration of their term, providing for notice, inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney, how are you?
Thank you again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. If you all recall, the city charter currently provides that board and committee members may be removed with or without cause by a majority vote of the city commission, with some exceptions in specific boards related that have to do with state law. This question would be put to the voters in November of 2026 and would allow for submission to the electors of a question asking whether or not the charter should be amended to allow the city commissioner or appointed official who appointed a member to a city board or committee to remove that member from that position prior to the expiration of their term for any reason insofar as that removal is not in conflict with state law. The ability to remove a board or committee member by a majority vote of the commission would remain in the charter. It would simply add the ability of an appointing official or elected official to remove the member that they had appointed prior to the end of that term, subject to any conflicting requirements in state law with specific boards, code enforcement, construction regulation board, et cetera.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. City Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment. I need a motion and a second.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Madam Vice Mayor, any comments?
I think it's an excellent piece of legislation, and it will help clean up the processes here in the city going forward.
Commissioner.
I concur.
Okay. So as
Madam Mayor, while I understand that the intent of this legislation is to improve accountability, I believe that this resolution really opens the door to political retaliation and the independence of our boards. We appoint these members to serve our community, not to serve us. Giving any commissioner and official the unchecked power to remove someone at any time for any reason sends the wrong message. It tells volunteers that their service is conditional on staying in political favor. These boards are meant to offer independent thought, institutional memory, and sometimes even disagreement, and that's what's healthy for our democracy. If we have concerns about performance or ethics, let's create a fair, transparent process for removal, not to adopt a policy that allows removals without a cause. This is not good governance, and I believe our residents expect better. I will be voting no on this item.
anyone else before I, as a sponsor item, give my interpretation and opinion? Okay, so this is pretty simple. It's not that complicated. Madam City Attorney, this is the status quo for all other cities, correct? Pretty much.
I'm not aware. I believe some cities have something similar, but certainly the removal by a majority is something that other cities have, but I'm not aware either way if other cities have that.
So at the end of the day, the individual who serves on the board works at the pleasure of the person who appointed them. It just makes sense. What you're trying to do is politicize the issue, and if somebody, again, if I disagree with someone's position, and I've done that before, and I'll give you an example. I had a planning and zoning board appointment, which was not voting, which in the way that I thought was the most appropriate way for the city. They were supporting projects that I think were out of scale. And certain people in this room brought it to my attention. And they said, Vince, are you aware that this individual is voting the following way? The projects are coming before the commission and you're voting against your appointee. So, to make a long story short, I requested that the individual who served with dignity, respect, to please no longer serve on that board. This gentleman, who was a very professional individual, agreed with me and said, Vince, I serve at your pleasure. I serve at the pleasure of the city. They stepped down like a gentleman. Not like with the politics that we've seen here before, where it's an effort to control. You know who I brought in as my appointment then? The vice mayor, where people were very concerned because of her anti-development, supposed anti-development views. So my point is this. There's no need to vote against everything that I bring forward. This is a no-brainer. This is simple governance. This is transparency, the question of the day. Transparency, the statement of the day is transparency. There's no need to vote against things that make sense. This is the way it works in many other cities, in many other municipalities. And if I needed to get that list and do all that additional homework, I would have. But when I've attended other cities for one reason or another, it's much of a less drawn out, dragged out process. It's simple. This is simple legislation that you should be able to have somebody in that board who reflects your views as the elected official. You're not going to put people in a position that go rogue and vote against what you believe is appropriate for the city. That's happened to me before. And I had to remove that person, and they did it the appropriate way. Not being entrenched and not moving out of that board, which is what's happened here before. So, Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Through the mayor.
I call for the roll. Mr. Clerk, I call for the roll.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
I'm going to go ahead and give my comments within my vote. We appoint these members to serve our community, not to serve ourselves, not to serve the elected official who appointed them. My vote is no.
Mayor Lago.
Madam City Attorney, what does it mean that you serve at the pleasure of something or someone? What does that mean?
So at the pleasure means that you can be removed at any time. There's no guarantee, essentially. It's at the will of whoever appointed you. I don't know that our code has, currently, this would change it so that obviously the appointing commissioner could remove you if this is approved by the voters.
When you put somebody in a position of a board of the 30-plus boards, the intent is for that person to vote in a way that is in line with your views. That's why you were elected. You were brought in here, and the residents voted you because they liked your platform. They liked what you put out there. And it was very evidently clear in the last election 2 months ago where the residents sided. So at the end of the day, this is simple legislation that is not that complicated and that cleans up our charter and, again, keeps the city moving forward in a positive way. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item F4. This is a simple item. I brought it before the commission a while back ago, and it went actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney, please, it went before the Board of Architecture and a few other boards, I think, for discussion, and they voted it 7-0 in favor of my legislation, and that was that we should have no artificial turf in driveways or in the median from that area, from the sidewalk on. And I think that is something that, again, was voted down by this commission, and we allowed, and you're seeing now proliferation of artificial turf in driveways abutting the street. I think that there should be limits, and I'm going to show you how the limits should be. I also think that we are being too heavy-handed in regards to properties that have walls in the front. If a person has a wall in front of their home and you have to like lean over and look and make some sort of neck constraint to be able to see that they have artificial turf in the front of the yard, I think we're going above and beyond. This is pretty simple, and I'm going to draft up legislation, and I'll give you examples with staff. I'll show you maybe some drawings of where I think it's appropriate that we should have artificial turf and the requirements. If you can't see it from the street, I think you should be able to have artificial turf, especially for people who are having massive issues with shading. We had a person this week come in that came to talk to us that they couldn't grow anything on Oak Cutler because of the huge banyan trees. They said, okay, is it a mud pit? Do I have a mud pit? Do I remove the banyan tree, which is never going to happen, God willing? or do we do something that is beautifies? They're willing to install a wall that you, again, can you see over the wall? You potentially could see over the wall. There's many cases like that, and I can give you examples of cases that I've seen in Coco Plum, in Tahiti Beach, in North Gables, where people are saying, look, come to my house, I go to their house, I've been there with the DCM, I've been there with the manager, and we're looking at these walls. From the street, you can't see it, but if you really get close and you see it through the cracks of the gate, you could potentially see it. You know, so my point is that I'm gonna bring something forward in the July meeting that is comprehensive. I don't think that you should be able to have any artificial turf where the gate ends, where your property line ends to the city. I don't care if you put a driveway. I think it just sends a bad message. This was voted 7-0 by the Board of Architecture. They're the ones that are standards for beautification here in the city. I took that precaution. This previous commission voted no on it. So I will be presenting that to you. If you have any responsible or beneficial input that you'd like to add to it, feel free to provide us with your guidance and your input.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this discussion. I would recommend that maybe you save your time in drafting up this legislation, because HB 683, which would most probably take effect on July 1st, would essentially take away local control over regulations on artificial turf for single-family homes, making it a statewide standard. This means municipalities like ours would impose their own restrictions if homeowners want artificial turf. So you might want to hold off on that just a tad bit until after July 1st, because it might just be, and I know that I asked the city manager to go ahead and write a letter to the sponsor of this legislation so that we oppose it as a city, because this is a big barrier for us, for the state to really impose this regulation on us, to just allow artificial turf everywhere.
Commissioner, due to my personal relationship that I have with the Speaker of the House, I already spoke with the manager and I spoke to the Speaker and was very clear in regards to our position in regards to this piece of legislation. I'm very aware of it. As a matter of fact, I'm meeting with both our state representative and our senator this week to have multiple different conversations in regards to appropriations, and also in regards to issues of legislation, which I think is outside of the bounds of the city of Coral Gables. So I'm very familiar with that. That's number one. Number two, I'm still going to write the legislation, because at the end of the day, if they're going to put it in our hands, I want to make sure that we control our future, that we don't leave it up for any interpretation. And if it was up to me, I would do it right now, but I'm being thoughtful of my commission in an effort to build consensus. So if you have some input, anybody can read a piece of legislation that's coming from Tallahassee. Let's actually get something done and accomplished, which I think is what the right thing to do is. Moving on to item F5 regarding City Hall. Mr. Manager, can you give us a brief synopsis of where we are in City Hall?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We are currently, as far as the windows are concerned, we will be presenting to the Historical Board now in June and bringing it back to the Commission in the meeting in July. We are the design for City Hall was a two-phase plan, and we're trying to condense it into a one-phase plan where we are looking at programming and schematic design as far as incorporating that into the building assessment, so we can get quickly into design development and construction drawings and try to take maybe a year and a half off of the schedule. We are working right now, we just received bids this week on the west side of Benorca Garage, where we're planning on building the offices for the commission. And the area that we were going to use is now part of the tax collector's area that was leased to them. So we're looking at going to a building on Ponce, which is about a block away from City Hall, for the city attorney, city clerk, and city manager's office. That move will be sometime at the end of the year, as soon as the commission space is done, and so we're trying to speed up that schedule. Looking at the overall structure, I think we have some issues in the building, especially where the water intrusion from the windows has occurred. Issues away from the windows look good. So we plan on potentially moving out of City Hall and probably sometime in January.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Manager, and I want you to, like always, be honest with me. Where are we when you got here in regards to the windows?
The windows, we have a mock-up. We'll be presenting it to the Historical Board. The Historical Board asked for an assessment on the windows. I don't think we should spend the money on the assessments because the windows can be repaired. That's wood. I can tell you as an engineer, they can be repaired. The question is, these windows do not have the structural loading for wind. They can't take impact, and they have a huge water intrusion issue, which creates a deterioration along the perimeter of the building, which is where the problem is, and also the humidity issues and so forth that we've had in the building. So if we can accelerate the schedule, then the window issue could be a potential problem because of the 18-month delivery. So we are working on that to accelerate everything to see if we can get the working drawings done as quickly as possible and incorporate everything into one.
If I may, okay. The reason why I brought that up is we've been discussing this since I've been here. Okay? We want to bring this building back to its original splendor. We're going to have to make some tough decisions. If not, we're never going to be perfect. We want to be the best we can be, but let us not try to be perfect. Would I love to save these windows? Yes, but this commission needs to move forward on this item. If we put these new windows on, we also save money on insurance, correct?
Yes, so they will be impact resistant.
Okay. So there are benefits. And I saw the mock-up. It looks amazing. Okay. Is it the wood, the original wood from 90 years ago? No, it's not. But we have to move forward. We have to harden this building, and we have to start working on this building. We may not, again, like I've said before, let's not let, perfect be the enemy of good. Let's get to a finish line here. Let's get this project started. So I am not in favor of spending $100,000 on another study. Remember what they always said, and I'm not belittling anybody, but talk about the county. The county spends so much money on studies. Before you know it, you look back, you spend 10, 20, 30 million on studies. If you would have done it 5 years ago, it would have cost you the same amount of money you spent on studies. Okay? That's a story of our life. We do it to ourselves, okay? We don't make decisions because let's see if we can find a better way, find a better way, find a better way, You're not gonna find a better way. It's the windows or it's impact. We gotta move forward. I'd rather spend the effort and the money on making sure this interior is meticulous, that we do something that stands the test of time for the next 40 years, and we will have to spend another dollar on maintenance, but I wanna be clear and careful because then they take my comments up, out of context. So I'm ready to move forward. I would like for you to please sit down with my colleagues, have another conversation with them, explain to them where we're at in detail. And in the next commission meeting, bring forward an action item on the windows, okay? I don't have a problem if you go and you want to speak to certain members of the community. You want to have a sit-down conversation with them. You want to have a round table. Some of our most important, historic preservationists. I don't have an issue with that. I think it's great. Look what we just did right now with the help of Fred and our friends for the Coral Gables, for the Granada Golf Course. We're finally pushing that forward. Finally getting it done. Is it the original design? No. Okay, but it's something's better than having rickety shacks that are falling down. So we gotta take some action. And people were ecstatic at that meeting. Even the people who didn't like the design were like, at least something is getting done. So I would love to, at the next commission meeting, to have something to say so we can give you, the DCM, the ACM, the entire team, Hermes, all the consultants, a real push forward. Push forward and say, look, we have, for the next X amount of dollars that we have, let's release the windows. Let's get started. By the way, my understanding is, and this is from what I've spoken to glazing contractors in my business, glass is going up 5 to 10%. Okay, that's what I've heard. And maybe we can have maybe we get, obviously we're gonna get a special discount as a result of the magnitude of the product and the fact that we don't pay taxes, but glass is continuing to go up. I don't see it going down. And maybe you can give us a report on that and see, look, where we are in those numbers right now.
May I respond, Mayor?
Of course, yeah, of course.
Thank you, Mayor. We were planning on bringing that at the July meeting.
Okay, perfect.
I
read your mind.
Yes. We spent a great deal of time on the windows. The idea was these are wood, they're very small sections, and we spent a great deal of time on getting a window that matches these windows as much as possible. Therefore, we went with Hope windows, same windows used in Miami High. They're structural steel, so it's considerably stronger than aluminum and much stronger, of course, than wood. We had as-built done of these windows to match these sections as close as possible. These windows are extremely expensive, over $3 million. We're negotiating that right now, but and so we spent about a year looking at different options and trying to save as much money as possible and working with Hope. So I think we're ready. We have a mock-up ready. I think we're ready to go. By July, I want to relook at that contract from a phase 1, phase 2 contract to a one contract that we can incorporate certain phases of schematic design during the assessment period to move right into design development and get the plans done as much as possible. We are negotiating all that now, and we want to do a formal presentation in July, and certainly after presenting to the historical board.
Okay.
So, through the mayor.
Yes.
Just give you a little, not that you need the historical context, but also for some of the new colleagues. I've been talking to the manager for years now about the windows and the limitations that we have in protecting this building with shutters that they just cannot properly mount because we're going into porous rock and they'll just rip out of the building. So I think it's important that we protect this building properly. The impact glass that we were talking about is clear, and you can't really tell the difference. This is the same type of glass that's been used at the Biltmore Hotel, and no one has complained that it doesn't look historic and genuine. So I think it's really important that we protect the building properly going forward.
And
thank you for your efforts.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. And I want to make a comment for the commission, okay? Commission as a whole, I'm speaking for the commission. This is not an easy decision. You're going to get the calls from the people that we get the calls from. This is not an easy one. We got to move forward. We got to move forward. And it's a tough decision. It's a heart-wrenching situation. We want to save, we want to save, we want to save. But at the end of the day, we got to move forward on this issue in benefit of the entire structure.
Through the mayor.
The mayor, it is a tough decision, and if we want to save this building for generations to come, this is our only option. Realistically, we're going to end up in the same place in 15 or 20 years if we go through a restoration process of restoring the current windows, and we could have a hurricane in between, which just decimates the building, and we've lost our history. It is a tough decision. I think Vice Mayor, 100% correct. The windows at the Biltmore look phenomenal. They look as if they're period. You're out there taking pictures at the Biltmore. You look at the old pictures, you can barely tell them apart. And I think that's what has been come up with during this process for here at City Hall. Windows that look like they belonged in City Hall back in the 1920s when it was built. So I think this is a no-brainer for me. We need to move forward because we're in hurricane season already and we still don't have windows in. So we need a solution and we need it quick.
Through the mayor. City Hall is in the National Registry of Historic Places, so maybe when you come back, City Manager, I want to see if we can obtain a certificate or a letter stating that this change would not affect the integrity of the designation, maybe, if that's possible. I think that would be sufficient for me to go ahead and reply with all the phone calls I am going to get about it historic-wise.
Mr. Manager, may I make I'm going to answer that question for you, if I may, with all due respect. Is the Biltmore in the National Registry of Historic Places?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, they did the same thing. Pretty much answers it, but again, I think the letter's a good idea, but this is nothing new. We've done this before. I've done this before on on properties that are on the National Historic Landmark. So as you can see, the Biltmore is on the landmark at the end of the day on that registry, and nothing happened to it. Yes, sir.
May I respond, through the mayor? Thank you, Mayor. We've gone tremendous amount of work on those windows to match these windows as much as possible. The windows on the Biltmore are wood. Because the windows had been replaced already. These windows are steel to match these sections as closely as possible. We spent a great deal of time doing as-built and so forth. And the idea is to protect the envelope. The idea is to reinforce the building as much as we can from the interior. We can't touch the exterior, because if we touch the limestone cladding, we'll never replace it correctly. So we're going to be working from the inside, strengthen the building as much as possible to give the building higher strength and be able to sustain a higher category hurricane. I'm not saying category 5, that's not feasible, and not feasible for any building that we have out here. But the more that you strengthen the building, the statistically more chance you have of survival, right? And this is what we're trying to do without working with the exterior. There are no values for anchoring into limestone. There are no structural values. So we put the shutters up to try to keep the water out for low category hurricanes. And so what these windows are going to do is that they're going to provide us with protection. We also it's also difficult to shutter this building. It takes about 3 days to do it, which is really more than the Hurricane 1 and Hurricane Watch, where they're 48 hours. So it takes care of a lot of issues as far as protecting the building and helping the building survive we can see all the leakage that is taking place, the back stairs. It's water leakage from the window above. So the interior of the building looks very good from what I've seen downstairs, but the perimeters where we have some of the issues, and that's due to the fact that these windows are not effective, not only in impact and structural load, but also in water infiltration.
Thank you. Anything further? Well, we're going to move to F11 really quick, because I got to get a memo, an item that I'm working on. So F11, Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes. Staff has updated us all on the current status of the prohibition of banning gas leaf blowers. You all have received an email from Mr. Fidel, who came in and spoke this morning, talking about the practical difficulties of it. I'm also going to share with you an email I received with an opposite point of view from another resident who believed the fact that I put it on for discussion was going to be a vote by us today to ban electric blowers. I brought this up, one, so that we can start thinking about this issue and the practicalities and the limitations of electric blowers and the cost issues involved in them. There may be areas of the city where, because we're just talking about the central business district or condominium or a small area where, it doesn't, a small electric leaf blower or a battery-powered blower is sufficient, and you're not going to have the cost considerations because it's just it doesn't need to blow for all day long type of an application. So there may be areas. We already have what I call the blower courtesy ordinance that I had sponsored and everybody on this commission supported. It is very difficult to enforce. As I was walking through the city with our deputy city manager, and I encountered an individual that I had previously spoken to about not blowing the leaves in the street and into the drain. I challenged him to at least try to communicate to these folks as to the reasons why this is not, the way you should be using these blowers. So it is going to be an enforcement issue no matter what we do. One of the things that I had done when I was meeting with a resident, as I looked up, low noise blowers, gas-powered blowers, and they do exist to where you can get them down below 85 decibels, 65 decibels. And my ask here is for staff to look into some of these issues and come up with some practical solutions so that we all have more information. How much do they cost? Maybe a phasing plan to try to get the noise down, because it's either the noise, the dirt that annoys people, course, it's preferable to have batteries, but batteries have pros and cons as well. They only last so long. For a single homeowner, you know, I use a battery-powered one, but I'm only doing 1 yard, so I have to be practical about it. Blower courtesy, you know, I've tried to teach that to a few folks, that you don't need to run it full throttle for just, you know, because it increases the noise level, but perhaps the gas-powered ones that have the lower decibel level, basically a big muffler on it, will help resolve that issue, or a 4-cycle engine as opposed to a 2-cycle engine, which doesn't make that loud noise that annoys everybody. Okay? Food for thought, more stuff for you to play with, and come, let us know when you want to come back and present.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I think that this is great. I think we've been working on it for a while, and I think this is something that our residents are very passionate about as far as at banning the gas. However, I also think that it's going to be, the cost is going to be carried over to our residents. And I almost feel like they're going to be okay with that at some point, because since before I got elected, it's always been such a big issue, these gas blowers. I live on the 17th floor with impact windows and doors, and believe it or not, I still hear them. So it's something that I'm glad you brought this up, because I think it's something we need to really put some work and continue to work on.
I'll just let you know, I also got the calls from the residents that were very upset with the limitation with just electric blowers. And again, these are the properties that are large, so that's why I was suggesting to look at a geographic limitation. You know, when you're dealing with Biltmore Way, you know, little condos, and they're blowing out their garages or the fronts of various businesses, there's no need for the loud, super powerful blowers in that instance. So just a discussion point, something for staff to look at, come back to us with information and recommendations.
Anything further, Vice Mayor?
No, not at this point.
We'll move on to item F6, a discussion regarding hybrid work policy. It's an item that I sponsored on the previous agenda, but obviously we were running into a 12-hour meeting, so I just wanted to give staff and give everyone a little bit of a break. We had just been through a 12 hours, so I deferred it. This is already basically taken action. I wanted to give a little bit of background why I think this is a good idea. I've gotten a lot of phone calls from residents and a lot of phone calls and visits from employees to my office. A lot. And the majority of the ones that come in person, 99% of them, tell me they want hybrid to end. And I'm going to tell you why. This matter impacts not only how we work, but how we serve. The hybrid or work form from home policy was formally implemented in our city in May 2024 by Amos Rojas. Here's the email, okay? When he was city manager. This was one of his first initiatives. Without even piloting such a program or considering the level of service we provide ourselves and we pride ourselves on. Since it's been a little over a year since implementation, now it is time to evaluate how we do things moving forward. While remote work served an important function during the pandemic, we must now return to the fundamentals of public service, accessibility, responsiveness, and accountability. My office has received numerous complaints from residents who visited departments and experienced a lack of responsiveness from staff who may have been working remotely. This is unacceptable and does not reflect the standard of service Coral Gables is known for. In government, unlike in the private sector, the people we serve are not customers, they are taxpayers. They deserve to walk into City Hall, speak to someone face-to-face, and receive answers and results in real time. Timely and personal service cannot be consistently achieved through a hybrid or remote model. This approach also aligns with a growing trend both locally and nationally. Most local cities ended this practice, including Miami-Dade County, who recently ended its remote work policy. I want to remind you, I want to reiterate, Miami-Dade County also ended this policy. Recognizing the need for in-person service, Major private sector companies are following suit or have already followed suit last year. Amazon now requires employees to be in office, citing the value of in-person collaboration. It's not only about accountability, it's about collaboration. When I go to my office and I sit down with my employees, my colleagues, it's a beautiful thing to sit down and have a conversation with them and get their perspective and their ideas, especially from all different ages, especially people who work in different industries, who are more proficient in different areas of construction and engineering. It is all about collaboration. That's how we service our residents, and that's how we service our clients to the best of our ability. We're always learning. IBM has ended broad remote work policies, encouraging employees to return to hubs where the work is happening. JP Morgan Chase expects senior leaders and most staff to be fully in office, emphasizing teamwork and productivity. Companies like Disney, Meta, and others have also scaled back remote work, underscoring the importance of face-to-face interaction. While remote work may still fit certain industries or roles, it is not an ideal model for municipal government. When personal interaction, collaboration, and public trust are paramount, Coral Gables takes a great pride in delivering the highest level of service to our residents and visitors. We are known across the region and the state for our professionalism, responsiveness, and personal touch. Our community expects and deserves a government that is fully accessible, engaged, and present. I also want to be very clear. Coral Gables has always supported its employees. We understand that life can present challenges, and we remain committed to working with individuals facing hardships. Since I've been elected, I have provided on multiple occasions an opportunity to meet with all employees, on-site and off, where we have provided breakfast for the employees and have had multiple discussions. And I think I've garnered their trust where they come and visit me and tell me their opinions and their ideas on how we can make our city better. Overwhelmingly, the individuals that have come to see me face to face have told me it's time to end remote work. However, we cannot compromise the high standards of service our residents rely on and deserve. Ultimately, this is about trust between government and people we serve. That trust is built through personal interaction, responsiveness, and a visible commitment to public service. By ensuring our staff are present and accessible, we honor that trust and continue to meet the expectations our community rightfully holds for us. So if you look across Miami-Dade County and you look across Miami-Dade and you look at the state, we're one of the last few bastions of remote work. And I think that our residents and our business owners deserve better. So I'm putting this on the agenda because it's already coming to an end anyways, June 9th. Came effective yesterday, I apologize. It's already done, but I want to be transparent as the word of the day. I want to be clear that this is a decision that needed to be made. We must be accountable. We must be present. We must be collaborative. And that are all the benefits will be reaped by the residents that we represent. So that's my record. That's my statement for the record. Does anybody else would like to add anything for the record before we move on?
I have a similar item.
You want to take that item up now?
Well, yeah, we could go ahead and just join both items, I guess, right?
Perfect. That's a collaborative way of looking at things.
Beautiful. My item is the same. I don't know if maybe the rest of the commission, I received this inter-office envelope in my office, and I spent some time highlighting. Did anybody else in the commission receive this, or was it only me? No? You got it?
I want to answer you if I may.
Yes.
Okay. So, no, I just want to take up for your time. May I answer you?
Yes, but go back to me, please.
Okay. Yes, I received it. But I don't really do well with anonymous, especially when I've been doing office hours for 12 years. And all my colleagues here do office hours. And everybody here is an individual who you can have a candid conversation with and speak freely about things. We offer town halls. We also offer breakfasts with employees. At the end of the day, giving an anonymous letter doesn't provide the necessary clarity and collaborative spirit that I think we want to see. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think the reason that they're anonymous is because they're scared to lose their job. You know, this is the livelihood of a lot of employees, and they take it very seriously. This is how they survive. And unfortunately, and I am dying to change this culture, they are scared of retaliation. One of the strongest things that I have worked on since I got elected was to improve employee morale. And I have tried in every single different way, because obviously we are having a problem with employee morale. So I didn't only I pushed for the picnics, I created the morale committee. Not only that, but I've also done employee luncheons from my office funds that have been very, very, very well attended. And I constantly I am listening to what employees want. So I would be extremely curious to actually see your sign-in log to see what employees have actually gone to you to say that they are not in agreement with this, because as much as I want to drop this, I am bombarded by employees. And I would hope that they would put their name on there, but they think they're gonna get fired. Honestly, that's what's happening. But I'll go ahead and, I'm gonna go ahead and, last time I had a whole bunch of letters, which these are not the same. These are new letters. I gave them to the city clerk. He put them on the record, and I think he returned them to my office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, these are different letters. The employees are very, very passionate about this. I'm gonna go ahead and just touch points on some of the things that were stated in some of these letters. One of the letters say, we are asking for a thoughtful refinement of this policy, not its removal. I want a more supportive structure approach if necessary, as long as it retains some degree of flexibility. It's important to emphasize that hybrid work is not time off, nor is it a sign of reduced effort. It is also worth noting that many neighboring municipalities continue to support hybrid work, including City of Miami, City of Fort Lauderdale, City of Miami Beach, and City of Doral. For many of us, hybrid has not just been a convenience, but it has been essential to our mental and emotional well-being. The idea of losing this flexibility is genuinely frightening for some of us. We have always shown up, whether it's been in person, on Teams, or responding to emergencies after hours. We have proven time again and again that we have been productive, present, and responsive, whether working from home or from office. Other municipalities in Miami-Dade County, such as Miami Beach, City of Miami, City of Doral, and City of Hialeah, have continued to support flexible arrangements with great success. I mean, there is so many letters. But let me go ahead and touch base on something here. These statements suggest that employees working under hybrid schedules were somehow not at work. I can assure you and so many of my colleagues that we have been working hard every day, whether it's in office or remotely. We meet deadlines, serve residents, collaborated across departments, and upheld the highest standards expected of us as public servants. Hybrid work was never about working less. It was about working smart, sustainability, and with greater focus. This move feels not only as an abrupt, but out of step with current public sector practices. For employees with long commutes, shared office spaces, caregiving responsibilities, or health concerns, the hybrid model helped reduce stress and improve efficiency. For the city, it helped retain skilled, committed employees and maintain continuity of service. This is not a resistance to coming into office. It's a call for balance. It's a call to be heard. Oh my God, there is so many here. When the mayor went ahead and said that this was an initiative from our prior city manager, Amos Rojas, I was behind that. I was the one who pushed that. Why did I do that? Because we need to retain skilled employees. And if we cannot stay competitive with other neighboring municipalities, this is a benefit that we can offer without ditching out more money. And at the end of the day, retaining skilled employees is important to our turnover. We keep on spending money on hiring and training new employees that we cannot keep, and that needs to change. This is in particular to that, If you don't want to listen to your people, it's okay. I don't think nothing's going to happen here, but I am going to speak on behalf of the employees because you guys are important to me. Thank you.
May I respond, please, if I may? So a few things. First off, Mr. City Manager, I don't want to cross-examine you, but do you give me in this commission your word to address any employee that requires hybrid stay-at-home work and can prove that they have, an issue with a family member, a sickness, or something that requires them to work from home?
Of course, Mayor, we've done it many times on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, on a case-by-case. So that's number one. I want to put that on the record. Number two, Commissioner, you heard from all of the employees here. They were just here, the directors. They told you that park is a good idea for the city. It's important. You voted against it. You didn't listen to your employees. These are our employees. They're here. They all said it is a good idea to have that park. We need it for the expansion of that park. We need it for the future. It's important. By the way, just so you have an idea, the fire station that we put on Sunset, the one that we put on Sunset, which was done before any of these the elected officials was here. I'm the one that worked on that. We paid $1 million more for that property because we couldn't find another property on Sunset. $1 million. Yeah, it's a record. But guess what? Can't put a price on public safety. So at the end of the day, we have a fourth fire station, which again I think is important for the residents in that area, because when a resident dies based on a response time, that's not on my conscience. I'll be happy that we have another fire station there. So you talk about employee morale. We've had hybrid for a year. We have the breakfasts. We meet with the employees. We give them what they want. We've had brand new agreements in regards to the unions. We've increased salaries. Why is employee morale still down? Employee morale should not be down. Guys, I hate to say this because I'm going to be looked at as probably a mean person, but when I go to work, I don't want to go to work sometimes, but we have to go to work. We have obligations. And it's important to understand that at the end of the day, employee morale should not be down. If you already have a hybrid work schedule, nobody should be upset about that. So it doesn't make sense if you've given brand new union agreements in the last 12 months, you provided for hybrid work in the last 12 months, but employees are still upset about the issue. I don't understand. That's perplexing. It doesn't make sense. This commission was controlled by 3 people who made all those decisions. And at the end of the day, if those issues, if you still were not able to make the employees happy, which by the way, it's completely contrary to what the employees that come and talk to me, how ecstatic they are about the change in the city, about the transparency in the city, how we're moving forward with issues, how we're addressing issues, how we're tackling projects, how the politics ended. So at the end of the day, I think it's important to follow suit and move forward like in the private sector and like other municipalities. You named 2 municipalities out of 34 in Miami-Dade County, City of Miami and City of Miami Beach. That's what you mentioned. And then
I mentioned more.
No, you didn't mention. You did not mention in Miami-Dade County. You said City of Fort Lauderdale, City of Miami Beach, and City of Miami.
Look, right here.
City Doral. I missed 3. I missed 3. No, I missed.
There's 4, but I didn't write this, so I can't even verify it, honestly.
You mentioned 4 cities. 3 of them are Miami-Dade County. City of Fort Lauderdale was not in Miami-Dade County. Okay? So I was off by 1. I apologize. Out of 30, almost 40 municipalities. Yes, sir.
Through the mayor, thank you, Mayor. I brought everybody back after the pandemic on June of 21. With all due respect, Commissioner Castro, I don't believe that we have an employee morale problem. We have 1,200 employees, and we have different ideas from those 1,200 employees. I do believe that the work policy that we have now provides for better collaboration, better communication, better access to resources, better career visibility, better team building, and more structure. And I think that all those issues make us a better city, and better to deal with our residents, and better to deal with emergencies. We have 1,200 employees. This is a great place to work. Coral Gables is a great place to work. That we may have some issues finding some certain positions that every city is having. But I think this is I think our people are satisfied working here. Our team, we have an incredible team. It's a privilege for me to work with such an incredible team. And I don't think we have a morale issue. We have 1,200 employees. When you have 1,200 employees, there are going to be people that want different things, and we try to accommodate that when there's a true need. But I can tell you that we have a fantastic team. They work incredible. It's my privilege to lead this team. It's my privilege. And I think that our work policy is the best policy for a municipality.
If I may add something, just two things very quickly. Number one, you're incorrect about Doral. I just got a confirmation that Doral does not have a work from home policy. Hybrid was ended. That is as per the city manager. That's number one. Number two, this idea, we can continue to say, well, you spoke to some employees, I spoke to some employees. Let's do a real survey from all employees.
Anonymously.
But the idea, I don't have a problem with anonymous, but the idea of anonymous, again, there has to be accountability, because the idea that you can make somebody happy, then yeah, let's pay people not to work. Let's pay people not to work. Do you understand the level of respect that I have for employees, especially not only in the private sector but in the public sector? I don't walk by one city employee, I don't care who he is or she is, and I don't say hi to them and look them in the eyes with respect. So, this idea you can say that employees feel for retaliation. What retaliation are you talking about? What employee here, what retaliation are you talking about? That's such an easy word to throw out there in an effort to intimidate. Again, at the end of the day, the facts are the facts. Doral is back, and I'm going to check to see the city of Miami, how many employees they have in hybrid. I'm going to check the city of Fort Lauderdale and the city of Miami Beach to see exactly what the facts are. Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, I just want to add one important fact here too. During COVID, one of the things that residents had asked for is for employees to come back, and I think it's important that we listen to the residents. Great things happen when people work together, especially for newer people coming in. You get the mentorship, you get the type of collaborative experience that person can grow, and they might start out in Parks and Recreation, and as we see here, we have somebody that is working in the assistant city manager position. That doesn't happen working remotely. There are provisions that protect people that need to work remotely due to health reasons or other reasons like that. Our city manager's office accommodates that. It is a federal law that someone has to accommodate that. There are provisions for those people that have those concerns. No, I didn't receive any envelopes. I've not received any complaints. I had a question from one person that, do we have to come back? Yes, we do need to come back. And I can tell you that the collaboration was necessary and for that person, because I think they can grow in that means. Listening to the residents is important. We had significant complaints that people were, still out during COVID. We had significant complaints even more recently during the hybrid work program that phones were not being picked up. During COVID, I had an employee working remotely. It wasn't the greatest employee, but without working with me and next to me, I had to let that person go because they didn't have the capacity to work on their own. This is something that a manager has to manage. And unfortunately, in your previous vote, you didn't listen to the residents. I've already gotten some comments back of disappointment about the park. We're here to serve residents. We need to do the best we can with the staff that we have. It's taxpayer dollars that go to pay these salaries, and it's the service that we need to deliver.
Through the mayor, regarding my last vote, it's called fiscal responsibility. It's not called not listening to the residents, but protecting their pockets. Moving forward, the mayor said something about retaliation. I think I could answer that with just one name. Her name's Jessica Keller. And I'll just leave it like that, about retaliation. And about morale, city manager, there is suggestion boxes, and I'm getting complaints that maybe people are not listening to the suggestion boxes. I know that it's a new thing. If you can please look at the suggestions that are there, because I think you'll get more of a clearer picture of what's really happening in the interior. There was also another system that was being used as an anonymous platform to go ahead, and it's directed to the city manager, so the city manager really knows what's happening behind closed doors with our employees. I would bring as a suggestion, I know there's a department here in the city of Coral Gables that is already doing a 410 schedule. I would hope that we don't discard that possibility for the departments that might be able to qualify for that option or that model. And besides that, thank you very much.
So 2 points in response. I don't speak about employees up here, only the directors, and I ask them to come and speak. It's just a thing that when you run a business and you understand how things work, and you don't speak about somebody which is not here to defend themselves. That's number one. Number two, the amount of residents and the amount of business owners and the amount of employees that have come to talk to me about the conduct and work from home and the lack of responsiveness is a lot. It's a lot. And it's being addressed, and we're moving forward. And I hope if there are, with these suggestion boxes, that they get addressed. But remember, when would these start to, when were those suggestion boxes added?
Almost a year ago.
Okay, so now we're talking about Mr. Iglesias being here 2 weeks today, and it's falling on his lap. Again, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's see where those suggestion boxes are, and I want to see who's filling them out and what the issues are at hand, and let's address them. And another thing, you talk about fiscal responsibility. Raising your salary is not being fiscally responsible, okay? Number one. And number two, giving a $20 million COLA that has a tail for 10 years and it costs us $2 million a year is being so irresponsible that it's reckless. When staff tells you don't approve this COLA, and when staff tells you don't approve this union contract for the firefighters in that room, and you go ahead and you ask for more money, that's reckless. That's reckless. That's costing the city so much money, and I'm happy that I voted no on that, because that's on your legacy, not my legacy. So at the end of the day, paying $100 and something thousand more for a park in regards to the appraisal, it's not reckless. That's saying I want to buy that park. And at the end of the day, they started at 3.5, we got to 3.1. That's not being a fiduciary. That's saying we need that park, and I'm willing to pay an extra $100,000. And if you ask the residents in that neighborhood, they'll probably say, pay the extra $100,000 so another house doesn't get built there and we can do something beautiful for the kids in the community. But at the end of the day, you know, I think you need a lesson in regards to what it is to be fiscally sound and responsible.
Through the mayor, thank you so much for respecting me and talking to me in that manner. I really appreciate it. It talks volumes on you. And I think this is a clear violation of the meeting that we have in closed doors talking about negotiations. And I do want to also put on the record that the HR department obviously recommended whatever offer we approved from the union. And anybody can correct me if I'm wrong.
Madam City Attorney, if I may, once union negotiations are done, that becomes public record, correct?
The negotiated contract and the negotiations that are done in the public meetings absolutely are part of it.
So at the end of the day, Commissioner, you're interrupting me. At the end of the day, it's very simple. Staff said very clearly here not to support that COLA. You can't cherry pick what you want to pick. It's $2 million a year for the next 10 years. We can't stop that. Can't roll that back. That's $20 million because you wanted to give past employees a raise, a COLA. That's $20 million. Again, that was the previous commission. You led the charge. You raised your salary. Thank God this commission repealed it. So at the end of the day, please don't lecture me about fiscal responsibility, because I'm the one that's put a 25% cap on ensuring that we have the highest reserves in the city. I'm the one that's been working for the last 12 years with my previous colleagues to ensure that we pay down our pensions to protect our employees, because when I walked in here, it was 51% funded. Now we were getting as close to almost 80%, putting massive amounts of money, additional money, to ensure that the pension is viable. So please don't lecture me about being fiscally sound when for 12 years I've been investing in the employees' retirement when I could have used that money for other things. So, Commissioner.
Through the mayor, let's all take a breath, and I'd like to bring it back to F6, right? We're talking about hybrid work policy, and hybrid work policy has already been implemented as of yesterday. So all I'd like to add to that is that somebody said it before, and it was very, very well stated. We're not, pardon me?
It wasn't implemented, it was concluded. The hybrid work policy was concluded.
Oh, right, but what's been implemented is a return to work. The end of the hybrid work policy. So after the fact, what we're discussing is what's in place right now. Hybrid came into play as a result of a pandemic. The pandemic ended years ago. And I understand that you're going to have a lot of different opinions about whether or not employees prefer to come to work every single day in the office, work at some hybrid mode, or remote completely. I would say that, you know, as managers, we have to make a decision in the best interest of our bosses, which are the residents. I'm unaware of any call or concerted effort from the residents to ensure that residents that the employees of the city adhere to a hybrid or a remote policy. I think the opposite. I think that the great majority of the people that I've spoken to want to see more presence from the employees of the city, so that when they walk into any one of our offices, they see a vibrant and robust and collaborative, you know, face to the public, as well as the obvious, what we've discussed within ourselves here, the advantages of having everybody in the office, not only from a retention and improvement of work performance perspective, but also in a recruitment perspective. You know, I also work in the private sector, bless you.
Bless you.
And one of the most difficult things to do is to have individuals who are new to the city feel or believe that they belong to something at a level at or even higher than being a part of a team if they're not here on a consistent basis. So there's an esprit de corps that's built when you're coming in here every single day. And we can debate all the pluses and the minuses of all that, but a decision has to be made. We're not going to have paralysis through overanalysis. So, you know, from my perspective, I welcome the fact that everybody's going to be coming to work as they're doing as of yesterday, every single day to the office. And I think we're going to see the benefits of that in the long term as well. By the way, one note, you know, I'm one of the newest people to the city working here. I actually came here thinking there might have been a sense of a morale issue. And yet everybody who I've spoken to has said to me with surprise, genuine surprise, you know, what are you talking about? I really love working here, right? If I may posit that if there was an issue with morale or even something having to do with retaliation, I would say that all comes from or stems from tremendous instability at the city manager position. So I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I believe that bringing back Mr. Iglesias, as we've done, establishes stability in the highest ranking manager of this massive employee group that we have here, and that from that point forward, I think we'll see a continued adherence or improvement even of the good morale that I think I've come to work to see when I come here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else for the good of the order on this issue? None? Okay. Moving on. Thank you to staff. And in closing, before we move on to F7, if you're an employee, if you have any issues in the city, if you'd like to have a discussion at my offices, or you'd like to have a private meeting and have coffee, I welcome the conversation. I look forward to your ideas on how we can be better and make sure that we meet your needs, because you are appreciated and we're beyond grateful for everything that you provide for the city of Coral Gables as a whole. Thank you. Now I'd like to recognize our state senator who's here with us. Madam State Senator, thank you for being with us. It's great to see you. Please join us. So item F10, a discussion regarding Miami Association of Realtors grant opportunities. I sponsored this item after speaking to our state senator, who I've had a great relationship with for some time, and she brought me a great idea. And I think it's an opportunity to do something interesting, and I wanted the input of my colleagues on the commission, and maybe some, obviously from staff and from residents, to see how we could do something collaboratively and just bring a different brand to the city.
Well, first of all, Mayor, thank you so much for sponsoring this, for putting this on the agenda. I think I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, so I will be very brief. Vice Mayor and Commissioners, staff, everyone, thank you so much again. So the letters that you have before you today are an initiative from the National Association of Realtors, which sponsor placemaking grants in different communities through local realtor boards. So Miami Association of Realtors has actually implemented these placemaking letters in other municipalities throughout Miami-Dade County and other counties that we represent our membership. The thought process behind it is, realtors don't just help people buy and sell properties. We help build communities. We help communities create areas where perhaps there wasn't a lot of activity. These letters would be a catalyst to bring pedestrian traffic. We would help to enhance an area that perhaps doesn't have anything going on at the moment. And that's really in a nutshell, what these letters would do. And they become iconic photo spots, Instagrammable places, and they're very fun. All of our municipalities love them, and I ask for your favorable support.
So what we're talking about now is a potential grant opportunity, so it wouldn't cost the city.
No.
That's number one. Number two, I want my colleagues to think a little bit about location. I think that's key. The opportunities. There's two areas that I thought would be pretty interesting. One on Giralda, which is a place where we've had activations before, and number two could potentially be the Underline. I think the Underline is a great space. It has an opportunity for maybe people to interact with the letters, and to make it into, like you said, a location where people will go to take photos, activate. I just want my colleagues, because again, everybody can think about maybe better opportunities.
So to your point, as far as the Underline is concerned, we've partnered with them before in other locations, in Brickell and so forth, to activate certain parts of the Underline. So if you were to choose in your discussion to do it there, we have a great relationship with them, and I think that would be a great activation area. But the other one you suggested might work as well. So we will deliver them, and you all have to install them. That's the only thing. We don't pay for the installation cost, but that's really not that much. Your public
We have
works.
great employees.
You do.
Great public works
I've heard your discussion previously. Yes, everyone's very happy. So yes, I think that's up to you all where you decide to put them, but we support wherever you choose, and it's a gift from us to the city.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Madam Vice
Happy to
Mayor?
answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is amazing, and it's always a pleasure to see you. And
Likewise.
thank you for your work.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you.
So if nobody has anything, it's a discussion item. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, what type of installation is it?
So usually the municipality would have to build a concrete base, like a slab, to anchor the letters. And then there's obviously specific, hardware that's required so that they don't fly away in case, it gets windy or something like that. So yeah, all of that is being supplied to Chelsea and to your staff so that they know from a technical standpoint what you all need to provide for that installation process.
Okay.
Beautiful. I think we should keep in consideration, yes, somewhere where it's foot trafficked, but at the same time, somewhere where we also want more foot traffic, right? So that combination of, Giralda, we get a lot of traffic, and I love Giralda, but maybe somewhere down on Ponce where not a lot of people go, but at the same time do. Or like, I know there's a little space on Miracle Mile between Barnes and Noble and a little restaurant. I think we would appreciate a little more foot traffic there too, to support our local businesses. What a great idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
So Senator, thank you for bringing this to my office. I appreciate you and your hard work. What I would like to do is just, again, this is not an action item, but maybe we can just get a simple motion and just to say, Mr. Manager, work with the senator, keep moving forward. Let's find a location and let's get this going, because she's pushing on the grant opportunities, which are pretty time sensitive, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And if I may, I already went ahead and submitted the grant application to NAR so that they could approve it. I've already been working with the company that makes the letters here in Miami because it takes about a month for them to make them. And so we're doing all the steps. We were just missing this portion of the equation, which is choosing a location and having this conversation here at this meeting.
So I'll move it.
I'll second. Is this something that's going to stay, or is it going to be moving around, or?
It's up to you how you want to, if you want to do
cement
like a
pads you
temporary.
wanna make?
I think my intention was, again, I bring this forward because of the senator, is we have a great location on 72nd Avenue. So we can bring it and deliver it and bring it back and do different things as, you know, as we find it possible. Maybe we find another location that we want to add it to. Again, the point now is just to say, listen, we're interested, we want to move forward. Let the manager and his team start working with the senator and the Association of Realtors, which are amazing.
Yeah, and if I may, I really like the idea of having them maybe make an appearance like 6 months at one location, you know, and then, you know, move them to a different one. And it's like a pop-up type of thing. You know, it's up to you. Again, it's all in your
It's
hands.
a sculpture. It's basically like a moving sculpture.
Correct.
I think it's something different, interesting.
Like an art in public places.
So if I may, for example, you can do something where, you know, we have our farmer's market for 3 months. Maybe you want to put it in the adjacent piece of property. I mean, again, but to me, like we talked about, we can never compromise taste. Coral Gables has set themselves apart as being the tastemakers in this community. We want to make sure that we continue that. And this is an opportunity to do something interesting collaboratively where, again, it's tasteful. Okay?
Thank you.
Senator, we're grateful. We have a motion, a second. Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon and enjoy your lunch.
I appreciate you. And I just want to take one more item, and if I may, before lunch, F7. Okay? You know what? I'm going to take F7 and F8, and then we'll go to lunch. F8's easy. Then we'll just have one more page. Okay. So I gave you a memo that we've been working on. This is an interesting, just kind of idea that I would like for your support. We're not talking about purchasing. We're just talking about having it go through the boards. So, Mr. Clerk, do you have the video that we can play?
If cable TV could put up the video the mayor sent, please.
It's in Spanish, so I apologize.
There's no audio coming through.
Okay, well, it is what it is. When I brought it, it had audio. So what you're seeing here is a Spanish broadcast that talks about this incredible exhibition on an artist that I'm going to read a little bit about right now. I can have the clerk send it to you because it's worth listening to it because it's very interesting. It's about a minute and a half. The city of Coral Gables has been presented with a proposal for the acquisition of the artwork Le Couple 1989 by the renowned artist Agustín Cárdenas. The proposal was submitted by Landmark Core, a Miami-based gallery with an established history of promoting and showcasing modern and contemporary Latin American art. The gallery has a strong reputation for curating high-quality works and collaborating with cultural institutions to foster artistic dialogue and preserve important cultural legacies. The proposed acquisition aligns with the city's strategic commitment to fostering diversity, artistic excellence, and cultural enrichment. Adding to the couple to the city's public art collection would significantly enhance our cultural offering and further solidify Coral Gables' reputation as a community that values and promotes the arts. A little bit about the artist, I think it's important. Agustín Cárdenas, who was born in 1927 and died in 2001, was a Cuban sculptor of Afro-Caribbean descent, whose work is internationally celebrated for its organic fluid forms and cultural depth. After relocating to Paris in the 1950s, so he left Cuba before Fidel, and he lived most of his life in Paris. Cárdenas became an active member of the Surrealist movement under the leadership of André Breton. Cárdenas developed a distinct sculptural language that merged abstraction with influences drawn from African artistic traditions, Surrealism, and Modernism principles. His work often explores themes of identity, form, and symbolism, resulting in pieces that are both visually striking and culturally resonant. Over the course of his illustrious career, Cárdenas' sculptures have been exhibited and collected by many major museums and institutions around the world. He is widely regarded as one of the most important sculptors of the 20th century, with a legacy that continues to inspire artists and audiences alike. So with that being said, I'd like to show you a book, which is an amazing book. And if you get a look at, if you look at the book, it has the 10 most important sculptors in the last 100 years, and he's one of them. And to me, as a Cuban American, it brings me pride. You're talking about artists, and you will recognize their names: Arp, Asua, Burgos, Calder, Cárdenas, Hepworth, Matisse, Moreau, Moore, Noguchi, Turnbull. You know, these are titans of the art world. You know, Calder. You know, major. These are major artists that their works are in the tens of millions of dollars. And then you have Cárdenas in this. Here's a picture of Cárdenas in his studio in Paris. So he was a major artist who did incredible things. He's in major museums, he's in Art Basel, he has major international representation. And all I'm asking today is, number one, to just get you a little bit more acclimated on who the artist is, because I think it's important, and to ask you that this work be sent to the arts boards for consideration. I've had multiple conversations with Elvis Fuentes. He told me he was going to be here today. He loves the artist. I've also spoken to several individuals on the arts board to get their impression before I brought it to the commission. You know, he's a very, very influential artist, and I think it would be an interesting opportunity. Whether it's this work or it's not, I think it's something that we could have a good conversation about. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, I think the art board would love to look at this, and I'd like to hear their comments. I think it's amazing that we have this opportunity.
So just to give you, thank you for that. Just to give you an idea, over the course of his career, Agustín Cárdenas received numerous accolades and exhibited widely in major galleries and museums across Europe, the Americas, and Asia. His work forms part of the permanent collection of institutions such as the Museum of Modern Art of Paris, the Centre Pompidou, the Museum Nacional de Bellas Artes de La Habana, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, the Low Art Museum at the University of Miami, and the Tate Modern in London, among others. He was awarded the Ordre des Arts des Lettres by the French government and was internationally recognized, including through his participation in the Venice Biennale, which is a monumental, it's probably the most important exhibition in the world. It probably is, happens every 2 years. Throughout his life, Cárdenas' work was exhibited alongside that of renowned artists such as Joan Miró, Pablo Picasso, Andrés Breton, Jean Arp, Salvador Dalí, Wilfredo Lam, and Roberto Mata. So, just to give you something a little different, and I would love for your consideration and support of having just the Arts Board consider potentially having this gentleman's legacy added to the city of Coral Gables. Yes, ma'am.
I asked city manager, city attorney rather, whether or not we needed to move it, and we don't. But
I mean, listen. Again, before I bring something, before I bring something that has something that I'm bringing here to the city, I want to make sure the commission likes it, because I don't want to waste time. Because the process that again takes time, takes effort, takes time from staff, takes time from the boards, and I want people's opinion. And again, it's very benign. He works in marble. It's not anything in your face. It's something beautiful that stands the test of time. Yes, Commissioner.
I've actually heard of this artist, and I've seen his work. I think it's incredible work. It would be a good opportunity for the city, and I'd like to hear what the Arts Advisory Board has to say about this piece. My concern, as I've mentioned many times, has been the involvement of a gallery, but I understand in this case, you're very limited on where you can get pieces from an artist of this caliber who has passed. So, I'd like to hear what the Arts Advisory Board has to say about this.
You brought up a very good point. And the issue is not only the caliber of the art, which again, it's going to be up to the board. They're much more versed than I am. I'm just an enthusiast. But it's an artwork with magnitude. You know, usually when you look at Cárdenas' works, and I recommend, please, they're small. They're put on a desk. They're a little bronze, they're a little marble, they're wood. They're small. They're not works of large magnitude. It's very difficult. They're not like a Henry Moore that you see them everywhere, which is, by the way, in this book. So it's tough to find something of real magnitude that I can say I'm not gonna bring a little sculpture and say, hey, we're gonna keep it in my office. What am I to keep it in my office? But by the way, I don't own a work by Agustín Cárdenas, just so we're clear. I wish I did. But my point is that this is just something interesting that I thought you would enjoy. And again, I also have to be honest with you. You know, I think that an artist of this magnitude, having works in Europe, but doesn't have a work in Miami, you know, it's like, to me, as a Cuban American, I wanna see something like this in our backyard. So I guess we don't need a motion. I guess, is that okay? We swing it over to the arts boards? Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. All right, moving on to item F8. By the way, I don't want it to look like we didn't get a vote of support, and that means that they shouldn't take it up. Should we take a vote? I mean, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You want to say something?
Yeah, what was the motion? To just take it to the board?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's it. We're not buying anything. Moving on to the next item. F8. Mr. DCM, would you mind joining us 1 second? This should take 30 seconds, okay? First and foremost, I want to say something to you, and I made it a public record when I responded to you on email on Sunday, and I copied the manager. You're doing an amazing job.
Thank you, sir.
The level of responsiveness that you give, not only to me, but to the residents, is unheard of. Okay?
Thank you.
And you know, you and I did not start off. You and I did not start off the best way, and I can tell you that I'm a person who, I've said it before on this dais, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. And you are doing an amazing job.
Thank you, sir.
Not only is it in regards to the capacity of your intellect and your knowledge in regards to engineering, construction, but just the way that you address issues with residents, it's amazing. And it's not because you're doing it for me. I know because residents have called me and told me how good, along with Carolina and the whole thing, and you guys are doing great. But this issue is, I think, your issue. We really got to see what we can do to help you with downtown. There's a lot of garbage. And I don't think it's because we're not doing our job, because I know that you actually told me we stepped up the amount of cleaning. I think we're having an issue here of regards to the community. Like, we're having a lot more people coming here, and I don't know what's happening. But there's just, people call me like, Vince, there's a lot of garbage in downtown. I've sent some emails around, and I don't even know how to respond to that except for picking it up myself when I walk by. What can we do? I mean, block by block works, but we're spending, how much money are we spending that in a year? It's like $500,000-$600,000, right?
And if I may add to your point, I have walked by and seen staff clicking up.
No.
And when I've walked back to my car, there has already been garbage.
It's everywhere.
It's like, it's nonstop.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And it's not because staff's not picking up.
No, it's being picked
Staff's
up.
killing themselves. We just to put on the record, when we talked about it, you and the manager spoke to it, and we said, let's add an additional sweeping, right?
Yes, sir. So
Can you tell a little bit about that, just really quick?
Yes, sir. So we recently added, so we've got 2 sweepers working at the same time in the central business district downtown, Ponce, Alhambra. Just to give you a frame of reference, since January of this year, we've swept 7,800 miles. So it's not that we're not sweeping. And I see it too, trust me, because I get in extremely early into the city and I see it. You know, I know the sweepers went by, and then it is a problem. I think part of it is we're going to need to educate our businesses and our residents, and we have a lot of visitors. We do have a lot more foot traffic that I have seen in the downtown area. So that has obviously stepped up the issue of litter. But Matt, to address the mayor's question regarding block by block.
Yeah. So we've had, good afternoon, everyone. So we've had block by block in the city since 2017 when we went through Streetscape. The contract, it's running us about $450,000 a year now. It's a piggyback contract, and block by block's main focus, their primary focus is Miracle Mile and Giralda Plaza. So they're walking Miracle Mile, Giralda. I get
gum. They're working
on
gum.
They're doing minor paver replacement. They're doing quarterly cleanings that we coordinate with economic development for Giralda Plaza. They're doing daily cleanings. And what I can say is the amount of emails that I get from the community commending their work is like no other contractor that we've had. So I know that they're doing a great job out there.
Mr. Anderson, that's not the question. I'm not even calling it a question. No, I'm saying we just can't have block for block everywhere.
Yeah, no. Absolutely.
And if we want to be to the standard of parking your car on Miracle Mile, you literally get off your car, you don't see a drop of garbage.
Yeah.
But then you literally go down Ponce, and it's the curb. it's garbage everywhere. And I know that I am up at 4:30. I go to the gym in the morning. I drive by sometimes on the way to the city, and I see it. The sweepers are out.
Yeah.
The sweepers are out. What can we do to at least at a minimum hit ponds? What can we do? Like, is there anything? Is there an opportunity? Is there anything?
So, I mean, as you're well aware, we do the downtown cleanups 3 or 4 times a year. What we can do is we have already coordinated the next 2 dates with the chamber, and we're going to be promoting those events. We've done 13 events so far with over 450 volunteers and collected almost 3,000 pounds from the downtown. And they scatter out. You know this, Mayor. I know you've been a part of it. I know a number of the commissioners have been there and participated in it. Our next 2 dates are August 11th and December 1st. What we can do is see if we can concentrate on the ponds corridor, because the volunteers do ask us, where do you need us to go? And usually we have areas that we send them to that, alleyways and so on and so forth, or in the median, not too much in the median, but like on the sides to look in the bushes. That's where they find some of the garbage. So we can certainly mobilize them in those areas and see what impact we can have and then report back to you guys on that.
Okay.
So, thank you, Mayor. Couple points. I asked someone at the museum to request a garbage can. And part of what we have is there are some folks that, sleep on the bench and stuff, and instead of putting something in a garbage can, they put it underneath the bench. So I said, ask for a garbage can there. And the other thing is I think we need a little more engagement from businesses, even if it is the museum, hey, we have a problem here, garbage is coming here, we need a trash can here. When behind there in the alleys, you can see the employees come in, and instead of picking up the garbage out of their cars, they just shove it out the door. I've been, as you know, part of these cleanups in the past, and that's some of the habits that I've seen. The dumpsters come through, waste management tips them, and there's spillage that happens out. So the businesses themselves, I think, need to have more of a cleanup routine on a normal basis. At least once a week would make a big difference, as opposed to, when the dumpsters come through and get tipped, they can come out there, they can rake or sweep the area. But our businesses themselves can help out considerably, and it would make their storefronts look much better, much more welcoming. So that's my 2 cents for the moment.
Sure.
I think that to solve a problem, you have to know where the problem is originating. And I think it's hard to pinpoint. Is it one business? Is it the Uber drivers that are parking outside? Is it people walking by? Is it people driving by who are tossing things? And I think that may be the first part of the engagement with businesses, is communicating with them and trying to get them engaged on where is the garbage problem originating from. And I think that may also engage them in finding the solution and getting them engaged, because a lot of times these business owners, they walk in the back of the store, they never come out to the front sidewalk. So they may not even be aware of the issue that they're having just because they never go out there. And we need to get them to go out to the front of the store, see what's going on the sidewalks. They obviously have to be pressure cleaning their sidewalks. So this is that extra step of keeping your sidewalk clean, but also keeping it tidy, making sure that there is no garbage in your storefront. And maybe it's about a PSA for businesses. When you lock up, make sure you're cleaning your storefront and making sure there's no trash out front. That'll help relieve. Obviously, it's not going to address the issue. Like I tell you, I've seen them clean, and within an hour, there's already garbage again. But it'll help starting to develop a process for these business owners to make sure that their business storefronts are clean.
And we do have both online and printed flyers on business maintenance responsibilities that we give out to our businesses. We have the printed ones available in our office, but we also share and promote the website link via our business report that goes out to our businesses several times throughout the year, especially if we see that there's an increase in the amount of litter that's being reported, or from when we do the litter index through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, we'll send it out a couple more times. So that is an ongoing basis of education that we put out. We also, during the business community cleanups, we have several businesses come out and participate in those, and we're able to talk to them at that point as well and remind them. And we encourage and promote those businesses that go above and beyond with the Commercial Beautification Awards, but we'll continue to push out that
information and really get that into the business's forefronts.
And maybe it's about residents as well, Mr. Manager. I know that Martha and her team have done great work with some of the PSAs that they've done, like, break the box. Maybe we can do something about don't litter in downtown. This is our downtown, something catchy that we can send out in our e-news, and again, goes back to the businesses as well, just to raise awareness.
And if I can add, Solange mentioned the litter index. We do that every year. We've been doing it for the last 5 years, where we have 50 one-mile segments that are selected throughout the entire city that our team drives, and we actually record, and we could see how much litter is in them, and then it gets judged by the Sustainability Advisory Board, a subcommittee of it. And we could see where there's hotspots, and we try to identify those as those areas throughout the city. And it's scattered. We have 5 different zones all throughout the city. So like we're seeing the entire city when we're going around and doing those litter indexes, which we're actually in the process of doing now.
One more point I'd like to add also, we've stepped up our code enforcement activities substantially in the downtown area. In fact, one day a week, we select that day randomly, so we do heavy enforcement in the downtown area. From code enforcement, we've been educating the businesses about their responsibilities about pressure washing the sidewalks, for example. Even the landscape area in front of their businesses that are part of the covenant, we're stepping that up as well. So we're working hard on that.
To the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. We're looking also at in this budget, including 2 building department code enforcement code enforcement officers that will be compensated through the enterprise fund, and that will take care of some of the building issues and hopefully free up code enforcement officers to do more intensive work throughout the downtown area, targeting actually downtown.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. We will take a lunch break now, and we'll be back. Is 20 minutes okay? Do we need more? 20 minutes it is. Thank you. Vice Mayor, you want to start with your item and we'll skip over F12?
Recording in progress.
Which one?
13.
Madam Clerk?
Oh, Durham
Ready?
permitting delays. Deputy City Manager.
F13.
You and I have spoken about the Durham permitting delays. I had some complaints from individuals trying to build single-family homes or improvements and running into 6 months and or so of permitting delays, not because of City of Coral Gables, as many people think it is the City of Coral Gables that are the delays, but because of Durham. And I want you to enlighten us as to what we can and cannot do at this moment, and perhaps some direction that we can take in the future to urge the state to try to put a little more, a few more employees in, or to give us more leeway, or can we have a process where we can bring the paperwork a little earlier so there's an additional 6 months leeway time so the state can do its job more efficiently.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. So in terms of permitting delays, we find we are experiencing a significant delay with particularly with our partners in Miami-Dade County, and Durham seems to be an area where we're experiencing a lot of delays. I can give you 2 examples. For example, in the area of the fog permits, which is one that's very important to our businesses because that's the fats, oils, and grease permit that's required. And without that permit, we cannot issue building permits. So what happens is the plumbing official can't sign off and can't issue building permits until Durham approves. So what happens is it goes to Durham, and sometimes and the resident doesn't really understand the difference. They know that it goes into the building permit process, and there's a delay. And what we find is that these sometimes can take 3, 4, 5, and 6 months at a time. And that's significant. I mean, and we do make calls. We try to work to see if we can resolve the issue. But partly, I think part of it is a backlog issue that they're experiencing. I think it's part of maybe a reduced workforce that they're. But we do find that there's a significant delay. In another area, I can tell you for our sewer permits, for example, for our force main work and gravity sewer work and so forth. And I was speaking to our public works director on this, and I experienced this in Miami Beach. It can take sometimes 4 to 6 months to get comments back to us. And then after we receive the comments, sometimes we don't agree with those comments, and then to get comment resolution takes some time. Again, that delays being able to put the product out to construction. In the issue of septic tanks, for example, we're having an issue with the state, and the manager and I have spoken about this, where there is a significant amount of delay as well. And I think it's limited number of reviewers that they have. And it becomes an issue for our residents and for our contractors to be able to get their building permits to be able to build. I personally, I think this is going to require close conversations with our partners in Miami-Dade County to try to see how we can streamline the process in terms of being able to get these permits issued faster. I think that disconnect, and I'll use again the issue with the building permits, with the fog permits, where everything stops until we get that, and then at that point is when we can issue the building permits. It becomes a problem, and I know, economically speaking, on a lot of our businesses that they've got money on the line, and issues are tied up, and they can't get resolution quick enough. So again, that's all tied to our building department permits. So sometimes when people say we're running late, truthfully it's not really from our end per se, but it's that particular element.
So I had a question for you on that. Is there a memo or a matrix that you can give us so we can have a example to show our other elected leaders? This is where we're having a problem. What can we do?
We can certainly put something together for sure.
Okay.
Through the mayor. This is my area of expertise, so maybe I can go ahead and give some information to really what's going on in the background. When it comes to DERM, there's different departments that go under DERM. So depending on the type of project, it triggers either, DERM is HRS, which is mostly residential, and then it goes to DERM Core, it goes to asbestos, WASA, HRS if applicable, right? The only thing that is really, really delayed right now is HRS. And the reason being is because they have 2 reviewers reviewing HRS for all municipalities. For all the municipalities, only 2. When you're triggered by HRS, is usually because you have a septic tank, or you're trying to do a fence and there's a septic tank under, so then you need to demonstrate, and that's why HRS is triggered. Right now, in the private sector, in my business, I have projects that have been on hold since March and are still not reviewed if it has HRS requirement, if it has to be reviewed by HRS. I'm not seeing delays in fog yet, as it is. The biggest one is HRS. For the people that don't know what fog is fat, oil, and grease. That really would go through, or anybody who needs a certificate of use. I'm not really facing a lot of delays there, and trust me, I do a lot of restaurants. So that's good news, but I'm really worried for our residents, because to be able to wait months and months and months to get an HRS approval is a big deal. I think maybe we should contact, I don't know, the county mayor, or the county mayor, to see if maybe we can help them. They need to hire more people at the end of the day. That is the solution. And yeah, that's it.
So the mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, as a building official, I can tell you that we cannot issue a building permit without DERM approval.
Yes.
We can issue even a phase permits without DERM approval. You need, if you're doing a building, you need WASA approval for water. You need DERM approval. You need allocation from Coral Gables. You need sewer allocation from Dade County, because the sewer goes from us and it changes hands in Douglas Road into the county system and then goes to the treatment plant. You need DERM approval if you're doing work in South Gables, where you're dealing with mangroves. You certainly need DERM approval with the fog issues, as you mentioned, Commissioner Castro, on restaurants. HRS has been delaying projects 6 months because of septic tanks. We cannot issue a permit until we have HRS approval. So those are all, in many of those cases, what happens is that the plumbing official cannot sign off on plumbing, so the permit is delayed in the building department. And those are, we had the same issue, as a matter of fact, when we were permitting the mobility hub. We were able to try to expedite that because of the timeframes that we had to get that project on board before there was issues on the land with the Morris Company. So all these things are outside of our control. What we're going to be doing is we're going to have an enhanced information. We're going to get an enhanced reporting from Intergov so that we know exactly where all these delays are occurring, so we can talk to our residents or to our business customers, to our contractors, so that they know exactly where these delays are are occurring. If we have a project that's been there for 9 months, but it's been 6 months in HRS, there's nothing we can do about that. And so we are going to have this enhanced reporting so we know where every minute where those plans are, whether they're being reviewed by us, they're being reviewed by outside agencies, and I think that's going to tell us where we have issues and where we have to concentrate on our part.
What is that? This little fridge. Oh, Jesus.
And thank you, Mayor. So I'm not sure if some of the times the residents are not aware that there are issues that are outside our control. And so I think with this better reporting, where we know where the plans are at every moment, and where the review process has to stop because of outside agencies, is going to give us a clear indication of where we have to move, or what we have to look at in the building department, and give us an accurate assessment of the building department, right? Because if we have a plan that's there for 9 months and it's been 6 months in HRS, then it hasn't been there 6 months. Or we also have other issues where there are comments and the design professionals take 3 months to respond to those comments. That's not on us. That part is on the design professionals. So we need to make sure that we have every one of those items documented, so when a resident comes in and complains, we can say exactly where that plan has been. If it's our fault, we'll make a graceful recovery. If it's not our fault, then we can indicate where those issues are at, where those delays are at.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that great explanation. I know that we had spoken about this before. At the end of the day, we want to go ahead and we want to offer the best service possible. So I don't know if maybe you guys would up to researching more information, but I know that when we had a meeting with CAP, I know that they're now one of the approved Durham, one of the approved companies. CAP is one of our partners that we currently use for the city. But I remember we had a conversation that they're one of the approved that are now reviewing Durham. So if maybe, I don't know, you want to have a conversation with him and maybe partner when it has to do with Durham to offer an overall better experience to our consumer, our resident, our contractor.
To the mayor?
Yes.
I would take a look at that. I'm not sure how that partnering is working out, because Durham doesn't like to partner with anyone. So let me see what's actually happening there. Durham, like the Corps of Engineers, they're not partnering, the partnering type. So I can certainly find out and see where we're at on that, and see if anything is happening, or what type of permits that they would be doing. But I would be surprised, actually.
It was Joe and the rest of the team. I think it was Douglas as well, and this was mentioned, right? And we said, no, we don't need Durham. But now considering what we're going through right now, I think it'd be a good thing to consider facilitating a better service for all our constituents or contractors.
Is CAP permitting for, is CAP reviewing for Durham?
Doug Ramirez, Acting Development Service Director. To my knowledge, I haven't heard of any partnership between Durham and CAP. I don't remember him mentioning that, but that doesn't mean he didn't say something about it. But I've never heard of it. As you said, sir, the county doesn't like to relegate that. And as the manager mentioned earlier, we cannot issue a permit until they have approved it. We can continue to review it until it gets to a point where every other discipline has approved and we're simply waiting on that. So that can happen in parallel. But once we get to the point where all the disciplines are approved, except we're waiting on county approvals.
We've done that on occasion where we've actually approved everything, but
that is our SOP.
Yeah.
We will do that every time. We will continue to review as many times as we can until everything is approved. But we can't, if we break the rules regarding that, the county has every right to revoke a permit that we issue.
So,
through the mayor?
yes.
What we do is we do provide early starts. For instance, if you have a demolition permit and you have DERM approval, you went through asbestos, et cetera. Mayor, and I think you've done those yourself in the contracting business. We do early starts where you can start demo and so forth, and you get to the first building inspection. So we do that in an effort to try to expedite work. So we are taking every possibility to help our residents and the construction industry from that, from those delays. But again, you can't issue a early start permit until you have DERM approval for asbestos, right? If you're doing, let's say, interior demo. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm not a permit expediter, and I didn't stay at Holland Express last night, but I do have a little bit of experience in regards to construction engineering and the process. I've been doing it for a long time. Not as much as a permit expediter would, but I run plans for myself and for others, friends. When you submit to DERM, it's a process. You're not submitting to CAP, you're submitting to DERM. So whatever DERM decides to do at that point, whether they go with expediter A, B, C, whatever outside consultant they're using, it's their decision. So what I would recommend is ask the manager, and by the way, this is the vice mayor's issue item, Madam Vice Mayor. What I would recommend is have the manager, who's probably the most experienced engineer, probably in Miami-Dade County. When the Champlain Towers tragic issue happened, you were one of the ones that was called, correct?
For Dade County, yes.
For Dade
Yes,
County. The mayor of Miami-Dade County called you, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So we have somebody in our midst here, along with both of you and Hermes, who are very reputable individuals, who are architects, engineers. I would have a conversation with the chairman of the county commission or the mayor, and whoever the mayor designates, and say, let's not put the cart before the horse, Let's have a sit-down conversation. How can we get better service from DERM, which is, by the way, not an organization that's run by the city. It's an organization, an entity that's run by the county. So we are at their mercy. When I go to DERM, when I go to WASA, try to be as nice as possible, bring a little extra cafecito, maybe some donuts. The people there are very nice, very sweet, but there's a massive amount of work. So I think that before we go and we start speaking to consultants, I think we need to really have a sit-down conversation with the people who really have the bull by the horns, which is the county leadership. That's what I believe. But again, this is the vice mayor's item, and I'd love to hear from her and her opinion on the matter.
Mayor, that was the reasoning for my request for the memo, because if I can show the matrix, this is where we're running into a problem. Here's the significant delay that we're having. On one hand, the state wants us to, build housing faster, but we can't build it faster if you all are delaying things by 6 months or more and being able to get these approvals done. But a picture speaks 1,000 words, and a matrix on how much delay we're experiencing right here in our municipality will give them a crystal clear picture of really what's going on, because I don't expect them to know what's going on there. They're not working in that department,
Right.
but you all are interacting with them every day.
We'll put that together, Vice Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor, anything else?
That's it.
All right, perfect. Item F12.
Is Monica Beltran here?
No, Monica's in a conference.
Oh, boy.
I
Okay.
can speak to it.
Do you have the data that she has?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
And it should also be attached to
Okay.
your package. Just a quick. You updated? Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
So, as you know, the commission gave us the go-ahead to try a pilot program to issue a residential discount for parking permits. That started from March 12th. So as of, then this goes all the way through May 31st. So this is the latest data that we have. We've had 3,884 resident transactions. We've had registered tags, 1,384 tags, and applications, 1,208. Just as a refresher, we're providing a 25% discount for residents. Should also point out that most municipalities do offer a parking residential discount to their residents. Miami Beach offers, believe it or not, I think it's 75%. City of Miami offers 50%. I know the City of South Miami also has a residential discount we're offering 25%. What we've seen in the trend since inception of the pilot program, initially the first couple of weeks we had 510 resident transactions, then it jumped to 1,455, then to 1919 for the month of May. So there is an increased awareness of the residential parking program. So at this point, what we would recommend to you, to the body, is to allow us to continue the pilot program for another 6 months and bring back additional data at the first commission meeting in January. This will allow us to really analyze the data. We're also looking at making sure that we look at the tags that are registered in the city versus the transactions that are people external to the city. Because one thing we want to be sure is that this does not impact our revenues for parking, which is very important to us. I believe that, with the modest discount that we're providing, it's not going to be a significant impact. I think it's something that the residents really appreciate. And then even I live in the City of Miami, I get the residential discount for both of my vehicles. So I think but I think it would be prudent to extend this pilot program for another 6 months. We can come back at the January meeting and provide you additional data points, and then we can, and then the commission can decide if we want to move forward with this as permanent implementation.
Would you need a motion?
I think.
Do we need a motion?
So I think we had discussed, Commissioner, that we bring an item in July to extend.
Right. I believe and we can, because now we moved the commission meeting to the 1st, and the actual program expires on July the 6th, if I'm not mistaken. That's the date. July the 6th. So we can bring it back for a formal vote at that time next month.
How does the commission feel about the data so far presented and the program?
To the mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I eventually would like to make sure that we get people in the garages, because it's a great habit to get them using the garages, because the higher parking fees are for street parking.
Correct.
And if we could put the residents in the garages as much as possible, I think it would make it very enticing for businesses that need to have just some of these quick drop-offs and pick-ups to be using the street parking. Most residents don't realize the parking is cheaper in the garage.
Yeah.
So 25% off of a lower figure is a much better deal.
Absolutely.
Through the mayor, one of the questions that I asked when I was having my capital budget workshop was remember we were trying to revamp the technology on the garages, if that's included in part of this budget, and it is. So hopefully we're going to get going with updating our parking garages. I think we're going to do it in phases as far as which garage is more necessary.
Okay. Anyone else from the commission?
To the mayor. I just want to say I think this is a program that has been long overdue. I think residents have been asking for this for a while. We've definitely seen the interest that residents have had. and I think an extension for another 6 months to get the full data in order to decide how we move forward is a prudent thing to do.
I just want to recognize the great work that Monica and John have been doing on this, because they took the initiative to get the program started quickly by reaching out, making sure that residents that had registered tags and all that, that had decals, that we could go ahead and get them in the program. So they've been working really hard at this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item F14.
That's my item. Discussion on resident concerns regarding the road repairs on Pisano Avenue and lighting needs at the Cartagena Circle. I also where's Billy? Okay. I attached an.
Billy's substitute.
Yoli's are.
Yoli's are.
Do you know how to pull up the? No? But we'll wing it, okay? Just because it's you. Let's go ahead and have it. What I was going to show was an email from the actual resident with this complaint. But I know that Cartagena is a county street, and Pisano's already being repaired and is being paid by Baptist. But if you could give me a little more background on that, I'm pretty sure the resident is watching through Zoom right now.
So we finalized the drawings for Pisano already. They've been finalized and permitted. We're in the process of getting estimates and getting a contractor on board. We think that we're probably going to be able to get started on Pisano towards the end of the summer. Cartagena Circle is where Lejeune meets Old Cutler meets Sunset, all three of which are county roads. The county actually has a project scheduled which is going to happen concurrently. It's going to be part of the bridge replacement project, and which is going to include improved lighting for the circle area. The county's according to our last correspondence with the county, they have that project slated to begin on February of 2027.
Okay. Okay.
So, through the mayor. Yes. So I had brought to staff's attention, I think it was back in October when I had to go to see an orthopedic, the Pisano section, the east section, because the west section is beautiful. University of Miami has responsibility for that. And the other section was the doctor's hospital side, which had many, many, many potholes in it. So, I mean, that was the information way that I communicated it to staff, so that, by now we have the plans and we're well in advance.
It's a complete project. You're looking at drainage, a sidewalk on the east side of the street, and including some roadway reconstruction, because one of the reasons the pavement there is such a poor condition is because the water stagnates because it has nowhere to go. So we need to make sure the road has the proper slopes to get to where they need to go, because that's really at the end of the day why you have that pavement there in such a poor condition.
So thank you for your efforts in making it happen. I know drainage takes time with the design and engineering, but thank you.
The topography there was complicated.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
Director, how long did it take to get through Dade County?
Actually, for the drainage reviews are actually fairly quick, and that actually takes 1 to 2 weeks. So no, that was fairly quick. We don't have, that is one facet of our interaction with the county that they have a pretty quick response time.
So it's a 2-week delay, but even our drainage, our public works projects have to go through Dade County.
Right,
That's the
correct.
point I was trying to make.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Hermes. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. I appreciate you. Moving on to F15.
Discussion. And cable TV, are you able to go ahead and put the picture on item F15 on the screen? This is a discussion on curb damage at Los Pinos Boulevard and development of a long-term solution. I know that the city manager and deputy city manager had spoken to me about this, and we were considering different things. I know that residents probably also looking to see what solution we're gonna give to this problem. I don't know if cable TV could put that picture up there.
Cable TV, could you put up the item, please?
Okay, so what the resident was explaining here is that it keeps on being damaged over and over and over again, and we keep on fixing it. So he's looking, or we should be looking for a long-term solution for this not to be happening. And I know city manager and Joe Gomez were giving me alternatives of maybe better solutions that we could explore. And maybe you want to go ahead and talk about that a little bit. I think cable TV went on vacation.
In discussions with the manager and looking at the situation, the issue is vehicles hitting the curb and continuing to crack the curb. So there's a couple of thoughts. One is to use what we call mountable curb as opposed to the regular type D curb. Because when you hit the type D curb, especially with the large trucks or the high speed vehicles coming at a relatively high speed, it tends to crack the concrete because it's non-reinforced concrete, so it cracks relatively easy. Another one that the manager had suggested, which I've used in some locations where truck turning movements are a problem, is to reinforce the curbing itself in order to provide more strength to that. I think those are things that we can look at, and maybe looking at the geometry of some of those circles. Some of those circles are tight to begin with, so you have to maneuver around that circle at a relatively low speed, which sometimes is a problem because people tend to try to go faster than they really should, and that there's very little you can do about mitigating somebody's bad behavior in terms of driving. But we're going to look at a couple of options and see what works best for some of those traffic circles. But we know it's a problem.
Okay, and please get back to me. All these concerns that I'm bringing them up now before our budget workshop, because I want the commission to take consideration on the things that are priority to residents and the things that we should really be focusing on that's important to the people. So let's just keep that in mind, especially for tomorrow and the July 1st meeting.
Okay. F-16.
Is that mine too or no? F-16. Hold on. Okay. Discussion on pedestrian safety and ADA accessibility along Aragon, Giralda Avenue, and other high traffic areas. I also attached the email from the resident. I'll go ahead and I'll read it. Commissioner Castro, there are some bad sidewalks on Aragon, at Cafe Abraci, and on Giralda that needs attention. There's not enough ADA parking in the 353 Aragon parking garage. Persons not handicapped are too lazy to park in the normal spot. I have talked to Last Parking several times and nothing has been accomplished. There are several sidewalks that need massive attention ASAP before someone trips. Number 1, Denny's at Miracle Mile. Number 2, 2100 Ponce de Leon. Number 3, Denny's near University of Miami. Number 4, all the above mentioned. Thanks in advance. I will mention the resident, but these are things that we also need to look into, or are these things that are really being addressed?
So, Commissioner, if you will send that list to us, we're more than happy to review and address them as needed. For the record, the maintenance of sidewalks in the city of Coral Gables is the responsibility of the abutting property owners. The sidewalks that we do fix are the ones that were damaged by city trees. So this will be a coordination with code enforcement offices where the abutting property owners may actually get cited to address those sidewalks unless we find that the damage was done as a result of city trees. But if you forward that,
it's actually attached to the item.
Yep.
The email's attached to the item.
Okay. So we'll make sure to inspect every single one of those locations, and we'll proceed accordingly.
Perfect. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I had spoken to our parking director because we are in the process of doing an assessment not only of total ADA remediation needed throughout the central business district. I mean, it's one of our appropriations requests, but in addition for the DRC review, in order to be able to plan where, if you're going to be pouring a new sidewalk, where we need the curb cuts put in, where we need additional handicap parking, you're going to need more handicap parking where you have a medical facility, but the rule of thumb that I had provided is somewhere between 500 and 1,000 feet. Distance from location to location, you need to be able to have an ADA space available with a curb cut. You saw this at one of the last commission meetings where we had an item come forward and there wasn't a van accessible space anywhere, and because it's a new project, you know, the ask was made when I saw the project for the developer to re-pour it with a curb cut. It's not a big deal when they're doing a project, but if we have circles throughout our city of zones where we're lacking ADA parking, we can plan better and we can build better in the future. So if you are replacing a sidewalk, you can say, oh, we need a curb cut here because there isn't one within a reasonable distance, or we need additional ADA parking because there isn't any for over 1,000 feet. So the rule of thumb is usually 1,000 feet. If you're in a wheelchair and you're rolling along, it's a high level of exertion to get there. So we try to get someone within 1,000 feet of the door. So that's some of the things I've already asked for, and you should start seeing this stuff coming through because there is an assessment in progress now.
Thank you. Thank you. F17 is also mine, is a discussion addressing resident concerns about parking enforcement along Cordova Street and the need for renovations at the Salvador Park. As far as renovations at the Salvador Park, I think that's one of the needs, the requirements that we are planning to do, if depending how much money we're able to allocate to that item during our budget. We'll see how that plays off when the time comes. But I just want to go ahead and put it here and let people know, not people, but the commission know that this is a concern. Residents believe the Salvador Park does need improvements, that it's a little outdated. I went ahead and I attached the email of the resident who reached out to me. Besides that, Cordova. She believes it's a safety concern as the cars block the visibility. The city has no placed parking signs, however, people do not respect them. And are there any plans in this area, Columbus and Cordova, Andalusia and Valencia, for additional parking?
Excuse me. John Kowalczyk, Assistant Parking Director, Assistant Director Parking Operations. We've already addressed the parking on Cordova. There was some issues with the signage, which we adjusted last week. It'll make it a lot clearer for the people that are parking there, and it'll also make it easier to enforce.
Okay. She says she's been dealing with the city for over 6 years regarding the illegal parking. Do you feel like what we just did is going to...
Our enforcement officers have zones, and they cover them. And they do a good job at that, although we can't be everywhere at one time. So when we do have an issue from a particular resident, we give them our direct number. And that way they can call us, and we tell them that if it's off hours, they could call the police non-emergency number, and they'll get a response.
Yeah, it seems like when there's tennis tournaments or people playing tennis, they're also parking in her house. So yeah, I think stronger enforcement will definitely go a long way.
Again, when we know that there's an event going on like that, we do put additional enforcement in that area.
Thank you so much.
May I? Just don't move for a second. So there's a parking issue, right?
I'm sorry?
There's a parking issue at Salvador Park, correct?
Yes.
There's a parking issue, right? There's been a parking issue for the last 2 decades at Salvador Park, correct?
Okay.
But how bad is the parking issue?
I don't have any details.
I know, but I'm saying, but it's a constant issue, correct? Where people are parking.
Yeah, I mean, at any park, yeah, especially there, you have people that are not using the park that shouldn't be parking there, and the people that want to park there to use the park, they can. So we do, again, we enforce as needed.
Thank you. Mr. DCM, could I ask you a question? Madam ACM, would you mind coming up here? I want to put something on the record. I think it's critically important.
Oh, boy.
Okay. I've also received calls from residents who want Salvador Park renovated. But you know what they want renovated? Not much, because we've already renovated that project. Spent millions of dollars on there. What they want to renovate is the tennis courts and have a little clubhouse. But I'm not gonna say it. What do most people complain about in regards to Salvador Park? Go ahead.
Parking.
Okay. Can we build parking anywhere?
Part of the idea of the lot acquisition that was previously brought up was the idea
So,
of a future plan of vacating that street and then expanding to add parking, which is a continuous sort of discussion.
So if I may, I'm laughing because this has been going on for 20 plus years. And it's like, it's the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. Which is where politics makes huge errors that end up costing the city so much money. So my point is, you have a dire need for parking. You're surrounded by a school that brings in so much congestion. You have to pick up and drop off. There's no choice. You have people like my cousin who don't live in the city, but go play tennis at that facility. Because, by the way, we took county money. So you have to open that facility to everybody in the county. So now it's just not Coral Gables residents, it's county residents. How many parking spaces do we have in that 20, 30?
No, more.
Think?
Yeah, we have
Oh,
more.
I'm thinking the front, the side too. We have some on the
Side,
side.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
But we could use, would you say double? the amount
Yes,
of-
absolutely.
We could easily use double the amount of spaces.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm making a point because I also spoke to the residents at Cordova. And when I asked them, hey, what do you think about that piece of land, that we buy that piece of land and we make it into potentially, let's say, half of a dog park, half of a parking with the coordination of the street, where we vacate the street and we do something great with that, and that gives us a connection to the park. They all said that is the best idea. The best idea. Don't miss out on it. We've been talking about it for 20 years, correct, Mr. Director? Yeah. So my point is, we can never vote here based on politics. We have to vote on what's in the best interest of the city. So this is an item that's being brought up here, not by me, that shows how much of a headache we have in that park because we don't have parking and because we can't place parking. The only way to do it is you gotta figure out somewhere, buy a lot, knock it down, figure something out to be able to provide that. So this is your answer. Along Cordova Street, there's an issue of parking. How are you gonna renovate Salvador Park? It's been renovated. It was renovated. It was one of Mike Mena's babies when he was here, the vice mayor, correct?
Correct, the park, not the facility.
park.
Yeah.
So if you want to renovate the tennis courts, that's fine. But you renovate, more people come.
Yep.
They want to use the best facility. So it's a catch-22. Whether, if you renovate more, you're going to get more people to come. So just want to put that on the record because it's an opportunity that comes around once every 20 years.
Move to reconsider that item.
See, there you go.
All right.
There you go.
I was just going to speak to
Move to reconsider that item.
encourage that.
I think we need to find a solution. Let's get it done.
Can
We
we
talk
go-
about compromise. I can't move it because I didn't vote in favor of it.
Nope.
I'll move it.
No, but
So
you- but-
that's why I'm saying.
No.
But you were on the prevailing side.
You're on the prevailing side.
I was on the prevailing side. So I will move to reconsider item,
It is E.
3, is it? No,
Can I ask you a question,
E,
Mr. DCM, Madam ACM?
E4.
I don't want it to be this is my idea. Do you think this is the best thing for the city, yes or no?
Well,
Be honest.
I think something to mention too, and maybe there's some misunderstandings.
Please, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I don't want to, let's not politicize this.
Yep.
Do you think the park acquisition and paying an extra $100,000 to not lose this opportunity is worth it, yes or no?
Absolutely.
If I wouldn't have thought so, Mayor, I would have never made the offer.
Okay.
Listen,
I'll second.
I think that you've all made very valid arguments during both discussions. And I think we have an opportunity to fix it. Let's do it.
I'll second it.
So just so we're all clear, this is the motion to reconsider.
To reconsider
If this is.
E3.
If this one is, it's E4.
E4, sorry, E4.
E4. If this one is, if this is a successful motion, then it just means the action is undone, and we'd have to consider the item again and take a vote on the item again.
Take it
Correct.
again, whenever they like to take it.
Well, we can take it up immediately. We can just make a motion to.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little confused, and I apologize.
So I'm making a motion to reconsider E4, which was the item on the purchase of the
But
property.
what is it that we need to reconsider, because I thought it carried?
It did not. It required a forfeits vote. That's the purchase of the property, so it requires a forfeits vote due to the amount and the waiver.
That's why I was
So
confused.
I'm moving to reconsider because I'm changing my vote.
No, now I understand, because
Yeah.
it's 4/5.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. So.
We have a motion and a second.
So just for point of order, I guess, the motion that we're making is to open the reconsideration.
It's a reconsideration. It's
Got
a
it.
motion to reconsider.
Okay.
So we went through the mayor. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
I'm sorry? What are we voting on?
On opening up the discussion item again for reconsideration.
No. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lateral?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Permission to speak, Mayor Lago. Mrs. Cruz would like to
I spoke
speak.
on 4, so I'm entitled to speak on this. You're reconsidering.
If you would be so kind to please sit down.
Thank you.
So the effect of that motion is that the action is undone, essentially. So there could be another motion.
And if I may, before we move forward, just Commissioner, I want to put a point of clarity on one thing, because it's going to be in the blogs later, especially Politico Cortadito and the next ones. Madam City Attorney, is public discussion required under commission items?
This is not a commission item, though.
No, the one that we were talking about before, they said the one we were talking about here on F14.
It's a discussion item, right? So the discussion items do not require
Just want to be clear.
public comment during this item. Obviously, there's opportunity during public comment.
Yes. All right.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
A second.
So just,
But bring it to the commission, bring it to the mayor. Let's go one at a time. You wanted to say something, Madam City Attorney?
yes, I'm hearing that there's a motion. If I can just read it into the record so that we're all clear and
No, but this is not, yeah, we need, please, this is not allowed. This is not allowed. Excuse me. Please sit down. Ms. Cruz, I'm asking you to please, okay. This is, are you gonna take action on this? She doesn't let me. I'm asking her to sit down. She won't.
understand.
The whole thing is an attempt to get me to use the gavel and grab the police and grab her out of here. No, I'm not gonna do that. We're having a meeting, we're doing it respectfully, we're doing things the right way, the way that it was meant to be done, and there will be protocol. Everything will run through the mayor, and we will do things. We already had public comment. Now, please sit down. I'm asking you again, as kind as I possibly can. Please sit down.
Please, if you want.
Please sit down.
There's a vote, I'm entitled to speak. As per, I was told by Billy Urquia, if there's discussion only, I don't get to speak. But if you're gonna vote, you went back to E4, I put in to speak on E4.
Madam City Attorney, where are we?
yes, I'm just going to read the item into the record, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
So E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving a purchase and sale agreement to include certain key terms with Eugenia S. Schmid as trustee of the Eugenia S. Schmid Declaration of Trust dated August 7, 1998, for the purchase of an undeveloped parcel of land located at 1031 Valencia Avenue, waiving certain requirements pursuant to Section 2-1089 of Division 12 of the Procurement Code, providing for severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney, can you ask, or the clerk, both the clerk and the city attorney, can you please refresh our memories if there was public comment at that moment?
There was, Mayor. I would recommend that if
I'm
we're...
asking you, was there public comment? We allowed public
There
comment?
was, yes.
Did people speak during that?
Yes.
Who spoke during that?
I don't remember exactly who spoke, Mayor.
Madam
My apologies.
Madam City Clerk,
Yes, Ms. Cruz spoke on that item.
Ms. Cruz spoke on that item. Okay. So we've already had public comment on that issue. But you know what? I don't have an issue allowing it once again. Breaking the rules, correct? But I want you to put it on the record, because when you know the blogs come hammering down and everything that's set up for the blogs and everything like that, you know, I want to make sure. Do I have to require public comment again after I already allowed it once?
Mayor, we haven't had this issue come up, but I would recommend that in this case, we allow public comment.
I don't have
That's my
to.
recommendation.
I don't have to, though, right?
I don't have the exact answer for that for you right now. So I would recommend that we allow it, given that there's going to be.
I don't have a problem. I'm going to allow it.
Through the mayor. But for clarity's sake, and if you don't know, city attorney, then I respect that. But we're not introducing new issues. This is a
Agreed.
reconsideration of that which is already discussed.
I agree with that, yes.
So if I could just finish. So if public comment was given during that item and without limiting the opportunity or, you know, within the rules of the commission, public comment was opened, it was made, and then it was properly closed.
Yes.
Is there, I don't see, I may be asking a rhetorical question, but do you see a need to reopen that which was already given public commentary on a motion to reconsider the exact same item?
So I would think that on the item, because there was a motion for reconsideration, I think on that issue, at a minimum, perhaps there should be public comment. But again, you're right. There was consideration of this before the commission voted, and we're even at the same meeting. There was public comment, so there has been a reasonable opportunity to be heard on this item. But again, I think, as the mayor said, he's willing to allow it, and that would be my suggestion.
So I'm gonna also make a quick statement. If Mr. Commissioner Lara, you're allowed to the next commission meeting to reconsider, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're in the same commission meeting. There are no new facts that are being argued on this issue. There's no new evidence that's being produced. So at the end of the day, the facts are the facts. There's a reconsideration on the table, and we're taking it.
Yes.
Okay? All right. Will you mind sitting down, please?
There's new facts because you discussed parking that was not discussed before.
Will you please, I'm asking you to please sit down. Please. I'm asking you nicely, please sit down.
And I'm asking the city attorney to understand new facts were presented.
I'm asking you nicely.
That were not presented before.
I'm asking you nicely to sit down.
When we discussed it before, there was no issue about
If you would,
parking.
please sit down. Please, I'm asking you to sit down. Thank you. Okay, so now we got that out of the way. Mr. Clerk, I want to follow the quick, very brief protocols to not make a mistake. Okay? Because we're buying land and I want to be very careful. Okay? Remind me, do we have a motion in a second?
Yes, sir. We have Commissioner Fernandez and Vice Mayor Anderson.
Okay, now I want you to do me a favor. Open the public comment. Now, you know why I did that? Because if you would just follow the rules like everybody else does here, instead of eating crackers in the back when you're not supposed to be eating here, and screaming and laughing and giggling the entire commission meeting, she does every commission meeting, you know, calling public records requests constantly the entire meeting. I already got like 3 of them from her. You can speak, but be respectful. You want people to respect you, but you're not respectful of anybody else. Please open the public comment.
Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Can I speak? It's
Have you
now
signed up?
open.
Of course I signed up.
Madam City Attorney, does she require a new card? She signed up once already?
I don't think that's necessary.
I want to make sure. Go ahead. Please put the time, Madam City Clerk. Thank you.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447.
Again.
1447 Miller Road. Respect begets respect. Mayor, when you're sitting there looking at your phone, disregarding what everybody else is saying, even the people that you invite to speak, that's not respectful. So let's not speak with, what is the forked tongue? This item was discussed. Nowhere in the discussion parking came up. Now parking came up. So it's a new discussion about an item that we did not know about parking before. That's why it was brought up. This is an item where we did not even have access to everything before we got here today. You know what? I'm tired. And you know what? Next time you threaten me, you're going to call the police? Feel free to do it. I'm not afraid. I hope that the day comes when you decide to call the police, because that's why the employees do not go to you, because we're tired of your threats and your bullying. Because you know what? She made it clear. No, if there was nothing new. Yes, there was something new. The parking was not included in the item, not even in the paperwork that I requested this morning. There's no indication that that was important, that the property was being bought to allow parking. There was nothing there. So that was a new item. I'm sorry, you were wrong. And I'm tired of the threats. You know what? If you threaten, deliver the threats, because I'll handle it.
Will you please close the public comment? Mr. DCM, I'd like to respond. Please. Has there been any scope defined for this piece of property?
Specifically, a scope? No. All we did was we acquired the property.
That's it. So there's no scope yet?
No, sir.
The project will be used for what's in the best interest of the city.
Correct.
And that is obviously for the park.
Correct.
God willing, we can close off the street in the future and we can do something amazing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, please don't move, Mr. DCM. Madam City Attorney, does discussing parking change the scope of what's before us?
So what I've heard is a motion to approve E4, which E4, unless the commission says otherwise, has not changed. It's still the same item, and there's nothing different about it.
So, again, what you see here is the saber rattling, the screaming that's been happening for years here, and the lack of control has resulted in this type of behavior. Okay? The making up of the fact that now the legislation has changed because we talked about parking. It doesn't make sense. There's no threats, but if you continue to stand up and run around here and jump onto the dais, I'm gonna have to call the meeting to order, and I'm gonna have to call the police in here, just like other municipalities have a sergeant of arms. There's only one person that conducts themselves here in these meetings like that, who eats, who laughs, who screams, who giggles, who puts up signs. It's derogatory, it's demeaning, and it's just, the real world doesn't work that way. If you don't get your way, you can't have a temper tantrum like that. So at the end of the day, the sole purpose of this property is to make the city better and to make that park better. And whatever staff deems it appropriate to be, whether it's using it as a staging area while they renovate the tennis courts like we did for pickleball courts, and then, or they're gonna add I'm making this up, if they're gonna add 2 pickleball courts because that's what the residents in the neighborhood want, and the rest is gonna be parking, I don't care. All I know is this is an asset that comes around once in a lifetime, correct, Mr. Director? And if you're telling me we're gonna lose the asset for $100,000, and by the way, to respond to Commissioner Castro, thank God we bought the fire station on Sunset, because the price that we got it for was theft when you look at it what the price is today. We bought that how many years ago, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, it must be 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, thank God we bought that property. And the one that we were gonna buy on the circle of Coco Plum, which I was the no vote on that property, was like $4 million for that property, remember?
Yes, Mayor.
In the middle of a residential neighborhood. So, you can conflate the issues and try to confuse people, but the facts are the facts. We are what we are. You wanted to speak? You heard from the city attorney. The issue started and it ends the same. It has not changed. You got 2 bites of the apple here. 2 bites of the apple here. Okay? Yes, ma'am, Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, I just want to add one clarification. Even if the commission in this approval now decided to make some amendment or some change, as long as the item there was no material change, the commission could still proceed. I just want to make that clear that it's still the same item.
So I want to be clear because the blogs will have a field day with this. Okay, they love it. Was there material change here? Yes or no?
There's been up to now in the discussion I'm hearing, there's been no change to the item.
Okay. All right, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for reconsidering, Commissioner Fernandez. And I also want to make it clear to the neighborhood, we have not decided to add parking.
No, we haven't.
We have not. It's going to go through the normal process where everybody within 1,500 feet of the property is going to be asked what kind of use they would like in that area. We can also explore closing the street at the same time, which the street asphalt itself may be the most appropriate space for expanding parking. So I appreciate your willingness to reconsider, and thank you.
Okay, so I want to just confirm, to not make a mistake. We have a motion and a second. We have public comment. Do any of the employees want to speak about this? Okay, since we're opening up, we might as well open up to everybody. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Castro?
Yeah, overpaying for land regardless of intent sends a very, very bad message. My vote is no.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Since I don't believe, and I don't believe the record supports any description of this vote as being overpaying for the value of the land, I believe we are paying very good value for the land, yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
I'll reiterate those comments and say yes.
Mayor Lago?
I third those comments. I say yes. Thank you to Commissioner Fernandez for reconsidering. This is a piece of property that will bode the community incredibly well and that will deliver in the near future, and it will have your name on it because you're part of the reason why I got passed today. F-17. Oh, that's the one we just did. Thank you. F-18.
Is that mine? Let's see. 18.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We have a couple of slides to share on this item.
Yeah, okay, yes. Discussion regarding sidewalk installation at Alhambra Circle entrance and Douglas Road. Thank you so much for putting this together. I didn't even know you guys worked on this. Thank you. This is actually an email I also received from a resident. His name is Mr. Randy. That's his last name, Mr. Randy. So my liaisons, if you could go ahead and send this to Mr. Randy, that would be amazing.
So Melissa Desires, Assistant Director for Transportation. We prepared a small presentation. It's just a concept. Basically, we went out in the field and we took a look to see, what we could do. We did see some challenges, which are listed in the next slide, but you can see what we're planning on doing is the pink, light red, that's where the sidewalk would go. The yellow, light green is basically there's these two arches, they're historical monuments. And what kind of material is that?
It's like a stone floor, which we're going to have to work that out with the historical folks because currently that would be a tripping hazard.
We can't install a sidewalk on top of that, so we would have to work it out with historic. And then since this is Douglas Road, there's certain locations, see the blue, that would require Miami-Dade County approval. But the pink, red areas we would be able to do just us. So we would design this in-house and we would move forward with construction.
What would be the timeline for that?
So we want to discuss a couple of the items, which depending on, so one of them, for example, want to bring to your attention, and this is on the west side, there's a very large branch that currently gets in the way of the sidewalk path. And based on discussion with Dina Bell from Landscape Services, you cut such a large branch out of the Royal Ponciana, the tree's gone. So one of the things that we want to have a discussion, if the directions the commission is going to proceed with this, that tree probably needs to go. There is a similar Ponciana, there was a similar Ponciana across the street from that location that was recently removed because it died. So that's one issue that we need to discuss. The other issue that you see on the adjacent photo is that we need to work with historical, what kind of treatment we can do to the floor, because as I mentioned earlier, that would be a tripping hazard. So we're not entirely sure, what process we're gonna have to follow, whether that's something that we can work out with the historical folks directly. Do we need to go to the board? As far as doing the project, this will definitely have to be the next fiscal year project, and we can definitely make that a priority. But we need to get over these couple of, the sidewalk itself is fairly minor.
If you go back to the previous slide, Oh, it doesn't show where the sidewalk's going to go, right?
Well, so you see the pink, the light red area, that's where the sidewalk would go. So that yellow, just to give you a picture, you see that arch where that tree branch is? That's where that yellow is, because it's some arches and you have to get through there, but we can't use concrete there because of the rock.
So it's not on the curb?
No. We go, because you gotta, there's no, that monument, if you could go back to the next photo, you see that at the end, it's right smack against the edge of pavement, so you cannot really do that. So you'll be walking through the, I guess, I don't know if an arcade is the right term, but you'll be walking through the monument, through the entrance.
Like
so we need to figure, that's sort of the arches, so we need to figure out what kind of treatment will be acceptable to put there. And that's just one of the things we need to work on. It's not necessarily a big job, but there's a few things that we need to work through, and obviously this commission will have to accept the removal of that tree. Because there's no way that specific type of tree will not survive the removal of a trunk
So according to Dina,
that thick.
it was a softwood tree, and when you cut a significant sized branch from a tree like that, it opens it up to decay.
Right, it won't
bacteria
heal.
decay.
I think when the time comes around, I think we'll go ahead and consider what is the best solution for that. We'll probably bring it back when we're ready to.
At some point, we'll go through the process. We have this sign, but I just want to make sure that there's no way that branch right now, it literally blocks it. It's right against the entrance, so there's really no way to move forward with that without removing that branch. And if you remove the branch, then the tree needs to go. So as long as this commission is okay with that, we can go ahead and proceed with the design and schedule this for construction sometime next fiscal year.
Okay.
If I may, and I'm going to defer to the Vice Mayor on this, but what I would do if I was to sponsor this item, I would have talked to Dina Bell, and had a conversation with Dina and said, Dina, would you mind coming up here 1 second? And by the way, not that I lack any faith in both of you, but you guys are engineers. You guys are, come on. I'm just kidding, Talk to me about the branch before the Vice Mayor schools us on the branch.
Dina Bell, Public Works Green Space Management. Okay, so you can see this is a big mature Royal Poinciana with a low curving character branch. That branch is, 8-10 inches diameter. Royal Poincianas of this age, they don't deal with cutting large branches well. They're soft wood, opens it up for decay. Is it worth trying to relocate a tree this size of this age? It's a Royal Poinciana. I don't know. It doesn't have a good outlook for relocation, in my opinion.
From this picture, it's extremely hard to see what you're talking about, because where the arch is and where everything is extremely hard. But it looks like this tree is so close to the monument that it wouldn't be feasible to move it in the first place. How quickly does the branch decay is another question. Will it eventually kill the tree? Yes, it'll eventually kill the tree. I've seen this on Royal Poincianas, and I kind of cringe when I see people send their tree trimmers, arborists, in to essentially decapitate a Royal Poinciana that they think is going to come back like a mango tree when you trim it. The reality is, the termites come in, it rots, and all right, that's much better to be able to see how it's blocking it. Is it possible to route this sidewalk differently? I have no idea. I can't tell from this.
That branch that you see, it's literally right on the entrance to the arcade.
Yeah, it's highly unusual that I haven't seen a lot of Royal Poincianas do that low dip like that. And I usually see that out of oak trees. But, it's something I think we all should drive by and see if there's any other alternative before we make that hard decision on executing a tree. Has this been something that has been discussed with there's one resident that expressed the need for a sidewalk here, that it would result in the loss of tree canopy? It's a decision, because when people are left with these hard decisions, and I've gone door to door with the folks over the Salvador Dog Park, and, some of them wanted to get rid of the black olives, but when they really thought about it, they changed their mind. And they said they didn't want to lose the black olives, and we kept the black olives that were at Salvador Dog Park as a result. So I think it needs to be an informed decision. It certainly has an interesting shape.
Through the mayor?
Yes?
Do you find any other solution to be able to put a sidewalk there without taking the tree off or cutting it, or maybe can you move the, I mean, when it comes to trees, I'm not the expert, so I'm just blabbing out stuff out of my mouth, but can you move the tree around, or?
Can we do something new? Can we have the sidewalk meander underneath or go around the tree in the back and then come back? I know it's kind of a loop, but it'll cost more, but.
You see that? No, that's perfect.
Need measurements.
Is there, do we have a pointer? So if you see that low hanging branch, it's literally almost like a door to the arch. So that's the branch so just to walk through right now, you have to, fend that off. So, there's a scale trimming that could be done and then looped around the rear, maybe we can look into that, but that you see, it's right almost against the arcade, the arches on the end.
So let me ask you for a favor.
Mhm.
Why don't you, with the sponsor, call a sunshine meeting so that other commissioners can attend and go on site to review it and get an idea of maybe like a bonsai tree, you prune it in a certain way, you push it in a certain way. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out a way so we can appease everybody. Save the tree, put the sidewalk, and get it in there. But I think that doing it this way is a little difficult because you really can't see the right angles and the dimensions. And I think that maybe being on site is a much more productive way of addressing and finding a solution with multiple people there. Because I would like to see the branch, obviously.
We'd be more than happy
I don't want to compromise the
put
tree.
that together if that's what the will of the commission.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know much about the history of this, but the original design of this goes back almost 100 years, I'm assuming,
Yes.
right? So originally it wasn't designed with any sidewalk, right?
We don't know what it looked like 100
The historical
years ago.
folks are probably going to educate us on that, right?
We will have to talk to the historical.
'Cause I'm trying to understand if we are changing the original design and that there will be pushback or some issue with making a change. This is not a public safety issue, is it? It is?
Through the mayor, there has been a lot of concerns from residents in this area about this. There are a lot of buildings. A lot of these people actually walk across Douglas to go to the grocery stores or to, I think there's a CVS or a Walgreens close by there. And there really is no connectivity between the actual arch and 37th Avenue.
Yeah. So you see the issue is safety, having to navigate that branch that's going through there.
So there is no crosswalk at that intersection on a hammer circle. So, for example, if you happen to be in a wheelchair and you want to go around, you have to go all the way. It's a very long loop just to get around. If you want to go to Douglas, you want to go. So from the connectivity perspective, this makes a little sense. Whether you do both sides or just one, either way, it's an improvement from what you have existing there. Because that's another option. We could do one side only. I mean, it's not ideal because there's still some things that get left off, but that's also a potential option. But the will of commission, we have a sunshine meeting we'll be more than happy to. We'll work something out with the clerk's office. And
Through the mayor, I have one more question of our esteemed Dina Bello, and very well. What is the largest size branch that can be cut on a Royal Ponciana without risking rotten?
On a Poinciana, I wouldn't cut one bigger than 6 inches diameter. I mean, there's no rule, but the wood is so soft, it does not heal over. So once you wound it, it's an open, gaping wound forever, and decay, bacteria, pests, termites, whatever will inhabit it quickly.
All right.
So
I'll keep that in mind when we do the site visit.
Okay. So I guess through the manager's office, we'll coordinate a meeting with the commission. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
F19,
Discussion on the Gables by the Sea road resurfacing project and speed control in that area. I also attached the email. Oh, I guess I didn't attach it, never mind. I got an email saying, I'm a resident at Gables by the Sea. Please let me know if there's a website or person I can reach out to. Hold on. Find out when the streets in Gable by the Sea will be resurfaced and speed bumps will be installed, particularly on Lugo Avenue, where people are constantly speeding at high rates of speed.
So we've collected, the police has collected data on Lugo in several occasions. And the data the police has collected does not reflect the speeding issues in Lugo Avenue. In fact, the average speed will hover anywhere between 11 to 15 miles per hour, with the 85th percentile speed, which are the ones that it's really what triggers the traffic calming process, somewhere about 20 miles per hour. That doesn't mean that you may not have the occasional speedster, but from the perspective of traffic calming problem, there is no speeding issues in Lugo, at least based on data that we collected. Now, to be fair, that data was collected, we collected that in 2019 and then early 2020, just before COVID. The police has been collecting a lot of additional data all over the place for us. So this is one location that they're scheduled to collect data again. Unfortunately, that won't be able to happen until the fall. We could take a look to see if the conditions have changed since. But we've had calls and requests about folks speeding in Lugo. The data that we collected so far does not reflect that. As far as the resurfacing of Lugo, all the funding that we currently have available for milling and resurfacing, it's already attached to either Alhambra or projects that are under design that have, they're matching for a grant. So what our plan will be for next year's fiscal years for funding for the resurfacing, I understand that there's also the potential that we may get some funds from the state for some additional. I think we need to make a decision as to which streets are going to be funded from that. And preliminary discussions internally between Melissa, myself, we were looking at some areas of Granada, we're looking at some areas of some other areas of South Alhambra. You know, it will be up to the city commission if they want us to prioritize some areas versus others. You know, the reality is that we have a limited amount of funds. So, you know, we'll have to see where that money that will be available next year will be better used.
How much, what is the needs request amount for resurfacing streets this year around? Do you remember?
I believe, I hate to speak for Paul, I believe what is on the books right now will be $500,000. And I think there's a chance that it looks like we may have gotten a little bit of extra money from the state.
Okay.
But I don't know that that is 100%. I'm not sure when the government gets a chance to veto or whether that's already a done deal.
Go ahead and put this on your list, not as priorities. We'll go ahead and consider that when we're talking about budgeting, but let's not forget about this. Let's go ahead. If we have a list,
sure,
whatever order they're in, let's just keep it there. Let's keep in
Absolutely.
consideration that this is one of the concerns some of the residents from Gables of the Sea are having.
Absolutely.
Through the mayor.
Yes,
I'd been speaking to folks in the HOA board and had brought this, the issue of the speeding to my attention. I explained the process to them, how we do the testing, when the timing of it would be. This is a gated community.
Correct.
So ultimately, Miami-Dade County is not going to be concerned if we do put speed tables there. And the gated community, when I spoke to them during, they had a little meeting down there, the mayor was there as well, was willing to put the money in to do some traffic calming. And I talked to them about the various options that they have, the type of speed tables, or if they would prefer a speed detection sign, because one of the individuals that happens to have some sports cars preferred the speed detection sign as opposed to the speed tables. So the board itself is going to have to weigh in on this as to what option they want. They didn't even know that there were the fire, you know, the ones with the divots to allow the fire rescue vehicles to go through a little more smoothly. So I think we need to circle back with that board, the HOA board, and let them vote on something, assuming that they don't qualify for the 85th percentile.
Correct. So the county has basically told us that because gated communities are not considered to be part of the street road network, they don't really have a concern if they don't qualify, they still want them installed. And I think the policy we've had was that, okay, if you still want it, you don't qualify, then you got to pay for it.
Correct, correct. And they were willing to pay for it.
And that's a discussion we can have.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. There's no cut-through traffic here. This is a gated community. So our position has been if a gated community wants traffic coming, then they should actually compensate the city for that, because there's other areas where you have cut-through traffic. We have real issues where we have where that our traffic calming money should go.
Okay.
And I'm sure this street is rated in our rating program, and we'll see where the street falls as far as serviceability.
Yes, we had that done about 5-6 years ago. So by now, obviously, we're actually working with Raimundo's team to update, because 5-6 years for some streets that's already, it's time to update. And that's something we're working with Raimundo to.
So when that is updated, we can see where the street falls as far as the resurfacing schedule.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
F20.
Thank you. F20 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the Human Resources Director to include the personnel rules, a policy addressing workplace relationships between supervisors and direct employees. I'm the sponsor of this item. The reason that I brought this up is really, this is about protecting the city from liability and scandal. When a supervisor engages in a romantic or intimate relationship with someone they directly oversee, the city becomes legally and ethically vulnerable. Cities and agencies with integrity already do this. Springfield, Oregon, Verona, New Jersey, Annapolis, Maryland, all prohibit romantic relationships between supervisors and direct reports. Federal agencies also do it. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service departments like FDNY and NYPD have adopted the same standards. Why? Because this policy is a best practice in ethical government. It prevents even the appearance of impropriety and ensures workplace decisions are merit-based. Number 3, this is not about policing private lives. This is about public responsibility. This sends a clear message. Coral Gables is serious about professionalism. We cannot expect employees to feel safe or fairly treated if there's a shadow of favoritism on the top. This policy protects, it's proactive and professional. It says Coral Gables is, and it says in Coral Gables, no one is above accountability. And that is, I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. It's the responsible things to do for our staff, our residents, and our reputation.
Commission, any more comments?
I'm trying to pull up the language right now, so if somebody else wants to start.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I applaud you for bringing up ways to try and, in your view, make the workplace more hospitable, safer, to reduce incidents of impropriety. I guess this is the main thrust of where you're coming from. But I think that rather than,
thank you,
reduce liability for the city, I have several thoughts about this. I think it could increase, liability for the city. Because once you implement a policy or a written practice or procedure, not following it creates a per se negligence situation. I know this because I've been litigating cases for over 30 years, and when you have a policy in writing that appears to be broken, then you have per se negligence. So that almost, what I would say, at worst, invites litigation. Number 2, we already have federal and state law that prohibits improper relationships in the workplace. The third issue I see, potentially, right, is the enforcement. So what constitutes, this is a discussion I have, what constitutes this kind of a...
It's a resolution.
I see. Well, what constitutes the workplace relationship? And who's the police of that relationship? So that becomes, in my view, a rather unwieldy thing to try and execute on, to be policing when a relationship begins, when a relationship is ongoing, when it ends, or when it repeats. Because you know how it is with human nature, right? You never know when something really starts or ends necessarily. And then another thought that comes to mind, if we have behavior, interaction, relationship between and among consenting adults, I don't see that as being problematic. What you may be suggesting is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, because I'm not aware, and I invite the rest of my colleagues to let me know if they are aware of any pervasive, material, tangible concern, problem, or impediment to getting the work of the people done as a result of consenting adults having a relationship at the workplace. So with all that being said, I would not be supportive of that unless I can be convinced differently with you responding to these concerns of mine.
Absolutely. I think that you're misunderstanding the resolution just a tad bit. It's not saying that employees cannot have a relationship. It's actually saying that the supervisor cannot supervise their direct employee in a relationship, and that we require disclosure. So it's not, okay, you cannot have a relationship, but it has to be disclosed if you are the direct supervisor. Okay, anybody else in the city, in different departments, they're open without disclosure to go ahead and have a relationship. In fact, a lot of people meet their significant other or partner in the workplace. That's where you spend the most of your time working. But when it comes to like influence, or maybe that you feel a certain way or favoritism, it shouldn't be your direct supervisor that you're in a relationship with. And if you are, then it should be disclosed to HR. There is a definition in the resolution that I worked on, what it is to have a relationship. And it describes it pretty well there. So hopefully I'm able to change your mind.
Do you have any, just continue the conversation, are you aware of an ongoing problem in the city in terms of getting not only the work of the people done, but that people come to work and are unsafe or perceive themselves as being unsafe as a result of being in a undisclosed but consenting relationship with their supervisor?
I want to be able to tell you no, but the truth is yes. Yes, and I don't want to disclose names or put anybody out there. But this is really to protect not only the city, the integrity, our reputation, but also the employees.
Well, I would never ask. That would be completely improper to, ask for names of people. Just asking if you're aware of this being a situation. So, question to the city attorney, and then a follow-up question to city manager. Are either of you aware of any issues in a consistent or material or even identifiable manner of relationships between direct supervisor and direct reports between consenting adults as it pertains to you, the city attorney, or as it pertains to you, city manager, in your time here?
I'm not aware.
Through the mayor, I'm not aware, Commissioner.
Okay.
Madam
Vice Mayor.
So I have been able to pull up the language. I had it in the wrong category on our agenda here. And I concur with the comments that Commissioner has made regarding the concerns of it. And if you look at the definitions, they are so extremely vague. It could apply to almost any type of relationship. Frequent personal communication, physical affection. I don't know about you, but I got a lot of, I call them Cuban kisses after the election, probably which gave rise to the subsequent head cold that I had and so forth. But the language here creates a lot of problems, because if somebody is not sure they have a relationship or they're beginning a relationship and they fail to promptly disclose, now they've violated a workplace rule. Now they're subject to being fired because they weren't quite sure yet they had a relationship, but somebody might perceive it as being a relationship because they had gotten one of those Cuban kisses, you know? So I think it just opens up a Pandora's box on something that doesn't exist. I think if there was improper behavior, improper favoritism, that would stand out with or without having a other type of relationship going on here that the city doesn't wants to discourage. Does it affect the productivity of the individual? Does it cause favoritism or lack of favoritism? When a relationship breaks up in between consenting adults, and if we're all adults, a relationship is over, a relationship is over. It shouldn't make a difference in your work product either before, during, or afterwards. And I'm not aware of any situation right now. And if there was a situation where there was an impact on the work relationship, then I certainly would make the city manager aware of it.
Through the mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this has, I just want to put on the record, this has nothing to do with elected officials. This is strictly employees. This is the HR handbook, and elected officials adhere to different ethical standards that are outlined elsewhere, if that's any of the worries here on this body.
You ready to move forward? You want to take a vote? Go ahead.
Does anybody else have anything to say? No? Okay.
I mean, the only thing, through the mayor, would be, I think, maybe take into consideration the discussion that the vice mayor and Commissioner Lara have had, and bring it back, trying to address some of the concerns that they have, and see how you can make it even stronger. And bring it back next meeting.
Would the commission be up to me strengthening that definition, or would they still be opposed to this type of legislation?
Through the mayor, first step I would do is I would sit down with the city manager and address whether there is a need for some legislation like this. I mean, most of the behaviors that you might be concerned with on favoritism or retaliation are addressed elsewhere in the laws and can be dealt with by the manager or the assistant manager or the deputy city manager. So I think it's, again, something that we already have a framework to take care of, but you're actually increasing exposure and increasing issues or potential issues for employees to have pitfalls that they can step in and have a violation where they otherwise wouldn't have a violation. So that's my recommendation to you.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez, I thank you for making that suggestion, but for me, it wouldn't be something I would need or ask for. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Well,
Commissioner, what would you like to do?
yeah, well, there's not much I could do, because even if I move, I don't see that there's going to be a second on this dais. So it's a shame that you guys don't see the same way I see to protect the integrity of the city, and not only the city but the employees. Let's move over to the next item.
I mean, Madam City Attorney. Madam City Attorney, if I may, are there existing provisions in the employee handbook and in the charter that address issues that are being outlined by the commissioner?
So there is Rule 18, which applies to relatives. So it's the anti-nepotism law consistent with state law. So you cannot have a relative supervising another relative. And so relative is defined, obviously, to include spouse.
So this item is a city commission item. It does not require public comment and an item to vote on unless you want to make a motion.
Yeah.
Okay. So we move on. G1, a resolution of the city commission confirming, you want to
Yeah, Mayor, this is confirming appointments by commission as a whole. It's 2 appointments to serve as members of the Arts Advisory Panel for 2-year term.
There's a few of these here, if I may. Does anybody have a person they want to nominate? I want to tell you one person who I think is very competent. It's not this one, it's at the bottom. Josh Goodman came to see
I
me.
was gonna say the same thing.
So I think the guy's not only competent, I mean, the guy bleeds this. So this is what he loves this. So at the end of the day, I've offered him to serve on other different boards, and the guy, like, all he wants to do is this. So I think that we can jump to G5. Are we good with Josh Goodman?
Yes.
Is everybody okay, Madam Vice Mayor?
Oh, yes, no, you're absolutely correct. He
I'll move
believes
it.
it. Second.
You good? All right, we have a motion and a second for G5.
Okay. Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lateral,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
and Mayor Lago.
Yes. Do we have anybody for G1, G2, G3, or G4?
G3,
Yes, ma'am.
Michael Maxwell.
Oh, yes, perfect. I had it right here on the top of my list. Thank you for reminding me, Michael. I think he's great.
He is.
He's great, and he's very involved, and he's brought me a few different interesting things that deal with historic preservation. One of them that I'm hopeful to bring in the next July meeting, just as a discussion item. I just have to vet it through the manager first. It's an interesting opportunity about buying historic properties that are multifamily, small, beautiful, designed by Fink, something spectacular that maybe the city, the commission could find a use for. I know it's going to cost money, but just want to bring it for discussion.
It's something he passionately spoke to me about as well.
Yeah, so
Lots of passion.
very.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, who moved?
The Vice Mayor, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Mayor Fernandez. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
and Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything for G1, G2, or G4?
No.
No, not at this time.
What I would say, Mr. Mayor, I don't know who the current appointees are to these boards, because maybe there are people who we consider reappointing. I don't know if the clerk has that information.
Probably not.
Not right now, so.
Not right now?
Okay.
Okay.
We can get it to you.
So let's take the
Next.
commissioner's advice. I think it makes sense. I know I have it somewhere when I was reviewing the appointments. Can we have those sent by email to the commission so we're prepared for the July 1st, 2nd, or whatever we decide finally on the meeting coming in July?
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. So on G1, G2, and G4, we're going to defer to the next commission meeting. Thank you. Item H2, city manager items? Yes.
On G3, it's 2 members, so I think you need to also bring it back for another member for the Historic Preservation Board.
We do.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay, so then we need to bring G3 back too. I apologize.
Yeah, we only have one blank to fill.
Yes. Okay.
And G3.
H4.
H4?
H2, I apologize.
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to the collection and disposal of solid waste in the city of Coral Gables, Florida, determining the solid waste cost and the solid waste services assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Madam Finance Director, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for being here. Before we have a conversation on this and we open up to, does this require public comment?
This is setting the public hearing, which will occur later, so there's no
But
public comment.
There's no public comment, okay, just wanted to make sure. The commission requested that Commissioner Fernandez look into this issue. Can't help myself. And I started having conversations with other mayors because I see this as an opportunity for the city not only to save money, but also make money. So I just want to, it's all good. Don't worry.
Sorry.
My point is that I spoke to the mayor of South Miami, and now he's hounded me about it 3 times, which is great, because he has the railway. He has the railway, and we have 72nd Avenue. He wants to do something with green matter. So I'm putting it on the record. I know that West Miami, I know that Pinecrest, the neighboring communities are looking to do something similar because everybody wants to avoid paying the higher tipping fees. This is not going to be done in 2 months and 3 months and 6 months. This is going to take a year, potentially even longer. But we're very clear. We're in a position with 72nd Avenue that I want my colleagues in the commission to speak to the manager and to the DCM, to the ACM, in regards to where we're in a good position in regards to that facility and the future in the county. Now's the time, in my opinion, it's one of the items that I have here, stated here as a potential sunshine meeting run by Commissioner Fernandez, to meet with these mayors and say, okay, we're going to embark on this effort and we're going to look into this technology and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. You know, we need you to sign up and, you know, come to battle with us on this front, because the garbage fees are only going to go up. I'm bringing it up now because it's an opportunity, because we're dealing with it right now. Again, I put it on the record. I'm not removing garbage. I'm not removing pits. I'm not asking for that. I'm just trying to find a way, because we received a great email today, this week, from JC Padron.
Yes.
You see a great email that you have right there. You're going to talk about it. And we received another email from a resident that said something to me and was mentioning pits, not pits, I'm sorry, the green matter. They didn't know they can get rid of their pit, even though Martha spends her whole life advertising that we can get rid of your pit if you'd like to get rid of your pit. So my point is that I really think that now is the time. I don't want to let it linger. Set this up for September, to have this meeting in September, to really start putting all our ducks in a row, start looking at this technology that's being used in other parts of the city, start finding out about 72nd Avenue, because I think that we could be truly the benchmark to have less waste by diverting green matter in one form or another. And there's buy-in from other cities, because it means that they'll save money. And the infrastructure is there because our facility is on the track, on the rail, and South Miami's on the rail. So that's, I just wanted to bring it up because since you're going to talk about that right now, I wanted to just say this is a perfect moment to say it's going to cost the city money.
Through the mayor, I just wanted to update the commission as well. I've already had my first conversation with the manager about this. We're working on setting up a meeting with the deputy city manager, the assistant city manager, and public works in order to begin the conversation and try to explore what options we have. I know the manager has already been working on some things as well, so I think we've already hit the ground running on this. September, I think, is a realistic time for us to have a sunshine meeting to discuss this with more options on the table. So, but I just wanted to let you know, we've already started the process of getting the ball rolling.
If I may, just one last thing. It's going to be a testament to the commission. That goes to show the people that we don't speak to each other. And the manager and the city attorney and the city clerk are very methodical on having a firewall and being like, look, this is the conversation. So I have to take advantage of this moment that we're about to spend money right now to say, hey, this is what I'm talking to. So, Madam Vice Mayor.
So we absolutely don't speak to each other, because I have been having my own meetings, not only now, but I talked to our solid waste director. I said, we need to sit down and have coffee. Doing this on the dais is not a real efficient way to do this. But I've been talking about this, and I know the mayor's been talking about this for a long time. And tipping fees, because land costs continually go up. There's no other way. Less land you have, the more it's going to cost to deal with this. We need to reuse these resources. So I brought, about a year ago, and I know it was maybe 2 years ago, you brought the biochar option. Either way, you end up with a product that can be used and sold as for farms or as an aggregate for cement. So we're not wasting material. Someone else also brought me something on glass and adding that to cement. We need to stop tipping this stuff and paying the owners of the land, whether it's waste management or other, lots and lots of money to be able to tip in there. It's one of the reasons I did the revision to the state statute to try to allow green matter, food waste, all this type of stuff to be considered recyclable, so we're not so handcuffed on where this waste can go. We absolutely need to get together. We're wasting valuable resources. Everybody asks me why my mangoes are so good. Because I have a great big compost bin. I don't fertilize the tree. It's getting free fertilizer. Right?
So on that point, before Commissioner Fernandez takes the conversation, I wanted to thank the clerk who's not here, but obviously we have the better clerk here. Thank you for spending all the time and looking back on all the conversations you've had over waste and then putting it together and sending it to the commission. that is a good starting point. It's a good starting point. But I just want to make sure, and that's why I pointed out, that other cities are chomping at the bit to join us because they know what we have. We have the location. We have it. So it's a great opportunity.
Yep.
It's good.
And through the mayor, we can just go through some of these details during our sunshine meeting, not right now, because there's some of us who don't like our grass being scarred up for picking up 2 palm fronds.
Oh.
You know,
I don't want to take up more time, but I mean, think about if you can deliver on having a bin that you roll from the back of the house. You don't have to roll it yourself. Staff will roll it. You continue the same service.
Oh, yeah.
But you put the stuff in there, you recycle it. You don't have the machine, how much safer it is for staff, it's a lot of things that.
Blocking traffic.
And when you show the residents, I think they're going to be very inclined to support something like that. As long as you make sure that we continue to offer the same service.
See, we're going to be very busy in September.
Commissioner, you're saying?
Oh, no, it's.
Okay. Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So this item sets the proposed rate for the fiscal year 26 solid waste assessment. It also sets the dates of the public hearing. And so the rates for the fiscal year 26 are proposed to be for the discounted rate, which is an early payment rate that can be paid on or before August 15th, is same as last year, $550 per dwelling unit. The regular rate would be, they've paid after August 15th, and if it gets put on the tax bill, would be $577.50 per dwelling unit. Auxiliary living units will be $288.75 per dwelling, which is half of what the regular rates are. And so this is the rate, plus any delinquencies that may happen. So anybody who has maybe a special pickup or some other delinquency related to solid waste will be put together, and all of it must be paid before August 15th in order to get the early payment discount, or all of it will be put on the actual solid November tax bill and paid with the property taxes. And so I said all residential property owners will have the ability to pay their solid waste assessment in full on or before August 15, 2025, and be removed from the assessment roll, and the discount rate is available through August 15th. So that is what's being proposed here. It's the same rate as was proposed last year. And so this, note that if this rate is set, bills will go into the mail on or about July 1st in order for people to have 45 days to pay in advance if they want the discounted rate. So we come back then on September 12th for the special, the public hearing to finalize the rate, at which time it could technically go down, cannot go up anymore. However, note that we will have billed it already for anybody to take advantage of the early payment. So typically with the rate that we set here, it typically stands through the fiscal year.
Thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, do you have anything you'd like to add? Anything like that?
No, Mayor. Well, if I may just say that.
It's your item.
The transfer station lease is up in March of next year. So that's something we'll be discussing also. And I have already discussed it with Commissioner Fernandez, and we'll be looking at that also. Because what we lack in 72nd Avenue is space.
I'm telling you, we're ready to go. It's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity. Does the commission have anything else they'd like to add to this item?
I'll move it.
I'll second, and just for the record, so, because this is a great discount for those who are struggling. If the full cost was put through for garbage fees, how much would be the residential rate?
Right, so it would be about $1,300.
Okay.
Plus or minus $100.
Wow. Okay. That just shows the fact that this has to be a priority.
Mm-hmm.
This has to be a priority. We have a motion and a second, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
And Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finance Director. H3.
H3, Mayor?
Yes.
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFP 2024-046 electric vehicle charging stations to Blink Network LLC, the highest ranked responsive and responsible proposer, pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Request for Proposal 2024-46.
Good afternoon, Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This is a competitive RFP that was issued on behalf of the Parking Department. It is for the installation of 28 EV charging stations. It's going to be at 5 different parking lots and I believe 4 garages. So the award is being made to the highest ranked proposer, which is Blink. So we're moving this forward.
Perfect. Okay. So if I may I like to see Mr. Anders for a second, because I'd like to just brag a little bit on behalf of the city. Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Where are we right now when you talk about, obviously, where we have a small footprint, we're a big city. Where are we in regards to our charging network versus other cities?
Our charging network right now, we have 28 dual port stations, so 56 to 58 charging ports that are publicly accessible in the parking garages and the surface parking lots. That's where this scope of work came in. The city has owned and maintained those stations from the very beginning. We were early onset, started installing charging stations in 2016. And the idea is for the company to now come in and be able to replace some of that old infrastructure and bring in the latest and greatest as far as the technology goes for charging infrastructure. But Mayor, we are still very well ahead of our counterparts throughout the region with regards to not only our charging infrastructure, but also our fleet adoption.
Okay. So we're leading, which is amazing. I want to congratulate the commission, city manager, and all the employees for really leading the way. This has been a priority for the last decade.
Yes.
All the commissioners who have been here, I think Matt, as you've said before, is always pushing, trying to push this forward. Push it forward. One item, Mr. Manager, if I may, just give you an idea. I really think that we need to be very, very careful in regards to the response times to fix when the charging stations break down, or when the glass, not the glass, but the plexi. You know, you have these kids. I don't know why. I don't want to say kids. You don't know who does it, but you know, maybe somebody fall. Let me take that back. Maybe somebody slips and hits it and breaks it. Okay, it's nobody's fault. But you see sometimes that they're shattered. They get corrected. But I would love to be able to, be able to have a faster response time.
And Mayor, that's included in here. We require, I think it's 95 or 97% uptime when it comes to the charging stations, and a quick response time when it comes to if there's an issue, the contractor deploying someone out to fix and resolve that issue as quickly as possible.
Because the days of free charging are over. I pay to charge when I go. So.
And we in the city started charging about 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah. We charge now 30 cents a kilowatt hour for our public charging stations. That helps, cover the cost of the charging station, electricity, so on and so forth. And that's something that we're working with on this contract as well.
Thank you.
95%. Yeah, 95% uptime.
Good. I'll have a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Castro.
She stepped out.
Ladies' room.
She says yes. We can hear her.
You can hear her, yeah.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
And Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your hard work. When do we expect deployment? I know I'm asking for a lot.
No, so after this, we'll be going into negotiations. I know there are a couple of things that they want to touch bases on, and we'll make sure that we address the response time that you asked about. So considering that and getting things in order, I would say within the next 3 to 4 weeks, we would have a completed contract and be able to start deploying.
And again, we have our existing charging stations out there now, so they're up and running. So it's a matter of swapping those out.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
H4.
H4 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing individuals to the wheel of special magistrates, hearing officers for certain quasi-judicial hearings pursuant to Section 101-135 of the City Code.
Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Just very quickly, this is reappointing 3 individuals to our wheel of special magistrates, hearing officers. They hear our code enforcement ticket appeals and our red light camera hearings, and they're the manager's appointees made in consultation with our office. They all are either residents or have their offices in Coral Gables and are qualified members of the Florida Bar. And this is a reappointment of 3.
I'll move it.
Second.
Go ahead.
Yep. Can we have the roll?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
And Mayor Lago.
Yes, moving on to H5.
H5 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Innovation and Technology Officer to increase the spending authority on the CDWG Sourcewell contract number 20600 technology products and services in the estimated amount of $800,000.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
And Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to H7.
Did we say H6?
H6, excuse me. H6, I apologize.
Can't forget that.
H6 is a resolution. H6 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the city manager to waive the competitive bid process of the procurement code as a special procurement/bid waiver for the purchase of 3 Wizard of Oz themed statues, Dorothy, Toto, and the Tin Man from Broden Studios, Inc., for installation at the new Mayor Dorothy Thompson Park located at the corner of Toledo Street and Alava Avenue, pursuant to Section 2-691 of the city's procurement code.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay.
It's that presentation you did.
Yeah, thank you. It was pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
I want to thank administration for updating the fiscal impact of this, which was 68,000. There was just blogs and stuff online that were saying like these enormous amounts of money, and now it's on the item. Thank you.
Absolutely.
What was, Mr. Director, what item was misstated before?
It wasn't stated. There was no.
I'm asking the Director.
What was it? What's the question, sir?
The statement, I didn't understand what she was saying.
No, I think there was some miscommunication because people were attributing the cost of the statues for the entire park project, so people were saying that the statues cost a little more. I think that was the communication that I had heard, and it's not, which was it's a smaller, and they're smaller statues, and they're very festive, and we showed the pictures to when we did the walkthrough, and they're very nice. We're looking forward to getting them done.
Perfect. All right.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
And and Mayor Lago.
Yes, H7.
H7 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of a grant agreement, the number stated therein, in the amount of $1,071,873 on behalf of the Coral Gables Police Department as part of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program to support fiscal year 2024 to 25 operations of the South Florida Money Laundering Strike Force, and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2024 to 25 annual budget to recognize the $1,071,873 grant as revenue and to appropriate such funds to put toward the cost of the program.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
H8.
H8 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of a second amendment to grant agreement number C2102 with the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, provided for an extension to the grant agreement for the Coral Gables Waterway/Biscayne Bay Water Quality Improvement Project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment for said financial assistance.
Move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
And Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
H9. Team?
We have a PowerPoint.
It's on.
Good afternoon, Doug Ramirez, Acting Development Service Director. We wanted to brief the commission on this particular item. There's no action needed at this time, but later in the year, we will probably be looking at making changes to the city and zoning codes. So in September of last year, the county made changes to their environmental protection chapter, chapter 24. Last December, we had to make a decision where we had to notify them that we intended to pass an ordinance to regulate this ourselves so that we would not have to send plans to be reviewed by the county. We did that in December. We're going to have to create new permit processes for the city. particularly when it involves individual single-family and duplex properties. There's also some provisions in there about new stormwater retention and water quality requirements for developments, redevelopments, and substantial improvements. So the county defined impervious surface improvement as installation or placement of pavement, slab, pavers, or other materials and items that reduce the pervious area, or the compaction of ground and fill that results in an impervious surface conducive to stormwater runoff. As I mentioned earlier, we have the opportunity here to regulate this ourselves if we adopt our own or equivalent or stricter ordinances to address this. If we do adopt this before the end of the year, then we will be able to regulate impervious surfaces here for single-family duplex and townhouses as defined by the Florida Building Code. All other permits, regardless of what we do, will be reviewed by the county. So the ordinance was passed September 4th of last year. The county already started enforcing it March 31st. We're proposing August 1st here, even though we can use the county ordinance as a guideline for us to begin enforcement. However, we can discuss an actual date here with the city manager at some point later in the year. However, by December 31st of this year, we must pass ordinances if we are going to regulate this ourselves. So the county gave us some prescriptive requirements that we could review to determine whether or not a proposed impervious surface improvement would be approvable by the county standards. Essentially, if you have a lot that is less than 5,500 square feet and you provide 20% of a maximum pervious area, minimum, 20% minimum, you would also have to provide a 6-inch deep swale along the property sides, and then you would have to provide a setback, and the setbacks here aren't the ones that we have for our code. These are for impervious surfaces. So you would have to have a 5-foot minimum impervious setback on 3 sides, or a 2.5 on 2 sides and a 10-foot on 1 side. They also gave us a detail there of how they would want us to create that 6-inch deep swale. We could review these ourselves if we add it in our ordinance. However, there are going to be properties that are not going to comply with this. And if that's the case, then an engineering report demonstrating the 25-year, 10-minute storm would be sufficient. They also made some requirements regarding new grading in the event that the proposed grading raises the property more than 1.5 feet compared to the elevations of adjacent properties. It will be a requirement to provide a retaining wall or an equivalent feature around areas where that is. So this may trigger a topographic survey which otherwise would not have been required. Bless you. For construction sites that are more than 1 acre, they need to be designed for a temporary structural stormwater features that can handle a 25-year, 6-hour storm. So the city code will need to be amended in order to accommodate the construction site stormwater that I just mentioned, and the zoning codes will need to be amended to accommodate what I had mentioned previously regarding the setbacks of impervious surfaces and the minimum pervious area requirements. We also need to define what a pervious area is versus an impervious one, and we would need to add the requirement for the retaining walls when there's a case with 1.5-foot grading difference. Here's a photo of what those swales can look like when you provide the 6-inch deep perimeter swale. There are also some sections of this that apply to public works, and that's why Hermes is here.
So for informational purposes, part of this ordinance also has an impact, will have an impact in our street drainage infrastructure. This county ordinance It updates and revises stormwater retention and water quality requirements, not only for new developments and redevelopments, but also for street drainage improvements. The revised provisions are mostly related to impact of runoff and discharge into surface water, and what they're looking for is to aim to reduce the pollutant loading into the waterways from outfalls. But the reality is that what this actually does is that it creates additional reporting requirements for stormwater infrastructure. So you're looking at additional regulatory, maintenance, design, and construction-related expenses. We're not entirely sure exactly how the county is going to enforce this. The reality is that for low-lying areas with high groundwater, the technology to address this does not exist. So we suspect that there's probably going to be some previous post analysis, and once we get into a project, we'll figure out what the impact is going to be. And there's also some other potential long-term implications. We have over 165 outfalls, so there may be a point where maybe it requires us to have all those outfalls to enter into compliance, and obviously there'll be a significant expense associated with that. So obviously, as we get more information input from the county as how they're going to interpret this and apply it to us, we will be coming to the commission with additional information.
Okay. Anything else from the commission or from staff?
One thing that I wanted to highlight, this is the contradiction between this and the artificial turf requirement, because all this is telling us we've got to create more pervious air, be able to retain, but yet we're going to allow artificial turf, which creates by nature impervious surfaces, which impacts drainage. So there's a huge contradiction here, and I'm not quite sure how this is all going to be enforced.
I'm happy you brought that up, by the way. Thank you.
Question for, through the mayor, question for Mr. Gomez. So I don't know very much about artificial turf, but impervious means water can't get through at all, or it's just delayed, or?
It delays. I mean, they have artificial turf that does drain, but it drains slower by nature. It also requires more maintenance to be able to, because it gets clogged up, as opposed to natural ground, which drains naturally. So all these things are kind of conflating together, and it's it's going to create a lot of confusion and a lot of additional costs passed on to residents.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So, in addition to the artificial turf, which, it's like a fabric, put so much soil through it, it eventually starts to block. Has staff looked at the dovetail of this impervious ordinance to other zoning matters coming to our area, such as RTZ and Live Local? Is there a correlation addressing the impervious ordinance in each one of these zoning basic overrides?
I don't think we've looked at it as closely as we should, Vice Mayor. I think we definitely need to, because again, the RTZs, you're putting more into less. So again, we're adding another complication to the whole infrastructure stormwater issue.
Right.
I never even looked at that.
Through the mayor,
Great point.
if I may say.
Of course.
Thank you, Mayor. This is much more difficult than MPDS requirement. What this will require is temporary drainage structures in construction sites. More than likely, those temporary drainage structures like wells will be ineffective after construction, because there's yes, Mayor, there's quite a bit of money, but they're also generally many times damaged and during the construction process. So that's going to entail probably a secondary well system, more than likely. And so for the large commercial projects, what it's going to do is probably dual drainage systems. And for the residential projects, if we act before December, before the end of the year, then we can permit them ourselves. For commercial work, it's be another permitting requirement by the county. So there's also an issue that is something I've discussed with the DCM and the director, is what happens to our outfalls. We have 165 outfalls. What are we going to do with the water quality standards for those outfalls? Is that something that the county is going to require us to do at our expense? So these regulations are great, but they're not providing any monetary means for us to do it. And for instance, if we have an outfall at Coco Pump, very low road, drainage systems do not work very well. Also, as the director said, very difficult to get baffling and all kinds of water quality infrastructure there. So it's interesting what those costs are going to be, how they're going to be handled. Are we getting any funding for those sources? So this is a big issue, and one more permitting item that has to go to Dade County. So besides everything that we discussed on the prior item.
May I, through the mayor, I mean, even from the standpoint of legality, I don't even know if it's enforceable. Because if on one hand you're being preempted on your zoning, we can't make the requirements, and just pumping it down into a well is not the answer, because now you're contaminating the water that's in the ground, which bleeds out into our drinking water supply and into our rock is so pervious that from the waterway we have saltwater intrusion 2 miles in. So just pumping it down is not going to be the answer, folks. Now you're oxygenating an area that should be not oxygenated too, so you cause
For
more
larger commercial
erosion.
projects, that's going to be the case, because where do you put the water? And the mayor knows, as he's a commercial builder, what the difficulties here are, and more than likely those wells will not be effective at the end.
No.
So, and it's very difficult to get in and redo those wells at that point. For the residential projects, then some of the things we are doing already. So if the lots are low, then we have them put a wall up. But you're very, it's a whole different. Well, it might affect you putting a patio. It might affect you putting. We just discussed with the director and the DCM. Well, what about a pool? Maybe we can use pool as a storage area. So I mean, it comes up with all these kind of interesting scenarios that we have been discussing. So it's going to be a different, interesting permitting environment after this is.
Those injection wells are a problem at every project, no matter how you look at it. The cost alone is cost prohibitive to a certain extent. And then when you're talking about major projects, significantly large projects, if they're adjacent to the water, you may need 1, 2, 3, 4. You may continue.
But at least where you have drainage wells, that is an actual option. But you can only use drainage wells where you are within the saltwater intrusion line. For the areas that are just outside, what you're left with is an exfiltration trench. And how you're building an exfiltration trench next to a foundation.
No, it's done.
I mean, I don't, so we still trying to figure out how exactly this is going to be enforced. So,
but listen, we'll figure it out somehow, some way. But I mean, what I would like to potentially do is use the resources we have here, all of you, and maybe be an added resource to the county, because again, this is going to be across the board. And from what I see, construction is not stopping. Construction is not stopping anywhere. This community continues to grow. And again, we want to be as sustainable as possible, but at what cost? Again, it's the same conversation we have about recycling, the value of recycling, and I'm all for recycling, but that's another conversation. But these wells, it is so cost prohibitive to be able to install these in a project, and I understand we got to protect the environment. We got to do everything in our power. You can't allow water to run off into the neighboring property. That's understandable. But this is, these requirements are pretty significant. Pretty significant. Okay. Thank you, all of you. Moving on to, I think it's the last item, Madam City Clerk. J1.
J1 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2024-284, and in accordance with Section 2-30 of the City Code, entitled Regular Meeting, Special Meeting, setting forth the revised meeting dates for 2025, more specifically changing the previously scheduled Tuesday, July 8, 2025 City Commission meeting to Tuesday, July 1, 2025, and the previously scheduled July 9, 2025 City Commission meeting budget presentation to Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
and Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, anything for the good of the order?
Happy Father's Day to all you fathers. And if any of you want to go on a Royal Poinciana tour and learn more about Poinciana trees and exactly why they have a white petal on them, it starts at 2 o'clock on Sunday, Father's Day, down at the library. You need to reserve a seat, though.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Castro?
No, everybody have a good Father's Day, and congratulations for being the best fathers you can.
Thank you. Commissioner Lara?
Well, I would love to take you up on that, Vice Mayor, but I will not be in the state, or else I would have been there.
Yes.
But,
Enjoy.
I also
Next year, I will save you a seat.
Thank you. And I want to wish all as well a very happy Father's Day.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I want to thank our Parks Department for the incredible work they're doing with our camps. I was there yesterday. It was first day of camp, and it was smooth and painless. Thank you for all that you guys are doing and the incredible staff that we have there. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers and to all who are traveling and enjoying the next few weeks of summer. Enjoy your travels.
Thank you. I'm going to go through a few issues just very quickly that I need consensus from my colleagues to move forward on the July agenda. First and foremost, Development Agreement, something that we talked at the Development Agreement meeting. I would like for the commission to give consensus, have consensus and give direction to the manager to move forward with that, so we can start meeting with University of Miami, our legal team and theirs, to get that done. And also as part of that is the prospects of Lee Lincoln. Again, another critical piece of infrastructure and land that comes around once in a generation. So I'd like, if someone's willing to accept that, I'll make a motion and
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Lago?
Yes. That's basically just giving direction to move forward, and let's get the process started. It's time to get started. Number two, this is an oldie but a goodie. Biltmore parking lot. I want to have our colleagues here as a consensus, okay? Let's tell the manager and his team, let's move forward. We got to address it one way or another.
Move forward.
Let's move forward. Let's do it but I'm saying let's meet with the manager, like you all are every week, and just say, what is it you want? What do you want the money to be used for? What is going to be the purpose of the money? Who's going to be exempt? Who's going to be exempt? And I'm going to tell you why. Why am I bringing this up right now? I've spoken to all 7 or 8 residents that live across the street. You know who they are. They're all calling me and they're saying, we have people parking overnight. We have people just leaving their cars on the airport. I call the owner, Tom, and as you all know, you're all friends with him. He says, Vince, I have my hands tied. I can, if I don't know if the person is staying here for an event or not, but we will monitor the car. So I think it's time that we finally come to a conclusion. Either we put parameters and we get this done the right way, and we take that money to improve the asset, which is a city asset, or we close the door. I'm a believer that we need to do something, okay? I want to empower the manager after you've all met with him to basically get this off the back burner and let's get this completed.
Ready.
Will somebody give me a motion just
I'll move it
so
now.
the manager can get started on this?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
And Mayor Lago?
All right. Permit review process. I want to put Mr. DCM, through the manager, what are we looking at in regards to timeline for Mr. Duyos' study to be completed? I'm not going to hold you to it, don't worry. I just kind of get an idea. I know it's a summer, so we're good.
I believe December.
Okay, can we push that? Can we get it done a little earlier?
We can talk to Mr. Duyos and see if we can compress the schedule.
This is my plan, which is the plan of the commission. If they'll support it and it can be their plan, okay? How much do we have in the enterprise fund right now?
Enterprise fund for building?
Okay. You heard her, you saw when she came up, she cringed. Listen to me, Mr. DCM.
Yes, sir.
Through the manager, please meet with my colleagues. I want to deliver world-class, exceptional permitting services. I'm not going to say why. It's pretty obvious. I just asked a very important question. That money has to be used for permitting. Let's get this thing done. Let's hire what we need to hire. Let's educate our amazing staff in zoning, in the permitting department, in code enforcement, whatever we need to do, give them the tools I want to be the envy of every city in Miami-Dade County. And I'm going to be selfish because this is what I do for a living. I depend on permitting. I want people to be sitting around with nothing to do because of how fast we are. Literally, just depending on Durham and Wausau. I want it to be, that's how good. By the way, not saying we don't have the team now, but I want to just use the resources, educate, refine, and after we find out what Mr. Duyos is going to come to the table with, see if we can finish it. Okay? I would love for this commission to deliver finally on something exceptional. We have the building, we have the software, we have the employees. Let's do something amazing. There is no reason why we shouldn't be able to deliver on something spectacular. Okay? Agree. Can I ask you a question? What is a reasonable time for you to bring me a plan of action through the manager? I'm not putting you in the, you want to come back in July and tell me? How about you come back in July and you give me a plan after you've spoken to my colleagues in the commission, left to right. You get their input, they build the plan with you, and we come back in July. Madam City Clerk, will you put an item under all my colleagues in the commission? We'll all sponsor the item saying a plan that will be presented by the DCM through the manager's office stating a plan of action that will incorporate George Duyos and everything like that. Mr. Manager, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. We're working on it right now.
I know you are, but I just want to be able to show that we are doing this and we're going to get this done. Okay, so July we'll have this item on the agenda, and I don't need to see the plan. I don't need to see it. My colleagues want to see it, they can see it. I just need to know, Vince.
Understood.
March 2026, we're delivering on a mechanism, and this is our goals. This is aspirational. We're going to deliver on something amazing. What do we need to get there? And use the resources to get there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Just tell me what you need.
You got it.
So that's the final. This is a ridiculous one, but I think it's an important one. Okay? Madam City Attorney, let's reminisce a little bit. For how many years now have I been telling you new times stands?
Yes.
Remember when they were full of stickers and they were full of graffiti and they were rusted, and your team met with them over, I think it was a 6-month period, and we got them to come in and fix and clean up and make them look beautiful, right?
That's taking me back, way back.
That's what I said, we're going down memory lane.
I will take your word for it, Mayor, because I can't remember the specifics.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember the specifics, but I'm saying
We did that. I brought it up here. Okay. Mr. DCM, you are the ones that bears the brunt of all my text messages with graffiti, with this and that, because I don't want to send it to the manager, because obviously I want to send it to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You're special.
Let me ask you a question. No, I got comfortable sending it to him. I get him to you at 5 in the morning, right? I send it to you at 5 in the morning on the way to the gym.
You know he's awake and he's
So I'm
alive.
sending it to you.
He don't say get up early.
I know you get up early too, you ready? So, let me ask you a question. This is going to be for the Vice Mayor also. Why are we still using these? So,
I can answer.
and I asked you this a while ago. If you open them, they're empty. If you open them, they're just there. They're an ADA nightmare. They're a nuisance. You know, when does this end? When can we get these boxes off the corner and open up our sidewalk and do something amazing?
If it was up to me tomorrow.
We could put a garbage can there. Imagine that.
That's a good idea.
That's the attorney.
Good idea. So they're
I asked you
actually,
this the other day.
so they're actually constitutionally protected, but we can have rules, and we do have rules. However, and that's something that we talked with, I think we exchanged emails about this. There are rules in our code that if they are empty for a period of time, I think it's like a 48-hour period, while after a certain issue has been issued, then they're deemed abandoned. So that's why enforcement is important, because we can enforce our rules that are reasonable rules that have been upheld. So.
Okay, I don't have a problem with the publication at all. It's fine. What I'm saying is, if you look at them, sometimes you have a garbage can, a recycling bin, the New York Times. It's like to get around them, and you even have one of the control boxes from the intersection. You have literally 4 pieces of, you have 4 items in the way of, like, I've seen people in wheelchairs, elderly people that can't get around them.
So I think we still need to we do need to still comply with the ADA rules and everything, but yes, if they're empty and they're not being used, they're abandoned, then we can take them out. So we have to, again, enforce, and there's very specific rules in our code about what's deemed abandoned.
So I just wanted to bring that to the attention, because maybe now my colleagues maybe, with a glove on, they can open up the New York, the New Times, and they can take a look at to see if there's anything there, and we could potentially, maybe we can bring them together. Maybe we can have 2 locations on Ponce instead of having, on the corners. Maybe we can do some of that.
And through the mayor, when our block by block team is going around, maybe they can check the boxes every time they walk by, if it's empty, and document it. Take a photo showing that it's empty. That way we can document it, and if we do proceed with removing them, we have the documentation to show that there was nothing there.
Yeah, and the deputy city manager, can I go through the rules, because there are specific requirements as to how long they have to be empty and how long after the publication is issued.
Right, but if we document,
Absolutely.
then we can, nobody can say, hey, I put something in there last week, and 2 days later, it was still there.
Absolutely, we have to document, yeah.
I was just going to add that the block by block team does point them out to me as I do their monthly walks with them around the areas that they usually are, stickers, graffiti,
I know,
that sort of thing.
I'm the one that sends it, I'm the one that, and then by the way, we end up cleaning it for them.
Yeah.
Because we want to bring the standard up.
Right, but through the mayor, what I'm talking about is actually opening and seeing if there's anything inside. Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
Newspapers, not garbage.
Correct, the actual newspaper.
Mr. Manager, do you have anything for the good of the order?
No, Mayor,
I'm
thank
going to
you.
start something new. Madam City Attorney, anything for the good of the order?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Madam City Clerk, anything for the good of the order? Okay. Thank you very much. God bless, and have a wonderful, wonderful day. Take care.